Right. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to host you for hosting this side event. My name is Mehra Lecer. I am environmental engineer, general director of environmental impact assessment, permission and inspection in Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change in Turkey. Now we will discuss today combating climate change and environmental label practice as case of Turkey. In this side event, we will evaluate effects of environmental labeling practice on climate change and cleaner production methods applied by producer with environmental labels in our country. At this point, environmental label system are one of the tools under the title of responsible production and consumption for the development goals published by United Nations. Now, please let me introduce our speakers. We have four panelists. First of all, Serkan Atay, Environmental Label Division Chief, the Minister of Environment and Urbanization and Climate Change. Second, Eric Learn, Chair of Board, Global Eco-Labeling Network Association. He will participate in this event by online. Ali Yorgancılar, Mr. Ali Yorgancılar, Production System Director in Turkey, Vitra Tile Corporation. Last panelist, Dahan Mehmet Yazıcı, Mr. Dahan Mehmet Yazıcı, Turkish Marine Environment Protection Associations, named Turmepa in Turkey. Let me begin first with Mr. Atay. We will present about Turkish environmental label system. Floor is yours, Mr. Atay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear participants, first, welcome to my presentation. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Serkan Atay. I am working as an environmental label branch manager at Ministry. Today, I will talk about the implementation of the Turkish environmental label system and the importance of eco-labeling, especially in reducing the effect of the climate change. First, I would like to explain general expressions that should be known about eco-labeling. Eco-label is a mark given to products and services that have proven Eco-label is a mark given to products and services that proven environmental preferable in a specific category. Eco-label systems operating within the scope of ISO 14024 Type 1 standards are based on life cycle assessment and verification with multiple criteria. And also they are voluntary, participatory, and market-based. The benefits of eco-labeling for both consumers and producers can be summarized as you can see on the site, informing consumers on sustainability, preserving environmental value, and offering consumers a chance to prefer eco-friendly products. Eco-label system generally have three main objectives. The first of these to promote cleaner products and services. The second is to support an organization that makes sustainable production. The last one, I think the most importantly, to prevent greenwashing. Greenwashing is an unproven claim to deceive consumers in believing that companies are environmental preferable, environmental friendly, or have a greater positive environmental impact than what's true. It is important for a sustainable future. It is important for us. Today's consumption and production choose, shape our future. At this point, we can prevent greenwashing with reliable and strong eco-label systems. And eco-label systems work based on some basic principles. These are reducing in the effect of the climate change, durability, energy efficiency, water saving, and the many other environmental principles. And let's get specifically at the relationship between climate change mitigation and eco-labeling. Eco-label systems are directly related to in reducing the effect of climate change. Eco-label systems provide a reduction in greenhouse gas emission as well as other special environmental criteria. And also they provide in reduction in the negative effect of companies on climate change by by developing criteria for products and service groups, such as reducing carbon footprint, the use of recycled raw material, the use energy at an optimal level, etc. And we come to Turkish environmental level system established in 2018, and it is relationship with global plans. Our system is closely related to many plans and programs. Our system is directly related EU Green Deal Action Plan, Circular Economy Action Plan, that programs that directly support responsible consumption and production. And as for the relationship with our system and responsible consumption and production, our system is considered an essential tool in promoting sustainability and different sectors and providing the responsible consumption and production patterns under the 12th goal of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And as you can see on the slide, most of titles under the 12th goal directly overlap with the objective of our system. Our main aim is to encourage cleaner production with responsible consumption habits and to target a low carbon footprint. And I would like to elaborate on the structure of the system. The Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change is the owner and the executive of the system. The system carries out its activities three main structures. The first structure is Technical Evaluation Committee. The task of the committee is to develop the environmental level criteria for product and service groups. And the second one is environmental level board. The role of the board is evaluate the criteria developed by Technical Evaluation Committee and make suggestion and opinion in order to ensuring the development of the system. And the last one is Turkish Standard Institution. The role of the institute of verify the applications received by our ministry. And let's move on, summarize the criteria development process. The most important issue in determining criteria is life cycle analysis and ensuring a pluralistic structure. In determining criteria, especially the opinion of sector representatives, relevant association and chambers, universities and NGOs are considered. Our system carries out this process as transparent as possible. And as a result of criteria determination studies, we have published environmental label criteria in 9 products and service groups. These are textile, ceramic, tissue paper, hand dishwashing, on the side, the others on the side, you can see. And following that, within the scope of the effective dissemination of the system, we continue to work on developing criteria for different sectors. On the left side, you can see the sectors that will work for the new period. The ones I marked in red, we will publish by the end of 2022. And the other will be published in 2023. And I would like to continue an issue we are happy to participate in as Turkish Environmental Label System. Turkish Environmental Label became a full member Global Ecological Network. The network is an organization that includes reliable and strong eco-label systems. Therefore, it was essential for us because of two main reasons. The first reason is to ensure the development of system by sharing information, resource, and networks. And this other is the possibility of the mutual recognition. And also, due to this membership, our international recognition and our credibility will increase all over the world. And one of the responsible consumption and production target is sustainable public procurement. A protocol was signed with the State Supply Office in 2020 to highlight and promote the eco-friendly products in public institutions. A protocol is still valid. If the system became more widespread every year, the protocol will gain more importance. And yes, here we can see licensed companies. To date, 8 companies have been awarded the Eco-Label certificate. If we look over the product categories, if you can see the sectors, the textile sector is predominantly for companies. And last part, in our feature, we aim to raise public awareness on eco-label system to increase the number of license holder, increase the number of the license holder and published in 18 product and service groups by 2025, and develop incentive mechanisms and making common project with other country systems. And in light of these all goals, our biggest motivation will be to increase the number of eco-friendly products by moving our system to better points. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Atay, for your informative presentation. Good news for Global Eco-Labeling Network membership for Turkey. I congratulate for you. At this point, I would like to continue with this subject, the Global Eco-Labeling Network, and GND's leading network, the world's most credible eco-labels. Thanks to our GN membership, the Turkish environmental label will be recognized and disseminated all over the world. Now I would like to give the floor Mr. Learn. Credible products, eco-labels are globally fighting climate change. Mr. Learn is participating online from Norway. Can you hear me, Mr. Learn?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for inviting me for this possibility of joining you in Sharm el Sheikh, a meeting that we are all very much expecting good results from later this week. I'm calling in from Oslo, Norway, just behind my ear. No, that here, yes. You can see on the, and I'm sorry for the very strange red color. I'm not that red in face. As mentioned, life cycle eco-labels are credible, third-party verified environmental information on products. This is the basis for all eco-labels based on the ISO 14024. It is a holistic environmental information, including climate issues like environmental consumption, both in the production phase and in the use phase. It is about the energy sources to be chosen, renewable or fossil fuels, but also resource efficiency, hazardous chemicals, land use, biodiversity aspects, and product quality and longevity of the products are covered in eco-labels. The global eco-labeling network has some close to 40 national and regional members, was started back in 1994. The first eco-label established was the German Blue Angel back in the late 70s, so close to 50 years ago. But many of the labels are from the early 90s and on. We have members in the Global Eco-Labeling Network from New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Brazil, US, several in Europe, but then the most numerous we found in the Southeast Asia and many labels also in China. The Turkish eco-label joined us again as a full member now after the early starts only 5 years ago, and I have had the pleasure to very closely also enjoy the start or join the start of the project, and also followed it up to today. It's a very solid and governmental supported eco-label, and this membership will naturally, as presented by Mr. Serkan Akay, be founding for the future development of the Turkish eco-label. One thing that one has to remember, and I would like to stress that, is that the eco-label following the 14024 ISO standard is a multi-stakeholder approach. All parties in the field of eco-labeling environmental information are involved in the development of the criteria, the standards that are used. And the eco-label is only the level and requirements are put in a way that it's only for the best products in that product category that can receive this label on application. And one other thing that is important to stress in this connection is that the eco-label is for products, it's for goods and services, but it's not for companies. We have naturally, if we have an eco-label for a service that is about the site where the production is or the service is produced, but it's not an environmental management system certification like we have the ISO 14001 certification globally, or in Europe, the EMAS certification. The startup of programs is often with a very narrow product spectrum. The categories chosen can be very different. In India, they started up with building materials in the eco-label that is a GEN member. And that's the same case with one of the eco-labels in South Africa. In US and in Sweden, we have a global eco-labeling of IT products. And nothing besides that. It is so you can specialize within a more narrow product category cluster, and others then develop from further on from these first starts. In both in Russia and Ukraine, they started with food to have secure food, and the health aspects are very important also when considering hazardous chemicals in eco-label products, both in the production and the user phase. The oldest members are widespread into several hundreds of product categories. As an example, the Nordic Swan eco-label, where I have been working for the past, well, almost 30 years, has close to 60 criteria sets covering some 300 product categories. And that has been a way long from the startup in 1989. And I've been on that tour from 1994. And as mentioned also by Mr. Akai, the standards, the criteria are specific for the product category. It's not a general saying or just a general requirement applicable for all the products. There can be 100 different requirements that have to be documented, presented by documentation, and it's not about self-declared results. It is proven by analysis and defined methods for proving the requirements. So this eco-label function is to be the easy way for both consumers and for purchasing officers, being private or public. If you are in business to business, it's very the requirements for the purchasing officers to compare the environmental quality of different offers is difficult if you are not an environmental expert. And there we help with the eco-label. We show that these are among the best products in that field. So we have the established also those buyers forums for those who know how to use the eco-label in their purchasing of greener products. And it's very important to stress when I'm addressing you in Sharm el-Sheikh that the climate change issues are always included in the requirements for in eco-labeling. It is about what kind of energy is used, how little of energy is used, and the most important, let's say, climate mitigation effort is the kilowatt hour that is not used at all, the energy that is not used at all. So this is the principles and the starting points for all eco-labels. And we look forward for the cooperation further with the Turkish eco-label. And I wish you all a very fruitful week further on in Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Learn, for your detailed information. I would like to thank also that you accept GN a membership for Turkey. I would like to proceed with subject clean production in Turkey, and I will give floor to Mr. Yorgancılar for clean production process of Vitra tiles. Floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Ali Yoncacılar. I'm working as the Production Systems Director of Vitra Tiles. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to really thank you for the invitation. So, what do we do as Vitra? We are producing flooring and covering materials. We are founded in 1991, and from the start, we are aware of our responsibility. And to reduce our environmental impact, from the day we started, we have created many projects. We are a company about 30 years plus experience. We have 2,000 employees, and we are exporting our products to 75 international countries. So not only in Turkey, we also have big operations all over the world. And as I mentioned, the journey started a long time ago. We started together with our holding company, publishing our sustainability reporting. and we have, of course, has the environmental certifications. And when we get the first contact with the eco labels in 2011, we have the EU eco label, the first time in the tiles industry in Turkey. So we have accumulated some experience which we used later together with our technical teams with the ministry when we started to develop the environmental label for the for Turkey. So year on year, we have new certifications like EPDs or Green Guard certification. Then comes year 2020 when we had the contact with our ministry to develop the Turkish environmental eco label, and we have shared our experiences and the way how we can make a good progress. And then finally, we are certified as the first producer in building industry for the Turkish eco label. And then finally this year we have published our own sustainability report as Vitra Tiles division. Why eco label is very important? As mentioned before, we have to avoid greenwashing and we have to be serving the customer groups who are really interested in environmental friendly products. So in order to achieve the sustainable development goals and Paris Agreement commitments, our industry is very critical. The reason is the construction ecosystem is accounting nearly 40% of the global emissions. So we are a part of this ecosystem and we would like to set a benchmark to our competitors and to our ecosystem. That's why we try to improve our performance continuously. And this process starts from the very start. I mean, from finding the raw materials and shipping the products to the customers and the way they consume the products. And by the eco-label certifications, we are able to prove that we have an environmental friendly production facility and environmental friendly products. Our process is kind of long and difficult, I should say, because it starts from mining of the raw materials to supplying them to our facility, preparing them, starting the process by pressing, drying, and with the glazing. Then comes the firing, which accounts for the biggest energy consumption. And after firing, the products are ready to be shipped to the customers. In this long process, we have the raw material in the very heart of the project, because supply of the raw material is so critical for the quality and for the environmental performance of the products. That's why we try to supply our local. We try to supply our raw materials locally, and 90% of the raw materials are supplied from the local resources. And with the strict regulations of the environmental eco label, we have stopped working with some of our suppliers, and we selected new suppliers who can serve us with the full compliance with all the regulations and all the permits, environmental permits. So we now ready to prove that we are in our total supply chain, we are full complying with the eco label. And after supplying the raw materials, of course, we have some scraps within the production, which are unfired and fired scraps. For all the unfired scraps, they are 100% recyclable, and we use them in our processes. And some of our products contain up to 30% recycled content, because we collaborate not only within our company, but with other companies, such as Vitra's other division. They produce toilets and wash basins, and their wastewater treatment sludge is sent to us, and we add it to our porcelain recipe. And there are also some small suppliers who cannot recycle their own waste, so we get their waste, we put it in our recipes, and thanks to these operations, we are achieving some products with a 30% recycled content. And there are some scraps which we cannot reuse, so we don't want to send them to the landfills, and we send them to cement factories. So in this circular economy environment, we are getting waste of other manufacturers, and we are sending our waste to some other manufacturers to be used again and not to send to the landfill. Their waste management, not only for the scraps, but also the process waste and the packaging waste. We sort them very strictly and according to the categories, and we manage them accordingly. And thanks to all these efforts, we are awarded with the zero waste certificate from our ministry. Water is so crucial for our process and for our human beings. So we have an advanced industrial wastewater treatment system. We are able to 100% recycle our industrial wastewater and use in the processes. And also we try to reduce the freshwater consumption in different ways. It's like process optimizations and canceling water in many of our processes, because we sell many of our tiles after rectification, and the old technology was using water to cool down the tiles, and we avoided all this technology, and we make new investments to make dry rectifications. And with these efforts we achieved last 5 years more than 7% reduction in water consumption. And energy so critical for not only for the costs but for our world. So we have tremendous efforts in this subject. So within the last 6 years, we achieved 19% reduction through combination of new techniques and new technologies. So for the natural gas consumption, we have invested new type of burner systems. We avoided natural gas in the packaging. Before we are using shrink hoods and we are heating the shrink hood with the gas and cover the pallets. Now we totally avoided this system, disregarded that, and we are using stretch hoods. So we don't use any gas for that. And we have a huge capacity for the waste heat from the kilns. We reuse them in our processes for drying or for heating purposes. And electricity also we invest into green energy, but also try to reduce the electricity consumption different ways. So we replace most of our old motors with the new generation motors to reduce the electricity consumption. Compressed air is a big consumer for electricity for our facility. So we have made a lot of optimizations over there. And we were using air in our industrial wastewater treatment system. We totally avoided them because compressed air is very energy intensive. So we are using new way of electricity motors with very high energy efficiency and minimize the electricity there. And we started our pilot green electricity production facility last year, and this year we are finalizing 3.5 megawatts of investment. So this is a small bit for our processes, but we have an ambitious target. Until 2025 we are targeting to achieve 50% own green electricity production. And this is going to help for the scope 1 emissions, of scope 2 emissions of course, but we also have a big scope 1 emission where we are targeting to be a pioneer and leader in the green hydrogen applications in the ceramic industry. So we are trying to prepare a roadmap for us and make pilot studies for the green hydrogen applications. And of course, energy, you have to do good things and you have to measure what you're doing. So we have an advanced energy management system. So from our tablets, iPhones, anytime, any point, we are able to measure the performance. And if there is any deviation from the normal values, we are continuously monitoring and improving the performance. And of course, in addition to that, we have Industry 4.0 applications. So we try to prevent the losses, we try to increase the efficiency and minimize the scrap at the time it happens, not after 1 or 2 hours the process continues. And lastly, packaging, very critical. So we try to minimize the packaging. We try to maximize the amount of product in one box to minimize the packaging, and we are using 100% recycled materials, and our packaging is 100% recycled later on. And as I mentioned, we are exporting to more than 75 countries all over the world. So logistics from scope 3 emissions is very critical. From the raw material supply, as I mentioned, 90% from locally, but we are exporting a lot of products, tens of millions of square meters all over the world. So we try to make logistic optimizations avoid road transportation, maximize train and ship transportation, and to reduce the scope 3 emissions. And regarding the life cycle, when the product leaves us, we want our users to consume minimum amount of water and minimum amount of detergents and cleaners. That's why we develop innovative surfaces. So that requires minimum amount of water and cleaners. So that is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank all you for your attention.
I thank you, Mr. Yorgancılar. I would like to also thank you have lots of eco-labeling system, more cleaner production. Now I would like to continue with TURMEPA. TURMEPA is a non-governmental organization in Turkey. TURMEPA working in the role of NGOs in encourage environmental friendly products and significance of their role in combating marine pollution and climate change. You have the floor, Mr. Yazıcı.
Hello to you all. I'm here to represent Turkish Marine Environment Protection Association, as Meher Ali Bey said. I'm here to talk about our cleaning products, environmentally friendly cleaning products, and the relation between these products and climate change. And I also would like to talk about the role of NGOs about the spreading, encouraging the cleaner production in all sectors. So I'd like to move on, and I just as a representative of an NGO, I want to do something different, and I want you to take 2 deep breaths with me, please. Let's do it all. Just first breathe in and out, and in and out. I just want to mention that the sea provides every second breath we take. Our seas produce 50 to 70% of the oxygen we need. So our association focuses on to protect our breathing and seas and oceans. I just want to show a video what we are doing in 28 years since we have founded.
Çünkü deniz varsa hayat var. Deniz varsa hayat var.
Deniz varsa
Hayat var.
These are all 28 years of Turmepa. So, as if you saw in the video, there was an award We got it because of our project called Zero Waste Blue. I just wanted to start with Zero Waste Blue because it's a very important project. We all know what zero waste is, right? Or near zero waste is if you talk internationally. But Zero Waste Blue focuses on seas and oceans and absolutely seas of Turkey and also water sources. So we are an NGO that focuses on these topics, and our cleaning products are directly related to seas and oceans and their protection. I will talk about that later, and ensure the sustainability of freshwater resources to make sea protection a matter, and bringing all stakeholders together to work towards a common goal. I just wanted to mention these projects, Zero Waste Blue, because of that. We are trying to bring all stakeholders in all sectors to make some solutions, to create solutions, and this is the only way to combat climate change. We believe that. We are an NGO, so our mission is to bring all stakeholders together. So when we come to our friendly products, I just want to say that we have these kind of products, the first domestic environmentally friendly cleaning products. Uh, these products also pioneered the raising awareness of using environmental friendly uh, products in our country, and this is we don't have a marketing department. You know, we don't have some videos around TVs or internet. We don't even have the budget of it. This spread is by we used our consumers to in every field we with purely consumer advice without any advancement specific marketing strategy, because we don't even need the budget. We are not trying to make profit from our cleaning products. This is not our main goal. We are not trying to make money because of our cleaning products. We just want to show that to producers, to big companies, that this is possible. You can produce, you can make environmentally friendly products, even if it's a detergent or a cleaning product. You can do it. There is no animal-based raw material in it, and the only the formula is around using some plant-based raw materials, and it also has a vegan label also. I will show that, and the formulation of pH values and the formulation are also certified by the Istanbul Technical University as environmentally and ecological friendly. As I mentioned before, the work organic load in the seas are coming from our houses generally. We are washing our faces in the morning, and we are starting to litter our seas and oceans. So what we do in the land affects directly to seas and oceans. Because of that, we just wanted to inspire and encourage people to use these kind of products to save your environment and climate change. Everyone says in here and also in everywhere, we must act now is the most common sentence in climate change speeches. You know that we must act now. This is right, and this is an action. So we are trying to encourage all the sectors that this is possible, even if we have only 30% working in Turmepa, so we achieved to produce this kind of result. And at the end of that, as a result, we proudly announce that we have entitled to receive Turkish Environment Label. We are the first and only cleaning product that has got the Turkish Environment Label, but we believe that it's for now. We are not proud to be only. We are just proud of to be first. Yeah, that's a privilege. But we believe that for now, because our duty is spread the word that says cleaning is way more expensive than not polluting. So we are trying to teach people that that this sentence is our main goal to produce these kind of products and get environment labels nationally and internationally. As I said before, we are proud to be first, but we are not proud to be only one. So the other certificates of our products, we have also EU Eco-Label certificate, and we have also vegan certificate in our products. So what about climate change? What do we do by these products if we want to relate them? Environmental friendly cleaning products is significant role actually. And as I told you before, every second breath we take is coming from seas and oceans. So we need carbon capturing areas or technologies to combat climate change or achieve our goals on our NDCs. And seas and oceans are the most critical friend, the best ally to combat climate change. These products entitled to receive eco-labels prove that sustainable protection is possible because our ministry gave this label to us and it says that you produced sustainably and environmental friendly. And as I told you over and over again, this is possible. This is really easy if you wish to do that. In you know, if you enlarge the budget rather than Turmepa, it's really possible. And we are trying to encourage people to save seas and oceans by sustainability production. So sustainability starts at our homes, and protecting marine environment equals with protecting ourselves. And by all that, in summary, I want to share that public, private sector, and NGOs must be get together. We need to act together to achieve our goals. As we always say at the beginning, at the end of our presentations and speeches, I want to say, while there is sea, there is life. Thank you very much.
I thank all panelists for their informative presentations. Actually, we see all presentations. Turkish environmental label system, it directly supports the circular economy with resource efficiency and waste minimization and reduction of carbon emissions and the mitigation of effects of climate change and clean production by promoting at best available methods. Any other comments? Any other question? No? Please.
You mentioned that your products are considered vegan. Does it mean that you don't do any test on animals or any living resources?
Thank you. We don't use any raw materials, animal-based raw materials. We don't use inside of our products, any products. This is the main part that I used that sentence, and I know that there was no any animal tests in our products. I know that because I visited the production company, and we are outsourcing our products, so there was no animal test or something like that. These are just plant-based, ecological products, and the amount of our product is not very large. So we are just, as I said, these are examples. These are just encouragements. So there's no animal test or no animal-based raw material in our products. Well.
Any other comments? Before my conclusion, I would like to thank the Turkish Standard Institutes for contributing their in this process. I would like to thank all participants for their attending this in this side event. Thank you. arkadaşlara verebilirsiniz.
kontrol ediyorsun. Onlar resim. Welcome. I am Gülberk Ertapkaya, Manager of Sustainability and Coordination Department at Istanbul Chamber of Industry. Today at our panel, we are aiming to demonstrate the possibility of sustainable production. First, I want to introduce our panelists. Özlem Mergon from Şişecam, Chief Strategy Officer. Welcome. Murat Hepturluk, Vice Chief Technical Officer at Brisa. Welcome. And Betül Tavacı Saygılı, Environmental Legislation and Environmental Management System Leader from Ford Otosan. Welcome. Before listening our distinguished panelists and their experiences about sustainable production, I want to give the floor Mustafa Tacer, President of Istanbul Chamber of Industry Sustainability Platform, for his opening speech. Mustafa Bey, floor is yours.
Dear guests, first I want to start with thanks to the Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for the opportunity to be part of this valuable conference. Also, I want to thank to our panelists for their contributions to this panel and respectfully greet all participants. Nowadays, we all witness how the economy, society, and nature are intersected. Change in trade and production is not excluded from this situation. Therefore, firms are expected to be good corporate citizens, which means to be sensitive to the environment and people. Within this scope, industrialists have to take into consideration climate change as a risk factor. Accordingly, climate change mitigating and adapting strategies should be specified to achieve the transition to a low-carbon economy. From this perspective, as the Istanbul Chamber of Industry, we adopted the sustainable production approach in 2021. For this purpose, we focused on sustainability-oriented efforts on five main themes, which are climate change and sustainable industry, circular economy, future of work, safe working, environment, and sustainable finance. Since our ICI Sustainability and Coordination Department was established in 2021, we organized several events. Events raising activities and training courses in the aforementioned areas. I would like to share with you some of our sustainability activities. To build synergy with all stakeholders, we establish ICI Sustainability Platform. We prepared the sectoral sustainability roadmaps for 10 different sectors to support companies in their sustainability journey. We carried on the corporate carbon footprint consultancy and industrial energy efficiency consultancy and reporting service project. Last but not least, Green Talks, Green Bulletin, and Green Block are our other activities to increase in this industrial awareness and to create value with sustainable approach. When planning our activities, we benefit from the guidance provided by international sustainability efforts, especially the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, these efforts aim to address global challenges to deliver a just and more sustainable future for all. Therefore, we carry on the activities to support our member for the solution to this international issue. We will continue to play a pioneering role in sustainability with the awareness of social and environment responsibilities. Lastly, I want to mention the importance of the collaboration, and I invite our stakeholders to act without delay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mustafa Bey. As Mustafa Bey mentioned at his speech, defining the sustainability approach is crucial for every firm. So maybe we can start from that point, and I will ask to all of our panelists, would you please tell us your firm's sustainability approach, briefly, 1 and 2 sentences?
Thank you. I will, in this second round, I will talk in detail, but when we look at the world, sustainability has become the main consideration of what we do and how we do things. So it's not about how you mitigate risk only, but it's also how you add value to your ecosystem. And it's not about how you individually sustain as a company, but it's more a collaborative effort that we see. So at Şişecam, we have created our new sustainable strategy that we call it Care for Next, with this inclusive and holistic approach that we touch to each and every stakeholder of our whole ecosystem. And when we look at sustainability, it is about technology and innovation. It is about collaborative effort. It is about touching your whole ecosystem, and it is about making sustainability your own business, integral part of your business model. This is how we see in Şişecam and how we put our vision for it. Thank you.
Yes, Betül.
Okay. As for Totosan family, while generating value with passion for our country and our customers on the global scale, we are committed to supporting the sustainable development of the society in which we operate, to contribute to social refinement and to keep the requirements of the future generation in the forefront. When we do this, we regard the environment as a valuable treasure, our suppliers and dealers as our business partners, and our human resources as our most valuable capital. This is our approach and definition of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mustafa Bey. Okay.
Okay, so as Birsa, we are trying to leave a good world to live for the coming generations, actually. And we know if and only if we can do that all together. Not only our employees, not only top management or shareholders, also all the society should be in the game. So we are trying to do everything to get them in the game. Our approach is one for all, and all our activities are transparent. We are sharing it with society. We are assessing the results, and we are trying to do everything that we can do for sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you for all your informative responses. And as you all mentioned that climate change urges us to change all our habits. And within this scope, today's manufacturing approach focused on sustainability, efficiency, circularity, and so on. At that point, I want to begin with Özlem Hanım. Şişecam is one of the world's leading glass producer, and you adopt, as you said, environment-friendly approach to the production process. Would you please tell us more about your strategies and implementation? Floor is yours. Okay.
Well, thank you again for giving me this opportunity. First, a very short introduction about Şişecam. We are a company founded in 1935, and we actually are operating in 4 continents globally, in 14 countries, in 45 plants, generating more than $4 billion of sales revenue with our 24,000 employees. So, and Şişecam is the only company globally that is operating in all main fields of glass. So this is very important that that's a diversified business, and we have an R&D center that heavily working on sustainable solutions, and we are also having the top rankings in globally. So why I'm mentioning this, we know we are aware of the responsibility of sustainability in every continent that we operate. So we defined our sustainability goals are under Care for Next 2030 sustainability strategy that covers 11 material ESG issues that is integrated with UN Sustainable Development Goals. There are 3 main pillars. They are the protecting the planet, empowering societies, and transforming lives. When we say protecting the planet, it's about natural protecting the environment. It is about reducing waste. It's about using resources efficiently. When we say empowering societies, it is adding value to our societies, employees, all stakeholders, the partnership. And when we say transforming the societies, is like it is about new breakthrough technologies, new products. It's about digitalization. It is about innovation. And as a glass industry is energy intensive sector, so this is why end-to-end management of energy is our among top priorities. And we have a climate mitigation model in Şişecam that we apply, and we are developing sectoral development roadmap for 2050 to become carbon neutral by 2050. And we are also and we are aware that this requires heavy technological investment that we see. This is the only solution for sustainability, is the technological developments and innovation, and this is also the main restrictions to increase the pace of sustainability solutions as well. We are working on new technologies, new furnace designs, digitalization, energy management programs, and also electrical furnace, which is a breakthrough technology that we see, and also alternative energy resources. Another aspect is, of course, renewable energy. We are building rooftop solar systems that, and we aim to increase 8 times of the electricity consumption that we produce through renewables, that will reach the 50 megawatts. And last but not least, for renewables, it is also important that you encourage your customers and suppliers to do so. And in Turkey, we have a wide range of dealers and processes, and what we see is that they are also investing in renewable energy for their own consumption that will reach 200 megawatts in 2023, which is a ambitious target. And as I mentioned in my speech, that innovation and breakthrough technologies are very important. Our venture capital investment in biotechnology is a good indication for that. We have invested in new technology, we call it Basalia technology. While this technology is while treating waste, it produces hydrogen, and also it captures carbon dioxide emissions that we believe, and as a breakthrough technology we started implementing in our production facilities. And another aspect that we do is, we are also a soda ash producer, and we have invested in the US in natural soda ash, and we are investing further $4 billion of investment, Why this is so important? Because it will reduce by 50% of our carbon footprint and water footprint in our soda ash business. So circularity, I think it's the main, when you talk about glass, I think the main subject is circularity, because it's a product that you endlessly recycle, and we aim to increase our external recycled glass by 35%. So, and this requires, of course, in many countries that the infrastructure and the systems also support these targets. And when we come to transforming lives, it is the products that we produce, because glass is a product, and with that you can put endless attributions that can be a solution for sustainability. So we see glass as a product of past, as a product of our current period, and also as a product of our future. And here in our R&D efforts, we are increasing our product range for sustainability products by producing more energy efficient products, lightweight glass, thin glasses, and recycled glasses. And as an example, Şecam produced, I think this is the first one that is a glassware product that is produced 100% recycled cullet. So this is an important technological development for us. And we have mentioned in the first panel that we are registering our products as an environmental product declarations. We have also created our criteria for glass industry, and we are making our life cycle analysis almost in all our products, and we will continue further for eco-labeling. And I mentioned that the collaboration, and this is one of the most important topics, that all companies, all partners, all suppliers, customers should come together to change the world for sustainability. And we believe that a global emphasis should be placed on the environmentally friendly future of glass. And this year, United Nations General Assembly declared 2022 as an International Year of Glass, that Şecam supported and initiated this initiative, because more than 1,500 manufacturers included in this initiative, more than 80 countries are included in this initiative. This is to show, and this is to explore the opportunities for glass for sustainable future. And as I mentioned in the opening speech, I think the most important thing is that for responsibility and commitment, technology and innovation, collaboration and common effort, support and financing, ecosystem and value chain are the main attributions and main factors for success for sustainability that Şecam thrive for in the coming years as well. Well, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and in a short picture of you to share the experiences of Şecam and the view of Şecam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Özlem. And we will continue with Ford Otosan. First of all, Betül, you are the representative of Ford Otosan, and which is the company in Turkish automotive sector. Also, you aim to achieve a zero-emission vehicle portfolio soon. From that perspective, we also want to listen your company's implementation. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Istanbul Chamber of Industry and Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for their invitation. I'm honored to attend the COP27 meeting in Egypt. I would like to present Ford Otosan's best practices of climate change and sustainability. If you look at Ford Otosan at a glance, Ford Otosan is a pioneer of Turkish automotive, has strong value contribution, so Turkey's export champion. Ford Otosan, largest commercial vehicle manufacturer in Europe, the only Ford plant and among 4 automotive plants in the world, included in the global lighthouse network. and Ford Otosan has engineering power and R&D power. If we look at Ford Otosan's location, we operate in three main centers with its Gölcüken Yeniköy plants in Kocaeli, Eskişehir plant in Eskişehir, Sancaktepe R&D Center and spare parts warehouse in Istanbul. Also, Craiova plant in Romania has joined us since July 2022. Ford Otosan plays key role in electrification with its deep knowledge and expertise in electrification and commercial vehicle will play a significant role in Ford's electrification plans and Ford Otosan all electrical vehicles by 2024. According to the winning aspiration, we lead in sustainability, accountability and transparency practices in the Turkish automotive industry. So we strive to be among the first carbon neutral plants in Ford of Europe. And at Ford Otosan, areas of environmental, social, economic and corporate sustainability are managed by the Sustainability Committee. Primary duty of the committee is to implement our sustainability strategy and policy and carry out our studies in planet and systemized way to improve our sustainability performance. And general manager, who is also a committee member, leads the sustainability committee. There are operations AGM, product MGM, purchase MGM, etc. So sustainability committee has 6 working group. For manufacturing, we have climate crisis work group, and we follow our activities under the working group for compatibility of long-term targets in manufacturing pillar. We had a prioritization analysis among all stakeholders to determine where to play. So we identified the highest prioritized environmental focus area is climate change. When we developed the business case for net zero, we paid attention to national and international regulation and targets, especially coming from EU Green Deal. And we identified 8 ESG topics. If we look at the work step we'll implement according to these titles, climate, waste, energy, water, diversity and inclusion, community, safety and mobility. Aim for climate to achieve carbon neutrality in operations, logistics, suppliers and products. For waste, aim to reach true zero waste to landfill across our operation. And for energy, aim to use 100% local renewable energy in all manufacturing. And for water, to make zero water withdrawals for manufacturing process, use fresh water only for human consumption. And for diversity and inclusion, to create programs truly diverse culture where everyone feels like they belong. And for community, aim to create programs to increase number of women in technology and innovation. And for safety, to work towards a future that is free from vehicles crashes and workplace injuries. And for mobility, aim to drive human progress by providing mobility and accessibility for all. Well, how will we reach our goal on this path? To reduce environmental impact, to be a corporate citizen, to lead the ecosystem, and to be transparent and accountable. We will determine targets, define roadmap, and deliver the plan. Furthermore, we will disclose and communicate along the way. If we consider the issue of carbon reduction, we evaluate it under four headings. For facilities, with regard to its long-term sustainability goals, Fort Otosan aims to become carbon neutral by 2030 at its local production sites. In line with this goal, all the energy used in the Gölcük, Yeniköy, Eskişehir, and Sancaktepe campuses are procured from 100% renewable resources with IREX certificate. We are working to integrate the Craiova plant into the existing company GHG emission reduction roadmap. And for Otosan, driving electrification in the automotive industry with ongoing investments and technological announce its targets, which include producing and selling zero-emission vehicles, especially passenger cars by 2030, and zero-emission light and commercial vehicles by 2035, and zero-emission heavy commercial vehicle by 2040. Ford Otosan, the only manufacturer of the e-transit and e-transit custom models in Europe, continues to play a critical role in Ford's electrification system. For logistics, first road transportation followed by intermodal to train, sea and air. So Ford Otosan aims to be carbon neutral logistics by 2035. For suppliers, as for carbon transition, Ford Otosan calculates the carbon emission of its suppliers, recognizes that the automotive industry is a waste ecosystem and aims to ensure that more than 300 suppliers in its supplier chain become neutral by 2035. And for waste and water reduction, Ford Otosan aims to reach zero waste to landfill until 2030 by working with local partners to establish recycling facilities, Eskişehir plant with municipality, Kocaeli plants and Sancaktepe location with waste collector. And Ford Otosan aims to eliminate single-use plastic in personal usage until 2030 by looking for alternative sources to single-use plastic, and aims to increase recycled renewable material use for product design by 30% until 2030, and aims to reduce freshwater use per product 40% by 2030 with wastewater recovery projects, grey water projects, and efficiency projects. And targets for climate action in operation, emission forecast till 2030 was calculated considering yearly production volume, the daily production, total working day for related month, number of shifts, production capacity, and the utilization percent of the paint shop cabinets, and reduction effect of our innovation projects. And studies for the effect of new investments and emission reduction projects. Propose all emission reduction projects to the Sustainability Committee and approved by the committee and added all projects to business plan. We started to implement emission reduction projects such as solar panel, solar wall, eco collector, photovoltaic glass wall, centrifugal system for daylighting, and tree wet dry scrubber as best available techniques, etc. We have supplied electricity from IREX certificated 100% renewable sources since 2020. Our scope 2 emissions are zero. Worked and proposed different funding models and collaboration with energy for energy projects, and studied for alternative energy source opportunities for remaining emissions such as electricity transformation. While transforming the work we do, we aim to transfer our employees with the new skills. And for governance, we have defined R&Rs for Sustainability Hub and working groups. And for data, we have created ESG dashboard, and we aim to provide digital data collection for reporting and tracking. We aim to deploy supplier tracking software, and for training, we will start supplier awareness program and training and leadership training on sustainability. If we look at our sustainability highlights for climate, we have official confirmation on joining the Science-Based Targets initiative, net zero commitment that is aligned with 1.5 degrees. And we are listed in national and international sustainability indices that allow our investors and stakeholders to evaluate our sustainability efforts. And we actively respond to climate and water programs of the Carbon Disclosure Project since 2016, and Dow Jones Sustainability Index for the past 3 years. We have improved our performance according to our index scores and our gap analysis. And we have committed to long-term sustainability goals with Future Now vision. And we have committed to defining and disclosing climate-related risk through TCFD. In briefly, to stop global warming at 1.5 degrees, we must set and implement strict emission reduction roadmaps. This is our duty. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Betül. Murat Bey, you are from Brisa, which is a tire company, and also aim to reduce the negative impacts of your processes, products, and services on the environment. Also, you are the other committed, you have commitment to the Science-Based Targets initiatives. In this regard, we also listen to your actions, your company's actions. Floor is yours.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for coming here and listening to us. And thanks to all organizers who makes this day possible, to our ministry and everybody. So, as you said, I'm working in Birsa. Birsa is a global tire manufacturer, and we have two big partners. One is Bridgestone Japan, and the other is Sabancı Turkey. So both partners are committed themselves to sustainability. So our duty is to continue their studies under their guidance. So I will start with our company strategy. So the image we are using to illustrate it, sailboat actually. So we put our sustainability in our strategy on the board of this sailboat. So there is a meaning behind that. Because if there is no sail, if there is no wind, you can survive. But with a hole in the board, you can sink. So it's that much important for our company. So including all CEO and all the employees have a responsibility on that strategy to make it happen, to reach our goals actually. And we are mapping all our objectives based on UN development goals. And we are managing all our risks based on ISAE standards, and we are making all this transparent with the society. And those activities are, very important to reach the fundings. So let me show you more about our sustainability strategy elements in our strategy. There are main three pillars in our strategy. One is transition to low carbon economy. The other is transition to low touch economy, and the social cultural transformation are the main pillars. And also under these pillars, we have some objectives, and by using these objectives, we are trying to create all the projects and cascading all the projects and KPIs to our all employees. So with carbon emission management, energy management, water management, waste and others, all the elements of our sustainable strategy. So based on this strategy, actually we have designed all our activities. So starting from operational activities to products and services, in supply chain applications, sales network, and also as a role model, what we are doing. So I would like to start with our operational activities. So you see there is energy efficiency, renewable energy, waste management and water management pillars under those. So what we are doing, for example, in last 2 years, we have saved 10% of our carbon dioxide emissions with our projects. And when we check the comparison versus 2005, we have saved 47% of our emissions in last 17 years actually. This is very huge implementation. Some of the activities are very basic, very simple actually, like changing our conventional lightnings to LED type, or changing our motors and compressors to A-grade energy efficient motors are really easily saving all our energies and emissions. So additional to that, in all over the plant we are applying some smart solutions like smart heating project. By using SkySense AI technology, we are heating the plant where it's needed and when it's needed actually. So there is no standard heating in all over the plant. Our plant's area is around 350,000 meters square. So if we try to apply, give same heating all the plants, so we could spend maybe 15% more energy than we are using today. And also we have around 600 machines in the plant that working simultaneously with each other, and almost all our machines are talking to each other. And if any material is not going to another machine, machines are turning off their energy automatically and waiting until a new material is coming to the plant. So this technology also internally we have developed in our plant. So it's very huge and complicated operation, but we are just stopping and cutting the energy, steam and electricity in our machines to not to lose any energy. And also in our new plant in Aksaray, we have implemented 3.5 megawatts capacity of solar power, which is corresponding to around 18% of our consumption in the second plant. And around 1 megawatt also on the way. And we are aiming to switch solar energy in both plants until 2030. For water and waste management, when we check the last 1 year's saving only, around 30% of water we have saved with too many projects in the plant. And also for 2023 we are aiming to eliminate all the single-use plastics in our plant. Also yesterday I mentioned around 500 tons of coated steel material recycling is now available with our new recycling machine. And in our cafeterias and dining rooms, the leftover materials, around 300 tons of leftover materials, we are composting and producing around 60 tons of fertilizer every year. For products and services, our new generation products are now on the way with the 20% lighter and around 17% fuel efficient tires are coming. So, and this year we have launched our first Lassa brand EV logo tires for the first time, I'm proud to say. And we are installing all over the Turkey the e-charging stations, and we are expanding this network, and we will reach to all cities soon. Also, we we have also retrading operations. We have a Bandak company that's retrading the truck and bus tires, and that makes 3 or 5 times to use the same carcass of these tires. So with this application, around 40% of tire cost of the fleets we are able to reduce, and also around 80% of emissions we are able to reduce by using this retrading technology. So also end-of-life tires are our responsibility. Every year we have to collect all the tires to the replacement market that we have sold. So with the last tire support, we are collecting all the tires and turning them into different materials, different products. So just only last year we have collected 193,000 tons of end-of-life tires from the market and turned them into another products. Also in supply chain operations, we have too many activities. One is responsible procurement policy. So we are trying to buy all the materials from the responsible suppliers only. And raw material localization is one of other important activity. So to reduce the transportation costs, every year more than 15 projects we are conducting, and we are creating new suppliers within our periphery, within our region. And also all kind of optimized logistic solutions with intermodal applications. We are trying to save the energy and the emissions that we are emitting in our logistic operations. In the sales network also we have activities because we have around 1,000 point of sales and we have to get them on board for these activities. So altogether also we are doing these sustainable activities with our sales points. You know, Arvento is one of the biggest mobility solutions company in Turkey, and we acquired them last year. And we are creating a new AI type solutions with Arvento to teach drivers how to drive efficiently, how to drive safely. So this is also another aspect of our applications in the market. Also, being a role model is important. As I said, all our employees are engaging to these studies. With our Green Office program, more than 100 employees are voluntarily supporting our activities to reduce papers, to reduce paper cups and the plastic utilization in our plants. And also we have a Barista Academy. With this academy, we are giving trainings to the society, trainings to our dealers, training to our employees to increase their awareness and to get them on board. So all this holistic approach, actually, we believe that we will carry us to the future and we will achieve our goals for the future. So, you know, the 2030 and 2050 targets, we have committed ourselves to these targets. So the first and important milestone is 2030. We are planning to reduce our emissions around 56%, and we will make it zero in 2050. And all other targets also we have committed, and we are sharing with the society transparently, and we are trying to do everything to achieve those goals. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. At the end of our panel, I also thank you for your contribution and also thank for your efforts for the sustainable future. We do not have a Q&A session due to the time limitations, but we will be on the panel through the day and for chatting about sustainable production. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Sağ olun, teşekkür ederim. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim.
Gidiyorum biraz. açık ama ben açacağım. Onların almasını rica ediyorum. Çünkü takibi kolay olur.
Okay. Great. Hello. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending today's side event that will be based on discussions regarding today's carbon markets critical issue, which is Article 6, along with avoidance of double counting via corresponding adjustments. That will be addressed by organizational practices around the world, around the globe. Thank you again for this crowded participant population for this event. So I would like to give my special thanks to Turkey Ministry on Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, first of all. And this event has been designed by EKI Energy Services Limited. Myself, Oğuz Tosun, will try to facilitate this event. I am working as regional head for Turkey and MENA of EKI Energy Services Limited. So we have diversified speaker population today, speaker portfolio profile today. And I would like to also give my special thanks to our respectful speakers representing respectful companies, organizations from global carbon market space, global carbon pricing space. And thank you again. So today we will get opinions from International Emission Trading Association via Andrea Bonzani. Andrea Bonzani is an energy policy and regulation professional focusing on electricity gas emission markets, and he is currently an international policy director at International Emission Trading Association, which is also called IATA, as discussed. Hello, Andrea. So we have Veronica Elgart, representing Swiss government today here. She is working as a senior policy advisor on climate change for Federal Office for the Environment. She has actively involved in ICMO deals. We can see that she is a true celebrity in the ICMO world. So welcome, Veronica. We have Gold Standard by the representation of Hugh Salvey, who is always with Turkish Pavilion, Turkey Pavilion throughout COPs. Thank you again, Hugh. So he is working as Environmental Market Director at Gold Standard. He leads several processes designed for Gold Standard's alignment with Article 6. Hello again, Hugh. And we have also a representation from Sercarbono by its CEO, Carlos Triullo. Carlos is CEO of Sercarbono with different interactions with other substandards as well. But Sercarbono is a Colombian-based carbon standard. Nowadays, several emission reduction activities are applying for Sercarbono. That makes it gaining momentum every day. The standard is a quite rising star in rising economies like Turkey, India, and China, I would say. So we have Carbon Market Watch as well by the representation of Sam Van Den Plus. And as gold standard, Carbon Market Watch is always, staying with us throughout the COPs in the last, 4 to 5 COPs. Thank you, Sam, being with us today. He's working as policy director and in charge of Carbon Market Watch policy strategy, positioning, and advocacy outreach. So finally, we have a representation of RESET, which is a newly established standard and new carbon certification mechanism. He will be giving more detail, but he is a former advisor to President Obama and carbon expert Josh Knorr is the co-founder of Reseed, which is helping smallholder farmers to bring their carbon assets to the global carbon marketplace. So, as you have seen, we have several critical issues. So I don't want to steal too much of their time, so that you can benefit further and further. So, if possible, I would like to start with Andrea. So, Andrea, could you please, in the first round of discussions, could you please briefly elaborate a summary for IATA's recent efforts on Article 6 implementation? Because this is too important, as you are an umbrella organization for global carbon markets and professionals. It is very important for us to hear more of you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ugun. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here at this event. I think this is the most beautiful pavilion of the COP with all the arts behind us, so I'm very happy to be here. So at AITA, we've tracked the Article 6 negotiations very closely for a number of years, and we were jubilant. Our members were very happy to see an agreement last year in Glasgow. Not only because finally we had an agreement after many years of trying and failing, but also because the content of the text was quite good. It resolved a number of contentious issues in a way that would guarantee high environmental integrity while having a series of mechanisms that are workable and business can work with. Since then, Glasgow was a milestone, but since then more work had to take place, and unfortunately, progress so far has not been as fast as we were hoping. In the Glasgow text, there's a reference to the end of 2023 for the start of the 6.4 mechanism. Now I think we know that date, which was not a deadline, was just an indicative date. That date, however, will not be met, so we will have to wait a bit longer to see that mechanism. Also on 6.2, the negotiation is complex, but unlike 6.4, where we need key decision by the CMA and by the supervisory body, for 6.2, the decision in Glasgow can already be operationalized by countries. What is being discussed here is important. It's about the tracking infrastructure. It's about reporting requirements and templates. But countries don't need these decisions to go ahead and implement. And we're seeing it. We have Veronica from Switzerland will certainly say a bit more, but there are a number of countries that are going ahead, setting up their policy frameworks, signing bilateral agreements, and provide project developers and the private sector what they need to develop projects that then can be turned into ITMOs, into units that can be used for compliance purposes. So what we've done so far since Glasgow as AITA is to publish a high-level discussion paper that we hope will serve as basis for countries to discuss, to engage the private sector in their journey towards an operationalization of Article 6. And we also launched an initiative, a business-to-business capacity building initiative that will engage in countries that, especially developing countries, emerging economies that want to make use and take advantage of Article 6. I know the title of this event was Corresponding Adjustments. I did not touch upon it, maybe in the second round, but just very briefly, at AITA, we value the optionality that the Glasgow text provides. So, of course, for compliance towards NDCs and CORSIA and other schemes we may have in the future, credits must have corresponding adjustment. For the VCM, it's effectively up to the buyer to decide, and the markets, as the market players we represent, are looking at both options, and they're really trying hard to provide the market with credits with corresponding adjustments. But there are challenges that we are tackling right now, and I think we need to work together, governments and the private sector, on this.
Thank you for this groundbreaking introduction. And as also having said that, COP27 was groundbreaking as well. We would like to, learn the latest developments, summary for Swedish ITMO agreements and developments since that groundbreaking event we have seen in Glasgow last year. So in this respect, Swedish government is the true pioneer. We have seen many articles, many developments that was led by Swedish representatives, Swedish officials. So today, Veronica Elgard is with us to address that. So Veronica, could you please tell us, give us a summary for Swedish ITMO agreements and development since last year? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us to share our experience and where we are at. Much appreciated. First of all, yes, we probably are pioneering, but not alone, together with our partner countries. And that was one of the lessons learned on our end. We luckily reached out to potential partners early, and we did find partners who went through this journey with us. So truly this is a joint effort, and I think that is why we find the design of our bilateral agreements is now showing that it's well working for both sides, to the benefit of the host country, the global climate, and also working for Switzerland. So with this, you're asking about the developments since the last year's COP. We have signed further agreements this year, newly with Thailand, Ukraine, Morocco, and before the end of the year, we're still looking forward to signing also with Malawi and Uruguay. So altogether, this is now, with these countries, 11 bilateral agreements. And not just that, we do see further and raising interest in this. I think that's a very good sign. And also, we had the pleasure to authorize the very first mitigation activity during this COP together with Ghana. And I think that's an important step from the framework conditions to actual authorizing specific activities. There is a lot to be learned. For us, there was how to do things, how to set up the national procedure to take this decision, which becomes legally binding, and it does leads to corresponding adjustment and does provide investment security from the private sector. So we're very glad to have done this step as a role model. Let me just also pick up one of the points that the previous speaker touched upon, the corresponding adjustment and for voluntary mitigation purposes. Let me start off that the Swiss government itself uses correspondingly adjusted units for its voluntary target of the Swiss government. In fact, this very first mitigation activity that's been authorized is destined for the voluntary purpose of the Swiss government. The procedures that are being applied in this very case and foreseen under our agreements and as well as in our partner countries are exactly the same for whatever purpose. It is the crucial point. The question is, does a country want to allow an activity, the mitigation outcomes from an activity to be transferred to the international level, or is it there for their own domestic measures? Of course, this needs to be assured that domestic stakeholders do not have a harder life of achieving, domestic schemes and measures in place. So independent of the purpose, it seems to be the same procedures for the governments here. So that's an important lesson learned. And we think actually the benefit for the climate is quite there if we do include corresponding adjustment over time as we learn how to do this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for sharing this approach by governmental as a governmental representative. So, when it comes to Article 6 and corresponding adjustment, of course, governments are taking an important, but we have international presence, international representations by standards as well, carbon standards as well. So, as one of the oldest carbon standards, gold standards opinion. And the development that has been led by gold standards and introduced by gold standard gives a significant importance to us for this discussion. So in this respect, I would like to turn my face to Hugh Salvey to ask a briefing on the result of Paris Agreement Consultation Group and the newly shared publication titled Carbon Credit Rights under Paris Agreement. It's a new publication, I know, but if possible, we would like to have a glimpse of summary for that publication as well. Yes, we.
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. I mean, just picking up on what Andrea said earlier, with the Glasgow decision which we had last year, it really allowed governments to get going in putting in place the mechanisms, setting up bilateral agreements and starting to authorize activities. And it's the same for us as a standard as well. That the guidance which we got last year has allowed us to put in place some of the elements which will be needed for gold standard projects in the future to be run under Article 6. So since the Glasgow decision last year, we now have requirements, procedures in our rules which allow us to accept projects which have authorizations from host countries. So we have the requirements set out for that. We have the functionality in our registry to manage these units, so to make sure that they are used for the purposes that they're authorized for. Olga's talked there as well about wider alignment. And one of the things that we've done since the Glasgow decision is bring together a group of international experts. So from the negotiations, from consultancies and carbon market experts, to really think through what parts of our existing rules under gold standard will need to be changed over time so that we can make sure that our rules are Article 6 aligned and that the carbon market projects which we have registered with us deliver against the goals of the Paris Agreement. And so we went through a process earlier this year to look across all of the different aspects like baselines, share of proceeds, OMG, and to think through how these can be adapted and brought into gold standard. And so there's a lot of work which we've done as a standard over the last year to think about how we can enable gold standard projects to be registered under Article 6 in the future. And we've also been speaking to a number of governments and signed an MOU earlier this year with the government of Singapore to allow gold standard credits to be used towards the Singaporean national carbon tax. So a lot has happened since Glasgow. I think, as Andrea said, things are moving maybe more slowly than some of us would have liked in these negotiations, but outside of that, things are starting to happen, probably again more slowly than we would want, but progress is being made. And alongside the steps that we're doing there, we've tried as an organization to provide some clarity on some of the issues which are important for project developers and others to understand as we move into this new world. So, and one of the things that we did there was with EY Law co-author a paper which was published just before the COP on what the transition to the Paris Agreement and the adoption of Article 6 means for the rights that exist in relation to carbon credits. And we looked in there at a few different aspects. So what does this mean? What does the steps that governments may take mean for the right of a project developer to initially generate a project? What steps might government take to put in place restrictions or to put in place requirements for projects which are trying to be developed? What rights may be affected related to ownership of carbon credits? So the right to own carbon credits and for them to be the property of the project proponent. And then finally, the right to use. So how may rights to the use of carbon credits be affected as we start to see authorizations under Article 6? And we've seen over the last year a lot of concern in the market in response to some of the steps which we've seen from some governments. And what we were trying to do in this paper was to set this out more objectively and point to some of the risks which may exist, but also some of the opportunities which come with the move to the Paris Agreement. And also the fact that at the heart of this, there is a lot of common interest between the private sector and between governments. And there's a lot of good that carbon market projects can do to help governments to achieve their NDCs, to go beyond it, and how we can harness that kind of common objective which is there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It is, obvious that gold standard is taking the lead to interact with governments, which makes it scheme and rules and principles align with Paris Agreement, which is quite crucial, as also addressed by the other speakers today. We have another carbon standard representation, Ser Carbono, with Carlos today. So Carlos, could you please let us know how Ser Carbono addresses the double counting issue in its scheme?
Thank you, August, and thank you for this invitation today. In Ser Carbono, our rules that we have developed in the last years are really strict regarding double counting issues. Our technology that we use in the registry, that is Eco Registry, is a blockchain technology in which you have all the traceability of the credits we issue. Once you issue the credits, you know where the credits is, who the tenant is, and when is it going to be retired. And like that, you avoid also the double issuance and the double claiming. And to go further on with the corresponding adjustments that now we have developed in the registry platform, the technology so that a country can claim the reductions, and they don't stay in the country who developed the project. Then depending the negotiations on the corresponding adjustments, now we have that technology, so there's only one retirement under the country. If it's the buyer or the host, regarding the negotiation, they'll have the reductions. Regarding the issuance, you have only one issuance, and you have all the traceability that it's the blockchain, and it's everything's public, and you can go to the registry and see when the credit is issued and when is it going to be retired.
Thank you. Thank you for your brief on the scheme by Ser Carbono. We have seen the umbrella organization's opinion, one governmental practice, and two traditional carbon standard opinion on in this regard in the developments of Article 6 aligned with corresponding adjustments. So I would like to turn my face to our watchdog organization, Carbon Market Watch. I am, on purpose giving you, the floor like at the last rounds, because you are always, giving your presentations or speech by, doing a summary, by doing a very efficient summary. So in this respect, in the first round, I would like to address you a very general questions, which is based on the observations of Carbon Market Watch from the recent Article 6 efforts and discussions. So what does our watchdog say?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Rest assured, I might bark, but I won't bite. No, as Carbon Market Watch, I'll take a step back, because we were founded, our organization, we are an NGO civil society organization. We have been closely involved in the UNFCCC process for over a decade and a half
Sam,
now.
could you please speak a bit closer to my...
Closer? Is this better? Sorry. I have the speaker right behind me, so it sounds very loud now. But so we have been founded as Carbon Market Watch, initially as CDM Watch. We have been closely involved in UNFCCC negotiations over a decade and a half, and CDM, the Clean Development Mechanisms, which were established as initial carbon markets under the Kyoto Protocol. We've been deeply involved in those, including in assessing how these projects were implemented in the host countries. And often I must say that history taught us some lessons which we really should take into account when looking at the Article 6 developments which are currently taking place. So not just looking at the Glasgow Agreement, but I think going further back in time is important as well. Because in many cases those CDM projects were lacking environmental integrity. This has been well documented. I won't go into the details here, but additionality was often not there. Permanence of the emission reductions was not guaranteed, which meant that some of those projects actually led to an increase of global greenhouse gas emissions rather than decreasing, or at best being a zero-sum game. The second aspect, what we witnessed, was also impacts on human rights and social implications of people who were affected by these projects. Examples of large hydropower constructions where farmers were deprived of their land. I mean, this was maybe nice to generate renewable energy and to generate the carbon credits, but we strongly believe that it does not make sense to have climate projects implemented when they have social negative impacts. And this is important to keep in mind for these discussions. I think I would want to say two things looking at the Article 6 negotiations currently taking place, and there's obviously still a lot of work to be done by the negotiators. I wish them a lot of great cups of Turkish coffee because they'll need it in the coming days and nights. One issue, especially in the Article 6.2 negotiations, is critical as they are talking about reporting, about the transparency, is that we need to ensure that what countries do, that it's going to be visible, that it's going to be visible to business and industry, to market actors, and to civil society at large. There is a lot of discussions ongoing around so-called confidentiality, which may be a justification for some parts of these deals between countries not to be disclosed. And if that's business sensitive, I think we can have some sympathy for that. But it should not lead to a blanket exemption or censoring of those type of agreements. We need to be able to see what happens, what governments are doing, and we need to see it on paper. Because that will also allow the scrutiny we need for these carbon markets. That will also allow the consequences in case there are some aspects which are not consistent or which do not live up to the Glasgow Agreement specifically. On the issue of corresponding adjustments, we believe it's a very important one, and it is indeed clear when you look at the deals between countries, the bilateral agreements, that you can only count an emission reduction once. So if it's not, it takes place in the host country, but then you cannot count it there. It will be acquired by the receiving country. We are concerned that indeed there is some confusion as to how voluntary carbon markets would live up to the same standard. There are the so-called non-authorized credits, which can be generated under the Article 6.4. It will be important that if there are two options there. If voluntary carbon market actors use those as offsets, we believe they should be correspondingly adjusted, because otherwise you're in a situation where, for example, a European car manufacturer says the production of its cars is carbon neutral, but actually those emission reductions were at the same time they will be claimed by the host country, and we think this is not consistent. It's comparable with the additionality problems we have seen under the clean development mechanism. And another option would be to, when those non-authorized credits are used, that the emission reductions are counted in the host country, and that this is more evolving into something we like to call results-based climate finance. So there are payments for emission reductions in the host countries, but the tons of CO2 are not claimed at the same time elsewhere. That would also ensure clarity. So I'll leave it here for starters, and looking forward to the exchange.
Yeah, thank you. As expected, it was a quite intense summary by Carbon Market Watch. Thank you, Sam. So we are slowly increasing momentum for technicalities as part of our side event. But concluding the first round, I would like to get opinions from Josh Knauer because he's leading a contemporary carbon standards, which is based on blockchain carbon credits, and we will relate this effort to corresponding adjustments in the second part as well. But before that, could you please briefly explain emission reductions accounting in contemporary blockchain credits by showcasing RISI?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here with everybody. I sometimes feel like a bit of an outsider in events like this because I represent private industry and non-governmental efforts to fight climate change. And so the work that we're doing is contextually based on the idea of how do we help those who are producing, potentially helping to protect the most amount of carbon on the planet through nature-based systems, which are farmers, and specifically smallholder farmers who are at the highest risk, are the front lines of deforestation. 80% of deforestation takes place when industrial agriculture takes over smallholder farmer land. And we are seeing less than 0.03% of carbon credits currently available on the market being sourced from agriculture as a whole. And smallholder farmers have almost no access to this market because it's too expensive to go through all the legacy systems for trying to register and get their carbon to market. And the process is opaque. It takes too long to get paid, and there's way too much price variability in the price of carbon when it's brought to market. So the problem that we're really trying to solve is on the supply side of that equation. And what we are doing is using blockchain. And I think it's probably worth just explaining briefly. When I say blockchain, I mean literally just the distributed ledger technology that allows you to have open, public, transparent transactions, as you mentioned, and not talking about tokens and currency and all the speculative stuff that goes on. But basically, what we are doing is creating the next generation of carbon credits that are natively written to blockchain. So we're not taking existing carbon credits that have already been approved somewhere else and trying to force them into a blockchain system. That doesn't make any sense to do, and it tends to increase the opacity of the credit, so it's more difficult to figure out where it actually came from. And then you have major issues associated with the double counting and all the other issues that happen that we've seen from the first generation of very, fairly unethical blockchain activity happening related to carbon credits. And so our goal specifically is to make sure that our farmers, first and foremost, that we work with, we have 8,700 of them in Brazil. We're expanding globally next year. We'll be launching in Tanzania, and we're looking to have a major, there's a major opportunity here for Africa specifically to play a huge role because it has the largest number of small farmers in the world, managing the most amount of carbon. And we could actually see that the Global South has the ability to produce the financial instruments necessary and the measurements necessary for us to solve climate crisis in a bunch of ways. So we use blockchain in that way, and we recommend that all blockchain implementations that are done be done transparently, so you can always tell where the carbon came from and track the transactions that happened with it along the way. That's a public, open process, that people are a part of the producers who are actually helping you build that carbon credit are being benefited from that financially. And that we track the social and societal impacts of that financial benefit so we can prove to end customers when we bring these carbon credits to market. When we bring a carbon credit to market, it's a whole lot more than just carbon. We're talking about the income increase that happened to the farmers that you bought that carbon from. We're talking about the increases in educational attainment. We track those over time. Access to healthcare, access to fresh, clean, and drinking water, access to financing and growth of their communities and how it happens. That is a product the world wants. The world does not want a generic carbon credit that just is a carbon accounting mechanism because it doesn't add enough value. In the past 20 years of carbon markets have proven that. We need to move beyond just thinking about just carbon as being part of the climate solution, and we need to make sure that we're including the social and community impacts, the positive impacts that can happen. And guess what? The Global South is where the majority of that effort can take place and where we can actually store and protect and draw down the most amount of carbon through agriculture. And that's the work that we're looking to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we will be relating your approach to Article 6 in the second round. So we can start second round actually. And Andrea, the most challenging question I have prepared for you. For example, with you and Sam and Gilles from Carbon Market Watch, we have been always discussing the business flows of corresponding adjustment, letter of authorization and assurance, and other discussions as part of Article 6.2 or as part of Article 6.4, etc. So I mean, we know the general framework after COP26 in Glasgow, but especially project proponents are always asking, I mean, what kind of business flows do they need to take in the coming future, in the near future? So I am barely able to answer their concerns in this respect. So my question, do you have any projection for the Article 6 clarification timeline? I mean, when can we expect to set the mechanisms to be clarified in terms of business flows?
Okay, so I'll answer this briefly because I'm aware we almost running out of time. As I said before, we have to distinguish between the 6.4 mechanism and the 6.2 cooperative approaches. I don't like making predictions because I'm usually wrong, but I would say that for the 6.4 mechanism, we still have to wait at least a couple of years before project proponents can see credits issued by the mechanism. However, with 6.2, we can get on and do business right now. And some of my fellow speakers have mentioned what they've been doing so far. So as AITA, we'll keep pushing for rapid operationalization of the 6.4 mechanism, but it does not mean that until then carbon markets can't move on and look into the generation of credits with corresponding adjustments.
It's important because buyers, project proponents are always raising queries to strategize their financial inputs or outputs. So thank you very much for your answer. So again, I would like to turn my face in the same order to Veronica. So Veronica, we have all seen that Swedish government has been drawing attentions by the signing of different ITMO agreements with different, host countries so far. So you have already addressed that. My question about future will be about future. So will Swedish government keep signing new ITMO agreements, especially in the short term? And if it is not, confidential, which % of your expected ITMO buying volume has been achieved so far? And do you have any, specific criteria for these credits to, ease in Swedish government's efforts in terms of corresponding adjustments?
Well, thank you very much. We do indeed expect further bilateral agreements to be signed on the side of Switzerland with further partner countries. That's a short answer, just a little bit more on the why are we engaging that way. We really want to unlock private finance that is mobilized in addition to Switzerland's international climate finance and to make it happen on the ground. And as long as the Article 6.4 is not operational and for us to be used, we push for that as well ourselves. We're much interested in that mechanism. But as long as it's not up and running, we will probably keep on going with the bilateral approach. You're asking about the volumes. The volume of the ITMOs necessary for the Swiss national target, that is currently still under parliamentary debate in Switzerland. So there is no fixed number I can share at this point here yet. On the commercial terms, the Swiss government is not involved. We do create the framework conditions. We and the partner countries authorize activities, but then it is between the commercial partners to engage on the volumes of single activities around the price. That is something that it does not involve the government, so I cannot comment on that from my side. Let me just take the opportunity, just a couple of more reflections on this earlier discussion on corresponding adjustment and shed a bit of a light from our experience, as we're one of the first ones out there, what corresponding adjustment actually does on the ground, apart from accounting and claims. What it does in our experience is it really puts the host country in the driving seat of carbon markets. The host country can guide carbon finance into sectors and activities that are most beneficial for its economy and its population. And I think that's a plus. It's a plus for the country, but it's also a plus for the climate. Because what we see, this provides possibility to unlock actors domestically in these countries to start engaging in mitigation activities. It brings them to the table. It has the potential to provide synergies with domestic policies, which increases the climate effect of the activities. Even testing out new schemes, before they have public acceptance in the country. And I think these are the big pluses of the corresponding adjustment. It is not just a discussion or a bookkeeping that we are holding. We really believe this is enhancing the climate effect, and that's what we are engaging that way. And we see actually quite encouraging signs coming back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was, your last explanation was quite important because we are holding this event here in Turkey pavilion, and I see my colleagues from Kazakhstan pavilion, for example, Kazakhstan government. So I hope that the response will be helpful for us, for them as well. Thank you. So Hugh, could you please tell what should be the content of LOAA actually? Also, what would be the business flows in submission to LOAA to GS in near future? It will be worth project developers to communicate with these UNF CCC focal points in advance, even now, because gold standard, especially in Turkey or countries like similar to Turkey, gold standard has a significant volume of carbon credit issuance every day. And do you recommend them to take action as of now, or even are they able to do anything with government now?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that we introduced earlier this year requirements around Article 6. So if a project developer has received an authorization, if there's been an authorization from a host country, what do we think is required for that to be compliant with Article 6 and for us to be comfortable to list this in our registry as authorized under Article 6? And we produced a draft letter of authorization, which we worked with lawyers on. But ultimately, our expectation, similar to what Veronica was saying there, was that host countries will really shape this themselves, and that we hope that there is sort of general templates which we see for this, and that there are kind of general approaches taken when authorizations are provided. But we do expect there to be some differences across countries, and I think we can go so far on anecdotal experience of how this works for seeking authorizations. And there's two different approaches really. There is the approach where this is really done under the umbrella of bilateral agreements, like those which are signed between Switzerland and other countries, and also the Swedish Energy Agency and other countries, where there is a process, there is a commercial partner who is procuring the ITMOs identifying projects, and that's a slightly different thing from some of the other experiences we see where we have project developers seeking authorizations outside of these bilateral agreements, maybe where the projects are due for the voluntary market or CORSIA. And I think Anait has given some good recommendations on this in the past. It feels a little bit ad hoc at the moment, and it feels like it's not always clear exactly how this should work. And I think one of the important first steps that we can see from governments is establishing a process when they're ready to have this for how they want to receive requests for authorizations, and hopefully standing behind that is, in the long way that Veronica said, a real understanding of where they want carbon finance to be directed and how carbon finance can support their national climate strategy in the long term, but also their sustainable development objectives. And so you have that as an initial framework, a clear process, a transparent process for how to seek authorizations. And I think that helps governments because there's something clear which they can work with, but it also helps the private sector because they know how they can access it, they know how this will work. And that's something which I hope evolves over the next few years in governments who are really serious about using Article 6. And we're still at the early stages of this right now.
Thank you, Hugh, for further clarification on the business flows. So, Sam, I would like to, increase momentum for technicality a bit further here, a bit more here. So, when it comes to, corresponding adjustment, NDCs are, drawing attention because, especially those, emerging economies like Turkey, China, India, have a big motivations to own the MOs or ERs within the country, within the borders. But as a carbon professional, there is something in my mind confusing me, and I am sure that confusing most of my colleagues in the industry on baseline. I mean baseline setting for corresponding adjustments, moving ahead from NDCs. I mean content of NDCs. Though their content is not, publicly available. So, in this respect, could you please elaborate the importance of baseline setting for the ER projects or MO projects in NDCs? I mean that is also covered by NDCs. And do you think that the hot air, as we have experienced in Kyoto era, will be a concern for Paris Agreement as well? How do you link corresponding adjustment to hot air avoidance? And if possible, could you please also define hot air a bit more for our audiences?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'll do my best. I thought you were going to ask if it's possible to do that in 30 seconds, but I'll be short. But there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, on the baselines, I mean, those ideally help to distinguish what is your business as usual, where do your planned policies and measures take you, and what will you be able to do in addition to that by using the mechanisms under Article 6. And the starting point there, as you mentioned, can be the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. But you need to keep in mind the concept of the nationally determined contributions. Well, first of all, they're determined nationally, and therefore it's a very fluid concept. Some of them have absolute emission reduction targets, but not all of them. Some of them have different metrics included in them, so it's not always about tons of CO2, but sometimes it's about amount of renewable electricity produced in kilowatt hours. And then also a lot of NDCs have conditional and unconditional parts attached to them. So this is the space in which you have to develop the trading of tons of CO2, where you do need, you know, proper accounting, the corresponding adjustments we discussed earlier. It doesn't make it easy, and this is also sits at the heart of the difficulty of the negotiations. In any case, what and how you define your baselines, it needs to be done in a conservative manner. And by conservative, I mean you need to look at ambitious national and sectoral emission reduction pathways and how you implement those first. So do your own homework first, and then define what can be done externally. Because if you don't do that, indeed you risk the creation of the hot air, which you mentioned. And whether that's still a concern in the under the Paris Agreement era, yes and no. I'll start with the good news, which is a lot of the old hot air, and we were very concerned up to the Glasgow Agreement. These are the so-called assigned amount units, which were created under the Kyoto Protocol. So countries received those units in order to count towards their emission reduction targets. Those are not eligible anymore towards the NDCs under the Paris Agreement. And that was a gigaton, multiple gigaton loophole which was still there. It was resolved in Glasgow, and I think we and I think the atmosphere also can be very happy about this type of outcomes. But there is a risk of creation of new hot air, and it relates to the setting of the NDCs and the targets. And I mean, this is really not to point fingers, but I had a look at the Turkish NDC announcement, which came out yesterday. It is in fact presented as an emission reduction of 41% by the government, but this emission reduction is based on a steep emission increase up to 2030. And by doing that, you're able to claim an emission reduction compared to business as usual, but compared to the baseline year 2020, it's still an increase of around 30%. So here, I think, is a risk, because where you set your baseline, it depends on how much emission reductions efforts you're able to claim domestically, and then on top of that, if you want to engage in Article 6 agreements, then that risks a trade of hot air. But again, I'm not pointing fingers. If I look at the EU's NDC, for example, there will be some announcements that it's going to be increased by a few percentage points. Also, this is still inadequate compared to where we need to be, and countries globally also are still on track with their NDCs to about 2.4 degrees global warming. So collectively, a lot more effort is needed, and that needs to be done first, and then we'll go into the trading next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was quite crucial, and thank you for addressing the new development of Turkish NDC. As you may know, Turkey has ratified Paris Agreement last year during COP26, and we have just announced the government has just announced its NDC. And thank you for addressing this critical point as well. So my final question will be to you, Josh. I mean, we have seen different opinions, different valuable opinions by professionals of conventional carbon certification authorities. So in this respect, how will the new type of carbon credits do you think be addressed as part of Article 6? I mean, what would be the technical and political difficulties in building the bridge between the blockchain carbon credits and Article 6? Because we can easily say that nobody is actually addressing this, as blockchain carbon credits has not been our reality so far. But I see that it will be a part of discussions as well. Yeah.
So I think in answering this, it's important just to understand blockchain, the way that we're talking about it, is just a data layer, right? It's a ledger for recording transactions that take place to understand ideally how carbon credits are being created and all the data associated with it, and then what are the transactions that are happening against it. So it could be that for Article 6 that we could see, and I don't think we're going to see that here, but it could be that we see that blockchain and the ability, the characteristics of the data that are in blockchain that allow for project development documents to be actually published directly into blockchain, for example, that the attributes for all the data that are collected there, and all the transactions against and transference of those carbon credits, where they're allocated to, and all the rest, could easily be conducted in blockchain. But to be fair, they could also be conducted in any other type of ledger-based system, right? You just need to be able to track these things in a public way. What blockchain does, and it's a standard, and it's a way of thinking about how you store and transmit data and share it in an immutable way. It allows basically for the ability for trust to be established in that data across multiple jurisdictions, between private sector and public sector. There's many number of ways it could be used, but I don't want to come across as suggesting it's going to magically answer the challenges, the very real challenges that we've heard about today that people are bringing up. I think that one of the things that can happen with blockchain-based publication of data is scale. And the one thing that we really, I think all could probably agree on, is that current carbon credit markets are a fraction of the total of what's needed in order to help get us to the goals that we're setting here, right? And I'm just going to put in a little plug. I hope we don't actually end up in 2.0 land and we're still at 1.5, but my understanding is that's at risk. So, but the point is that if we are going to scale, we need open, simple, easily accessible systems to be able to, that others can plug into, that have rules and standards associated with it, protocols that you would use, and that is where blockchain excels. And so we could actually go from a postage stamp, individual project by project by project for carbon creation to single standards that apply across millions of or billions of farmers, for example, across the planet, or recycling plants, or whatever other type of form of carbon credit generation that's happening. And we need to be able to do that. And our current systems, the legacy systems, don't allow that to happen. They're far too centrally gated and controlled. And this is where the promise of blockchain actually is. And I will just say, for the record, it is not in the cryptocurrency. It is not in all of the other tokenization stuff that's happening, NFTs, all of that. That part is, that's Web 0.3. That's a much broader topic. But the actual ledger is where I think that we as a society could agree that this is a global technology, like the World Wide Web is a global technology for the transference of web pages back and forth. We could do the same thing around carbon and other co-benefits in blockchain.
Thank you. Thank you for your opinion on a pretty new topic, let's say. I hope that we will be having further clarifications on the in the coming COPs in this respect. So actually, I am done with my questions, and I would like to share the discussion floor with our valuable participants. As mentioned, I see different, different kind of representations among the participants. Please let us know if you have any, further questions to our valuable speakers. Yes, madam.
Hi, my name is Deepti Jarath. I lead the carbon market strategy and product development at MEGA, which is the guarantee arm of the World Bank Group. First of all, thank you for this very insightful and really rich discussion from all the panelists and the facilitator. I thought it was fantastic. A question maybe for Josh and possibly Sam as well. We are seeing in this market, obviously, there's a lot of discussion around what is truly additional, Sam, at the point that you were making. From what you were talking about, Josh, in terms of the work that you're trying to do with some of these really sort of small farmers and sort of sustainable practices and really sort of fostering that, it feels to me that that is truly additional, but at the same, and not particularly sort of, the hot air type projects that, might have plagued previous systems. But it's not clear whether when we start looking at the interaction of that with Article 6, countries are really going to look at that as something that they might want to correspondingly adjust for. So it's trying to, for us, it's trying to understand, and the perspective I'm sort of coming from is we get approached by private market investors for providing them with these risk mitigation guarantees for those sort of risks that, governments might impose moratoria, or they might not have sort of adjusted for something, or might stop the export. So just very keen to explore the interplay of that and just your perspectives on how you see that additional but maybe not adjusted for market emerging. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone would like to go first?
So I think the challenge that you raised is a good one. The fact is that our standard actually is much more of an economic incentive for farmers, smallholder farmers who do not have capital and no access to capital, to be able to even think about participating in the protection first, and which is recognition for the work that they've been doing on the land over time, so storing carbon. All of our farmers rank on an index level at a high degree of likelihood for the IPCC ratings index that exists for Farmer Threat Index. And so we know that if they are not in some way economic, they do not receive economic incentives, they will not stay on their land, and the more deforestation will take place. So that's the first place where we start. And then we start measuring additional drawdown, basically, of carbon that is happening on their land. How countries decide to include or not include those measurements into their Article 6 work, quite frankly, is still under consideration. And we are not terribly concerned about that part. What we are concerned about, and I know it's sacrilegious to say that at COP, but we are concerned about onboarding millions of farmers and making sure that they are holding on to that land, so that while everyone decides how they want to deal with, at a country-based level, these issues, private industry and the private sector can be working directly with farmers, generating a product, an additional crop, if you will, of value, which is their carbon, and helping to stabilize. We are losing about 10% of small farmers every year, on the smallholder farmers on the planet. The world cannot wait for COP and agreements here to start taking action, and that's where private sector can step in, the non-government organizations. How countries are going to interact with us on an individualized basis is something that we make sure, before we work with farmers in a specific country, that we have the legal right to do so. That's very, very important from both the country level and local jurisdictions. But beyond that, I will leave it to smarter people, perhaps Sam, to address.
I'll give it a try, because additionality is notoriously difficult, right? You are talking about finding evidence for proving the counterfactual. So would the project have not happened without the carbon market revenue going to it? And there are various ways to do it, because you can look at existing policies and measures, you can look at financial barriers which make it possible for the project to be viable or not. The, the, the difficulty here is that, I mean, it sits also at the heart of what a kind of, I would describe it as a conundrum. Markets are extremely good at finding the cheapest emission reductions first. As long as you trade, you have a similar commodity. Markets have a tendency to find the cheapest price for the CO2 first, and in order to have additionality for a project, you need exactly the inverse, because you need to actually be able to pay for something which is transformational and which drives change, and which is not part of the business as usual trajectories which I was describing earlier. And I think that points also to an intrinsic challenge in the markets and how they are developed, is that it's not about having the cheapest price first, but actually willing to pay for something which in the long term, I mean, it can deliver multiple benefits. It can be an energy savings, renewable energy deployment, at the same time fighting energy poverty, improving air quality, those kind of things. And looking at co-benefits there is equally important, I believe.
Thank you very much. Another opinion?
Maybe I'd like to address the question given our perspective. I said we value the optionality, and that's exactly an example where the optionality might be helpful. If we get hung up too much on the need for corresponding adjustments and the host country is not ready or not willing to correspondingly adjust, then those investments might not take place. It's not a general rule, but I think we need to look on a case-by-case basis, and the accounting needs to take that into account, and the claims need to be elaborated and specified in a way that allows these investments to take place and capital to flow in these sectors, provided that, as you said, that was an assumption in the question, the additionality is there and the standards are robust. So I think there's a bit of work to do there, and I see both type of credits playing a positive role going forward.
Another opinion, I think, and I am totally agree. I totally agree with you that standards, the existing, traditional standards are actually quite robust, and there is just a few subtopics to address in this regard. Yeah. Okay, I have to conclude the session because we have already spent our time. I mean, came to end of this valuable event. First of all, thank you for your attendance and your interest. And secondly, I would like to give my appreciations to my valuable speakers representing different organizations. And also finally, I would like to give my special thanks to once again to Turkey Ministry on Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, who host us today, 2 days ago, and in the last 4 to 5 years throughout the COPs. Thank you. Can we have a group photo? Maybe we can.
Ses duyuluyor herhalde. Distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen. First, I would like to thank. I would like to welcome you all to our panel. I will be serving. I will be serving at your as your moderator today. I am head of department of the provincial administrations and local authorities in the Ministry of Interior in Turkey. Today we will have rich presentations and we have speakers from the core of the business. I will introduce them in a few minutes, but before it, I would like to say something about our session. In this summit, there is a very important word, which is implementation. In Turkey, we will show an example of this implementation, and in the new era of Turkey policy, the new agency, new institution was established to tackle the climate change problems. So in this context, I would like to introduce one of my speakers, Professor Erdem Görgün, who is co-founder of Environmental Solutions Research and Development Company, and he will talk about the historical context and developments in Turkey in terms of environmental process. I will give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. May I go over there? Okay. Dear head, ladies and gentlemen, as far as I see, there is nobody who cannot speak Turkish among you. So if you don't mind, I'd like to switch the language from English to Turkish, because it's a little bit weird to speak to all Turkish speakers in English, if you don't mind. Okay? Okay. Teşekkür ediyorum. Ben nasıl kontrol ediyorum? Şundan mı? Tamam. The title, excuse me. Sunumun başlığı, geliyor mu ses? Sunumun başlığı, Türkiye'nin sıfır atık politikasının döngüsel ekonomi sürecinde nasıl evrildiği. Sıfır atık projemiz ve başladığı günden bugüne kadar neler olup bittiğiyle ilgili bir vizyon, bir perspektif çizmek istiyorum ben. Burada başkanım beni tanıttı. İsmim Erdem Görgün. İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi Çevre Mühendisliği bölümünde öğretim üyesiyim. Ve TÜÇA'nın depozito iade sistemi projesinde de koordinatörlük yaptım. Bu sunumda da söylediğim gibi TÜÇA'nın sıfır atık projesinin gelişimiyle birlikte bir zaman süreci içerisinde TÜÇA'nın oluşumu, kuruluşu ve buna paralel olarak da Avrupa Birliği'nde neler olduğu konusunda bazı görüşlerimi aktarmak istiyorum size ve niçin TÜÇA çok önemli, niçin atıkları mutlaka toplamalıyız, niçin atık olmadan belki de bu materyalleri toplamalıyız, buna değineceğim. Avrupa Birliği'ndeki süreçlerle paralel olarak. Görünüyordur umarım bu zaman çizelgesi. Evet, önce biraz Avrupa'da neler olup bittiğinden bahsedelim. Hepimiz biliyoruz 2015'te Paris Anlaşması imzalandı. Çok önemli bir dönüm noktasıydı. Ve ülkeler 2050 yılı civarlarında karbon nötr hedeflerini koydular. Daha sonra plastik konusunda çok önemli gelişmeler, güncellemeler yaptı Avrupa Birliği. 2020'de 2019'da tek kullanımlık plastik direktifi yürürlüğe girdi. Plastik poşetlerle ilgili düzenlemeler geldi bu arada. Ambalaj ve ambalaj atıkları direktifi yine bu süreç içerisinde yürürlüğe girdi. Ben biraz bu tek kullanımlık plastiklere değinmek istiyorum. Burada farklı farklı plastik ürünlere farklı kısıtlamalar, düzenlemeler getirildi. Örneğin hepiniz biliyorsunuz muhtemelen meşhur 10 tane plastik materyal, plastik ürün kullanımdan kaldırılmak üzere hazırlanıyor. Bunlar işte kulak çubukları, plastik tek kullanımlık tabaklar, kaşıklar, çatallar, balonlar, gıda ambalajları, sigara izmaritleri, içecek ambalajları, çeşitli plastik malzemeler artık yavaş yavaş kullanımdan kaldırılacak. Burada genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu kavramı tekrar vurgulanıyor. Extended Producer Responsibility dediğimiz ve üreticilere önemli sorumluluklar veriliyor. Burada değinmemiz gereken ve bizi çok ilgilendiren önemli bir konu da özel hedefler. Bu direktifin getirdiği 2025 yılında bu tek kullanımlık plastik şişelerin %77'sinin geri toplanması, bunun da 2029'da %90'a getirilmesi hedefi konuyor. Biz de bu direktife adapte olma hazırlıkları içerisindeyiz. Dolayısıyla bu hedefler bizi de ilgilendiriyor. Başka çok önemli bir hedef ki depozito sisteminin aslında dayanaklarından bir tanesi. O da geri kazanılmış plastik petlerin, özellikle pet içecek ambalajlarının %25'inin geri dönüşümlü plastikten kullanılması zorunlu hale gelecek 2025 yılında, yani 2 sene sonra. 2030'da da bu oran %30'lara kadar çıkacak. Dolayısıyla tek kullanımlık plastikler direktifi hem bu genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu hem de plastiğin geri toplanması ve geri dönüşümlü olarak tekrar üretilmesi açısından bizim için çok önemli. Tekrar buraya dönersek 2019'da Avrupa Birliği zaman çizelgesinden ilerliyoruz. Önce 2019'da hepimizin bildiği yeşil mutabakatın devreye girmesiyle ve hemen arkasından da döngüsel ekonominin yeşil mutabakatın önemli bir bileşeni olarak açıklanmasıyla döngüsel ekonomi hayat tarzı diyelim ona, eylem planının yine Avrupa'da çok önemli hareketlenmeler olmaya başladı. Bundan sonra da 2020'de evet döngüsel ekonomi eylem planı ortaya çıktı. 2022'deki bu atıkların taşınması yönetmeliğiyle ilgili teklife biraz sonra değineceğim. O yüzden şimdilik belirtmekle yetineyim. 2022'de atıkların yurt dışına, yani EU dışına daha doğrusu ihracatıyla ilgili çok önemli kısıtlama lobileri yapılıyor şu anda plastik endüstrisi tarafından ve geri dönüşüm endüstrisi tarafından. Bizim Türkiye'nin zaman çizelgesine bakarsak oldukça yoğun bir hareketlilik görüyoruz 2017'den bugüne atık yönetimi konusunda. 2017'de Sayın Emine Erdoğan hanımefendinin himayelerinde sıfır atık projesi yürürlüğe girdi. Tanıtımı yapıldı daha doğrusu. Sıfır atık projesi ne demektir? Daha doğrusu sıfır atık ne demektir? Çok kısa bundan bahsetmek istiyorum size. Sıfır atık bir aslında kültür değişikliği, bir hedef. Nedir bu hedef? Atığımızı daha az kullanacağımız, atık oluşumunu engelleyeceğimiz, kaynakta kullanımın daha verimli olacağı, niçin atık oluştuğuna dair sebeplerin inceleneceği ve minimize edileceği, atık oluşumunun azaltılacağı dediğim gibi ve atığın ayrı toplanarak geri dönüşüme kazandırılacağı bir hayat tarzı bu. Çok büyük bir farkındalık yarattı toplumda. 2017'de hanımefendinin bu projeyi açıklaması. Çok da iyi oldu. Şu anda önemli bir bilinç artışı ve hassasiyet sıfır atıkla ilgili gelişmiş oldu. Bakanlığımız da hemen akabinde 2019'da bunun yönetmeliğini çıkarttı. 2021'de de bazı revizyonlarla şu anda yürürlükte ve son aldığım bilgiye göre belki bakanlıktaki arkadaşlarımız daha iyi biliyordur. 150 bin civarında bina ve yerleşke sıfır atıkla ilgili yükümlülüklerini tamamlamış vaziyette. Dolayısıyla sıfır atığın 2017'de başlaması bizim için bir kilometre taşıdır. Tekrar şu zaman çizelgesine dönelim. Sonra ne oldu? 2018'de yine bir kilometre taşı var. Bu da çevre kanununa depozito iade sistemine geçileceğine dair bir hüküm ilk defa girdi. Çevre kanunu zannedersem Aralık ayıydı. Depozitoyu ilan etmiş ve Türkiye için resmen bir politika olduğunu, bir aksiyon olduğunu ilan etmiş oldu. Tabii 2019'da depozitoya geçeceğimizi yasalaştırdığımız zaman hemen arkasından da pandemi dönemleri olmasına rağmen, kapanma olmasına rağmen bakanlığımız yeni bir proje başlattı. TÜDİS projesi hemen aynı zamanlarda başladı ve 2020'de bu proje Türkiye Depozito Yönetim Sistemi'nin ilk kurgusunu, ilk nüvelerini, ilk fizibilitesini ortaya çıkarmış oldu. Bu proje kurumsal bir değişiklik öneriyordu. Bakanlığın içerisinde bir yeni düzenleme öneriyordu. Bakanlığımız hemen 2020 yılının ikinci yarısında 6 ay gibi kısa bir süre içerisinde ajansımızın kuruluşuyla ilgili kanunu hazırladı ve 31 Aralık 2020 tarihli resmi gazetede Türkiye Çevre Ajansı resmen kurulmuş oldu. Bu Türkiye'nin atık yönetimi tarihindeki çok önemli dönüm noktalarından biridir. Ajansımızın görevlerine bakalım. Evet, 2020 Aralık'ta kuruldu. En önemli görevi depozito yönetim sistemini kurmak ve işletmeye almak olarak tanımlandı. Ama tek görevi bu değil. Ajansımızın sıfır atık projesini hayata geçirmek, uygulamasını devam etmek, geliştirmek, atıkların geri kazanımını, geri dönüşümünü sağlamak ve yine genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu kapsamında çalışmalar yapmak, çevreyi korumak ve çevre denetimi yapmak gibi önemli görevleri var. Ajansımızın kurulmasında da yine Sayın Hanımefendi Emine Erdoğan'ın çok önemli katkıları oldu. Sayın Bakanımız Murat Kurum Bey ve Sayın Bakan Yardımcımız Profesör Doktor Mehmet Emin Birpınar'ın da katkıları en üst seviyede oldu ve bu kadar kısa sürede bu ajansın hayata geçmesi sağlandı. 2021'in ilk günü aslında bir ajansımız vardı ama kağıt üstünde yepyeni bir kurum. 2021'in birinci gününden itibaren çalışmalar başladı ve 6 aylık bir süre içerisinde de teşkilatlanmayla ilgili alt yönetmelikler, diğer mevzuat hazırlanarak ajans ete kemiğe büründü ve bir kadrosu oldu. Hemen misyon ifadesini oluşturdu ve yayınladı. Ajansımızın misyonu çevreyi korumak ve çevreyi ve yeşil alanlarımızı korumak ve geliştirmek, toplumda sıfır atık projesi dahilinde ona uygun olarak bir hassasiyet ve duyarlılık, farkındalık yaratmak, depozito yönetim sistemini kurmak, işletmek, izlemek, denetlemek ve diğer az önce saydığım aktiviteleri, sıfır atıkla ilgili aktiviteleri kaynak verimliliğinin arttırılması, kaynak kullanım verimliliğinin arttırılması ve ekonomiye katkıyı arttırarak yüksek, daha düşük karbon yoğunluğunda Türkiye'nin atık yönetimini sağlamak olarak İngilizcesinde ekranda gördüğünüz misyon ifadesini ortaya koydu. Dolayısıyla ajansın misyonunu da çizip depozito ile ilgili hazırlıklara hızla girişmesi son derece önemli bir dönüşüm noktası bizim için. Depozito ne demektir? Depozito aslında bir ekonomik araçtır. Atıkların geri dönüşümü için, geri toplanması için bir ekonomik enstrümandır. Çok önemli bir özelliği var. Atıklar atık haline gelmiyor burada. Yani materyal henüz atık olmuyor. Kirlenmeden temiz bir şekilde geri dönüşüme kazandırıldığı için de geri dönüşüm değer zinciri içerisinde çok yüksek bir değere sahip oluyor. En yüksek değere sahip oluyor. Peki niçin böyle bir yüksek değere ihtiyacımız var? Yani şu anda sokak toplayıcıları da topluyor atıkları konteynerlardan ama bunlar atık haline geldiği için ve kirlendiği için, kontamine olduğu için geri dönüşümde çok yüksek bir değer elde edemiyoruz. Fakat depozitonun en önemli özelliklerinden biri bu yüksek değeri elde edebilmek. Niye buna ihtiyacımız var? Ben biraz da ona değinmek istiyorum. Atık bizim için o kadar önemli hale geldi ki bu az önce Avrupa Birliği'nde saydığım mevzuat ve politika değişiklikleriyle artık petrolden daha değerli olmaya başladı. Dün Türkiye'de geri dönüşümcülerin sayfasında gördüm. Diyorlar ki atığı iyi yönetirsek altından da daha değerlidir. O yüzden o şekli de ben sunuma koydum. Niye petrolden daha değerli? Petrolü çıkarırken çok ciddi bir emisyon ortaya koyuyoruz. Karbondioksit emisyonları çıkarırken, taşırken, kullanırken. Dolayısıyla petrol artık bizim için iyi bir doğal kaynak değil. Atık ise tüm bu emisyonları offset edebileceğimiz, yani harcamayacağımız önemli bir materyal. Doğayı korumak için bu atıklara ihtiyacımız var. İşte Avrupa Birliği bunu fark ettiği anda çok ciddi kısıtlamalar getirmeye başladı. Şu anda atıkların Avrupa Birliği dışına çıkmasının engellenmesine dönük çok ciddi lobi faaliyetleri var. Demin de bahsetmiştim, atıkların taşınması yönetmeliği şu anda değişiyor. Artık bizim buradaki geri dönüşümcüler, Türkiye'deki geri dönüşümcüler de kolay kolay ithal edecek atık bulamayacaklar. Çünkü Avrupa Birliği'nin geri dönüşümcüleri kendi hedeflerini, Avrupa Birliği hedeflerini, döngüsel ekonomi hedeflerini sağlamak için bu atıkların yurt dışına, EU dışına, AB dışına taşınmasına izin vermeyecekler. Hatta somut bir kanun 1 Nisan'da çıktı İngiltere'de. Diyor ki plastik piyasaya sürenler plastik ürünün %30'unu geri dönüşümlü malzemeden üretmezlerse her ton başına 200 pound vergi ödemekle yükümlüler. Bu ne demek? İçerideki atık bize lazım. Biz bunu kimseye vermeyiz demek. Peki biz ne olacağız? Bizim de hedeflerimiz var. Türkiye'nin de hedefleri var. Dün Sayın Bakanımız yeni NDC'yi açıkladı. Bir sürü hedefimiz var. Bizim de döngüsel ekonomiye ihtiyacımız var. Biz de az önce tek kullanımlık plastiklerde gösterdiğim hedefler gibi birçok hedefe uymamız gerekiyor. Düzen depolama alanlarımızı küçültmek zorundayız. Peki biz ne yapacağız? Nasıl uyacağız bu hedeflere? İşte bizim de burada ne yazık ki kendi atığımızdan başka çaremiz yok. Bunu toplamak zorundayız. Sonuç olarak depozito iade sistemi sıfır atık felsefesi içerisinde o kadar önemli bir boşluğu dolduracak ki hem doğayı koruyacağız, Bu materyallerin, ambalajların çevreye ve düzen depolama alanlarına atılmasını engelleyeceğiz. Hem de onları temiz bir şekilde toplayıp geri dönüşümdeki en üst değer zincirine katmış olacağız. Yaklaşık 20-22 milyar adet ambalajdan bahsediyoruz. Belki toplam atığın ağırlıkça çok önemli bir kısmı değil ama değer zinciri içerisindeki kısmı çok önemli. Şu anda az önce burada sunum yapan bazı endüstriler de dahil olmak üzere Türkiye'de faaliyet gösteren mesela otomotiv endüstrisi, plastik endüstrisi, petrokimya birçok endüstri bu nitelikli geri dönüşümlü ikincil ham maddeyi yurt dışından ithal etmeyi düşünüyor. Tabii zorlanacaklar. Depozito sistemi geldiğinde bu konuda da çok önemli bir kapasite geliştirmiş olacağız. Bunun finansmanıyla ilgili çok kısa bir şey söylemek istiyorum. Demin timeline'da gördük. GECAP uygulaması da 2020 yılında resmen başladı ülkemizde. Depozito sistemine katılan, piyasaya sürenler GECAP'tan, geri kazanım katılım bedelinden muaf olacaklar ama onun yerine bir depozito katılım bedeli ödeyerek depozitonun finanse edilmesini sağlayacaklar. Bunun tabana daha çok yayılması için de sadece piyasaya sürenlerden değil, satış noktalarından da, tüm satış noktalarından da DECAP alınması planlanıyor. Sonuç olarak ben ajansımızın hem sıfır atık konusunda Türkiye'deki politikalarının güçlendirilmesi hem de özellikle depozito ile ilgili görevine son derece üst seviyede yerine getireceğine çok inanıyorum. Şu anki yüksek motivasyonlu hazırlıklar da bunu gösteriyor. Çok kısa bir süre içerisinde de inşallah uygulamaya geçtiğini göreceğiz depozito sisteminin. Hem doğayı korumuş olacağız hem ekonomiye çok önemli bir katkıda bulunmuş olacağız hem de sanayimizin Avrupa Birliği karşısında rekabet dezavantajını ortadan kaldırabileceğiz. Çok yönlü bir avantajlar silsilesi var. Bu kadar benim şimdilik söyleyeceklerim. TÜÇA'ya başarılar diliyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Yes, thank you very much for your great presentation, Professor Görgün. You actually explained us the timeline and the steps taken by the Turkish government in this process. And thank you very much for your presentation.
I thank you. If there is any question, I'm ready to answer. Or after the session, maybe you can collect all the questions as you wish.
Okay. And after
the session.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, after the session. And now I would like to invite engineer Ayşegül Dönmez to the floor to present her speech. And it will be about the Turkish Environment Agency's structure and its mission and vision of the institution. Take the floor.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Ahmet Bey. Hello, dear participants. I'm Ayşegül Dönmez. In the presentation, I will mention organizational structure, duties, activity areas, targets, mission and vision of Turkey Environment Agency. And from now on, I will call Turkey Environment Agency as TÜÇA. The Turkey Environment Agency is affiliated institution of the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. An agency was established with law number 7261 in 2020. As an agency, our mission is raising public awareness in line with zero waste approach and UN's sustainable development goals and carrying out activities with low carbon intensity. Mentioned activities are development and protection of the environment and green spaces, establishment, management, monitoring, and control of the deposit management system on a national scale, supporting the economy of the country by increasing resource efficiency. In line with our national environment strategy and policies, it is our vision to contribute development of the environment and green spaces, efforts to fight against climate change, transition to a circular economy. Our organizational structure, as you can see, Board of the Management, Advisory Board, and the agency's presentation in Turkey. Under the head of TÜÇA, there are 2 deputy heads, and agency's efforts are realized by 8 directorates. And these directorates are Deposit Management System, Recovery and Extended Producer Responsibility, Zero Waste Management, Environmental Protection, Information Technology, Legal Counseling, Communication and Management Services, and Finance. On the screen, you see activity areas of TÜÇA. TÜÇA works in coordination with the Ministry in all activities aimed at improving the environment within the scope of Green Deal, circular economy. TÜÇA contributes to creating business opportunities and improving human welfare through energy and resource efficiency. And how TÜÇA will do it? By establishing deposit management system, which will enable separate collection at the source, promoting zero waste practices on national scale, conducting marine pollution inspections, engaging in activities to promote the understanding of sustainable production and consumption, and that is the main idea of extended producer responsibility. Raising social awareness for the protection of the environment, aiming lower carbon footprint, creating an environment-friendly society. Audit activities of our agency, activities related to the improvement of the environment within the scope of the environmental law number 2872, within the framework of the delegated authority by the ministry, realization of audit activities within the framework of the relevant legislation for the improvement of the environment with zero waste and deposit management system. Carrying out procedures regarding administrative sanctions in case of violation of the legislation. Preparing, developing, and implementing audit plans and programs, contributing to the preservation, improvement, development, and sustainability of green spaces. In order to prevent the discharge of wastewater from ships in the Sea of Marmara and other sea areas, TÜÇA have been initiated the activities to ensure that inspections of marine pollution originating from ships are carried out effectively within the scope of the environmental law and related legislation. In inspections for all basins associated with the Marmara Sea, cooperation was made with Ministry and all related organizations and institutions to increase the quality and effectiveness of inspections by using remote sensing satellites and early warning systems, unmanned aerial vehicles, and radar systems. The presence of thousands of ships causing pollution in the Aegean Sea, Mediterranean, and Black Seas has revealed the need to establish a system that will eliminate pollution from ships in all territorial waters of Turkey. In this context, it became necessary to detect marine pollution at an early stage and to establish a warning and follow-up system. TÜÇA aims to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of marine inspections by establishing a more effective monitoring, tracking, and warning system. This can detect the pollution occurring on the sea surface with a locally produced and Turkish satellite developed by Turkey Space Agency. TÜÇA plans to develop an application software for monitoring and management purposes. This application will transfer image data from locally produced and Turkish satellites, assessing the situation with the pollution algorithm at regular intervals, monitor the airborne spread, and provide process control information to field teams. In line with zero waste mission of TÜÇA, it is planned that zero waste responsible of university campuses will gain knowledge and skills within the framework of the guidelines to be created. Universities will increase their level of knowledge and about environmental policies and strategies and develop standard practice. In these pictures, you can see photos from agencies' technical visit to the university campuses to observe current situation on zero waste applications. In the light of the information provided, it is aimed to prepare a technical and financial feasibility report for the necessary investments and services to establish a zero waste system for each university and ensure the sustainability of it. With zero waste activities of TÜÇA, university students learn zero waste by experience and gain awareness on circular economy. TÜÇA is assigned with activities for the establishment, implementation, and monitoring of the deposit management system infrastructure. And how will TÜÇA do it? By identifying the obligations, administrative regulations, and measures regarding the deposit management system. Agency is responsible for carrying out registration, authorization, approval procedures, and necessary controls for the deposit management system. Before starting agency's role on extended producer responsibility, I will mention the main idea behind the EPR briefly. EPR, producing sustainable and durable products for product groups within the scope of extended producer responsibility, ensuring the participation of the stakeholders in the entire life cycle of the products in line with circular economy. By TÜÇA, efforts have been initiated in order to provide effective information, raise awareness, and carry out recovery activities that will increase energy and resource efficiency. To create the framework for the implementation for EPR, TÜÇA aims to follow the extended producer responsibility process with a software. TÜÇA's activity is to specify the general framework for product groups within the scope of EPR will be carried out, and these product groups are batteries, accumulators, electrical and electronic goods, oils, vegetable oils, tires, vehicles, and textile. With the regulation on packaging waste control in 2021, many obligations have been assigned to TÜÇA, especially the mandatory deposit system regarding the management of packaging waste. New authorization will be delegated to TÜÇA with the revisions to be made in the regulations of the products within the scope of EPR, especially electrical and electronic equipment, batteries, and accumulators. The creation of the EPR framework and the establishment of the EPR tracking system will be carried out simultaneously with the delegation of authority. Agency's main targets are ensuring the institution has the environmentalist title in the national and international markets and increase its reputation in this way, contributing the coordination between environmental and economic policies by creating changes in our production and consumption habits, adopting an approach to achieve sustainable development goals, and contributing to the development of the green economy with the Green Deal Action Plan. Turkey's transition to a sustainable and effective economy that uses resources efficiently. Finally, TÜÇA aims to reduce greenhouse gas levels and carbon footprint by carrying out all the activities with low carbon intensity aimed at contribution to the fight against climate change and transition to a circular economy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dönmez. Thank you. You showed us the targets of the agency in a comprehensive way. Thank you very much for your rich presentation. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Mısır to the floor for her presentation. She will explain the efforts and steps taken by the Turkey Environment Agency on the deposit management system specifically. Take the floor, please.
Thank you, Ahmet Bey. Hello, everyone. I'm Aybike Mısır. First of all, I would like to say that I am very happy to be here Today, I will talk about preparations of Turkey Environment Agency while transition to the mandatory deposit management system. The deposit management system play a key role to the transition to a circular economy. With this system, we can use beverage containers as resource. It means that less resource consumed in production process. Benefits of the system are not only related to the environment. The system also has benefits in economic and social areas. After this introduction, I'm starting my presentation. I have only one slide for today. Yes. I will try to explain our studies about deposit management system briefly on this timeline. Since TÜÇA has been found, many developments was occurred for this system in 2022. On February, we have started research and development project. In this project, technical, administrative, and financial feasibility are studied for the deposit management system that will be applied in Turkey. On April, TÜÇA was published Procedure and Principle of Mandatory Deposit Management System. This legislation gives us the main structure and scope of the system, and also responsibilities of stakeholders were placed in this document. On May, there are two developments. Deposit System Management Service Protocol was signed. With this protocol, General Directorate of Mint and Stamp Print House has been responsible to carry out the first phase of deposit management system. This phase includes two main subjects. The first one is establishment software system for management data, material, and money flow that will occur every step of the system. And the second part is the applying special deposit marking ink to avoid any fraud. The second research and development project has been started on May also. The subject of this project is determining capacity of return center and counting center. Instead of research project and development project, as TÜÇA, we have also started project in a pilot scale to see applications of design system in file. For this aim, pilot deposit application was started in Building of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change on June, and in Municipality of Kızılcahamam on July. We will plan make a tender for the second phase of deposit management system, which is called as Field Operation Services. This phase includes collection of beverage containers and transportation them to the recycling facilities. We have started preparations of tender, and since August, the studies has been accelerated. End of the tender, it will be started to the transition of field operation of deposit management system. So, I want to finish my conversation here. We will give more detail about our system tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mısır. And now I think I will have a video, right? We will have a video at the end of our session.
Yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her Ülkemizde her yıl yaklaşık 50 milyar adet tek kullanımlık içecek ambalajı piyasaya sürülüyor ve bu sayı gün geçtikçe artıyor. Doğada bir alüminyum kutu 200 yılda tam olarak çözülürken pet şişe için 400 yıl, cam şişe içinse tam 4000 yıl geçmesi gerekiyor. Kullanıp attığımız her atık şişeyle doğamıza, bugünümüze ve geleceğimize zarar veriyoruz. Ülkemizde atık geri dönüştürme çalışmaları sayesinde yılda 1 milyon ton plastik geri dönüştürülse de gelecek nesillerimiz için daha iyisini yapmak zorundayız. Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı bünyesinde kurulan Türkiye Çevre Ajansı, dünyada başarısı kanıtlanmış tek çözüm olan depozito yönetim sistemini Türkiye'de hayata geçiriyor. Depozito yönetim sistemiyle tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklar artık depozito toplama noktalarında toplanıyor, Türkiye korunuyor, Türkiye kazanıyor. Sisteme geçişin ilk aşamasında yaklaşık yılda 20 milyar cam, plastik ve alüminyum içecek ambalajı geri dönüştürülerek 37 bin ton sera gazı emisyonu salınımının önüne geçilip 6,3 milyon metreküp düzenli depolama alanı, 1,3 milyar kilowatt saat enerji ve 3,6 milyon varil petrol tasarrufu sağlanarak ithalata olan bağımlılığımız azalacak. Tek kullanımlık tüm plastik, metal ve cam atıklarını depozito iade noktalarına at. Kendine ve doğaya bir iyilik yap. Geleceğini koru.
Thank you. If you have questions, we can take few questions. If not, we will. Yes, please.
Thank you. Ayla Öngören from Tüpraş. I'm curious about the organic domestic waste management. Do we have any progress, any plan? Because we have the recovery plans for plastic, paper, and glass, but I believe that we need more facilities about the energy recovery from organic or composting. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Who will answer?
Is your question directed to me?
If you want, yeah.
Actually, the first priority for Turkey Environment Agency is to recollect the beverage containers at the first hand. But of course, their second duty is to manage other wastes, other packaging waste, and also not only for packaging, also the food waste, organic waste should be recollected and to gain the economy. It's a big problem actually for the existing landfills. If we would like to decrease the surface area of the landfills, so we need to manage this issue. You are right, yes. Maybe not only the agency, also the ministries, responsible departments has to handle this problem.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We will have further discussions on deposit management system in details. Thank you very much for today, for taking part in our panel. Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Merhaba.
Merhaba Fatih Bey.
Merhabalar, ben teknikten konuşuyorum. Hoş geldiniz.
Merhaba.
Merhaba. Merhaba herkese.
Sesim size tüm katılımcılara şu anda rahat bir şekilde geliyor mu?
Ben duyabiliyorum. Sesiniz geliyor. Teşekkürler.
Ben de duyuyorum.
Teşekkür ederim. Şu an son olarak Tamer Bey de katılıyorlar. Tamer Bey merhaba, hoş geldiniz. Sesimi duyuyorsanız kameranızı... evet, kamerayı
Duyuyorum,
açtım.
merhaba.
Şimdi herkes sesimi duyduğuna göre herkesin de kamerası açık. Hepinizin yayına hazır bir halde. Kameralar açık, mikrofonlar kapalı bir şekilde beklemenizi rica ediyorum. Biz size başlama komutunu verdikten sonra genel olarak panel sizindir zaten. Nasıl isterseniz o şekilde. Sadece konuşanın mikrofonu açık kalırsa çok seviniriz. Geri kalanlar mikrofonlarını kapalı tutarsa o süreçte bizim için çok iyi olur teknik olarak.
Tamam, teşekkürler. Burcu Hanım orada herhalde değil mi? Evet, öyle bilgi gelmişti. Arkadaşlar herkese merhaba. Zaman darlığını şey yaparsak, sıkışırsak soruları ben kısa tutacağım izninizle.
Benim sesim geliyor mu?
Evet, Burcu Hanım siz misiniz?
Evet benim Fatih Bey, merhaba.
Merhaba, merhaba nasılsınız?
Teşekkürler, sizleri sormalı.
Çok teşekkürler. Son söylediğimi duyabildiniz mi?
Evet duydum.
Tamam, yani soruları kısa tutabilirim.
Tamam.
Özünü koruyarak.
Tamamdır.
Açılış konuşmamı da şey yapacağım, kısa tutacağım.
Sunumlar için paylaşımınızı yayınlıyor musunuz acaba?
Fatih Bey başlayabiliriz, komutu geldi burada.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished participants, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to our panel on the green transition journey of the private sector. It's a great opportunity for us to present our views in such a significant platform like COP27 through Turkey's impressive pavilion. As you know, the green transition is a significant and necessary paradigm change towards sustainable and peaceful development aimed at the improving living conditions for all. The scientific research shows that the measures we will take to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the next few decades are critical to prevent irreversible effects on the world's environmental ecosystem, as you know. We believe that the green transformation is a necessity rather than a choice for Turkey. With this understanding, representing the Turkish business world, the TÜSİAD positions the issues of the sustainability and the combating climate change as a priority. As a member of Business Europe, we contribute to the identification of the opportunities and the challenges for the European business community and to the policy-making processes at the European level. Most probably, you know, the TÜSİAD published the Building the Future with the New Mindset report in 2021 as a part of TÜSİAD's 50th anniversary. In order to achieve development in Turkey, the TÜSİAD defined environmentally friendly Turkey as one of the main pillars. In the first slot of our panel will give us a chance to present all hard work that has been undertaken by TÜSİAD. Before proceeding with our panel discussion, I would like to introduce our speakers. Burcu Otman Bektaş, Sustainability Manager at Akçansa and Head of the Paris Agreement and Climate Change Sub-Working Group at TÜSİAD. Oğuzhan Akınç, Consulting Manager at Interactive Çevre and Head of the Circular Economy and Waste Management Sub-Working Group at TÜSİAD. Fatih Memiş, Energy Manager at Arçelik and Head of the Energy Efficiency Task Force at TÜSİAD, and Tamer Soylu, Environmental and Corporate Responsibility Manager at Zorlu Enerji and Head of Forest Protection and Sink Area Sub-Working Group at TÜSİAD. Now, I would like to ask Burcu Otman Bektaş. Burcu Hanım, as you know, one of the most powerful implementation tools of the European Green Deal is the CBAM. The CBAM is very critical importance as it will affect certain sectors such as steel, cement, which have large share in our export to the EU. How do you evaluate the importance of the carbon pricing mechanism from the perspective of the private sector in the upcoming period?
Fatih Bey, thank you very much for the introduction and for your question. As we all know, the effects of the climate crisis are becoming more visible, and the European Green Deal is one of the most important developments regarding the climate change and climate crisis. And as you underlined in your question, CBAM, which was announced under Green Deal, is an important development for Turkish business world and the private sector companies when we evaluate our commercial relations with European Union. As it is known, CBAM will cover sectors of iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminum, and electricity. But there is this possibility of expanding the scope of CBAM to include indirect emissions, chemicals, polymers, and other sectors. While the sectors that are reporting under the Turkish MRV regulation are ready in terms of reporting to a certain extent, the other inclusion of the other sectors might be challenging. Especially in the early stages of the implementation in terms of reporting and carbon accounting. Considering that CBAM will take place in two phases, in the first phase, there will be some operational burdens like carbon accounting, as I mentioned, and reporting. And in the second period, we will start to see the financial impacts, cost impacts on the private sector. Different scenarios can be mentioned about how CBAM will affect the private sector companies. When we analyze the various scenarios, which also TÜSİAD supported some of them, the costs can reach significant figures. Considering that costs, the business world, the Turkish private sector should be ready from today in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, taking concrete steps, creating roadmaps, future roadmaps to reduce the emissions and get ready. One of the most important steps in Turkey is regarding CBAM is the preparation studies of the national emission trading system. This is an essential work to avoid the heavy financial impacts of CBAM on Turkish companies. But there is this important point that CBAM calendar should be taken into account when designing the mechanism, and also the mechanism should be in line with European Union's emission trading system. On the other hand, while CBAM affects some sectors directly, some sectors will be influenced throughout their value chains. For this reason, it will be not enough to define the impact on single sectors. At this point, sectoral organizations should be involved in the process and participate in the process actively. And business organizations have the potential to be a bridge, act as a bridge regarding the communication between public and private sectors. Business organizations can transfer the steps taken by the public sector to the private sector organizations, and also can transfer the expectations and opinions of the private sector organizations to the government side. And this underlines once again the importance of the business organizations. At this point, TÜSİAD continues to work with the knowledge, with the awareness that it has undertaken important duties. In the first phases of CBAM, it will be important to build capacity of the private sector companies in field of carbon accounting and reporting. Companies need to make accurate carbon footprint calculations. In this context, TÜSİAD carried out different studies through working groups, task forces, established especially for the climate change and CBAM. And there are several completed and ongoing studies to support the private sector, such as gap analysis and awareness-raising studies. And TÜSİAD attaches great importance to sharing of the best practices of the companies within its members. And also, TÜSİAD acts as a bridge to transfer the knowledge of companies that are providing carbon solutions and transfer the knowledge of these companies to the manufacturers. TÜSİAD organizes some events to bring these solution providers with the manufacturers and the private sector companies. To summarize in a single sentence, researching the CBAM and its effects on the exporters, sharing the results of these analyses with the business world, supporting the governmental efforts, and transferring the public opinion, the public studies to the business world, and also transferring the needs and demands of the private sector to the government side constitutes the main working fields of TÜSİAD.
Thank you very much. Oğuzhan Bey, the concept of the circularity is one of the key components of the green transformation. Considering the national and the international development, what are the contributions of the circular economy to the green transformation process? Please.
Thank you, Fatih Bey, and thank you for having me here in this panel. I hope COP27 will have successful results. Well, as an answer to your question, according to the United Nations, the world population has reached to 8 billion people as of yesterday, and it's increasing day by day. So depending on the increase, we have very serious need of resources that we use. And according to the World Overshoot Day, studies carry out that we are now using more than one planet, more than one Earth's resources. It's almost 70% higher than the resources that each and every year the world offers for us to use. We have exhausted this year's resources on July 28, and we are consuming more resources, and these resources are for the future generations. And every year we are stealing more and more from our future. And also with the climate change and due to the extreme weather events, we are losing more and more resources such as freshwater areas, forest and farmlands. For this reason, in order to ensure the sustainability of the business world, everyone and every company needs to realize the green transformation, and every company needs to put circularity at the center of their work. As you all know, new Circular Economy Action Plan was announced on March 2020, and the plan emphasizes the necessity of using sustainable resources, recycling, remanufacturing, refurbishment, and also the reuse of the materials. Since this transformation cannot be done alone by a single company, In order for the business world to achieve this green transformation with the circularity in their mind, companies must have an effective supply management and have their transformation with their suppliers and also in some cases with their customers for the end of product uses. Firstly, the circular economy concept is all about making better use of natural resources like forest, soil, water, air, and also waste. So circularity makes better use of resources, and companies are shifting to recycled and recyclable materials in order to reduce the amount of virgin materials, water, and energy used to produce their products for their production. Secondly, the product use and manufacturing is responsible for almost 45% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and circular economy strategies can reduce our use of resources and reduce the emissions. In addition, designing products that last longer will reduce the amount of waste and also reduce the amount of soil, water, and air pollution. Sustainable product design is a crucial part of circularity. In order to give an example, designing a plastic product that can be recycled would reduce the plastic waste in ocean, since it won't end up in the ocean and will be a part of a new product or material by recycling, so that both human health and environment and also the biodiversity would benefit from this. And also, need for recyclable materials does increase significantly year by year, and waste collection and recycling businesses will also need to improve, because secondary raw material will be more important for different manufacturing businesses, since circular economy model and the circular economy action model plan insists that more recyclable content has to be in the products. Improving waste management systems and facilities are also crucial. Last but not least, circular economy strategies boosting the economies and create more and better job opportunities. Product as a service, repairing, refurbishment, remanufacturing businesses are expected to increase in time in a couple of years. I hope I was on time for my question, Fatih Bey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uzan Bey. Fatih Bey, the energy transformation is at the core of the decarbonization process. Considering the global economic fluctuations and the effects of the recent Ukraine-Russia war, how do you evaluate the agenda in energy policies?
Thank you, Fatih Bey. It is a pleasure for me to be a participant of this panel. Before passing to energy policies agenda of the countries, I would like to give a short background that what we have faced in the short near history. Actually, we have been facing a series of systematic shocks over the past 3 years, and they caused an acute impact on national and regional energy systems and paved the way of today's energy policies. The first one is the COVID-19 pandemic. Faster than expected economic rebound after COVID-19 pandemic has caused an imbalance between energy supply and energy demand. While the world trying to deal with this situation, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has started in February 2022, and this invasion increased the severity of the crisis on global energy markets. We faced price volatility, supply shortage, security issues, and economic uncertainty. That's why International Energy Agency is calling this crisis as the first truly global energy crisis. And I believe that the impacts of this crisis will be felt for years. In the current situation, countries are trying to establish policies based on 3 dimensions: energy security, energy affordability, and of course, sustainability. When we look at the current policies in the short term, energy security and access to affordable energy are the first priority of many countries' agenda, rather than sustainability, unfortunately. Countries are trying to keep the lights on. Countries are trying to secure alternative fuel supplies, fill their gas stocks, and increase the oil and coal-fired electricity generation. Of course, these steps will increase the GHG emissions in the short term. Besides the short-term measures to try to keep lights on, many governments are also taking longer-term steps, and many are looking to accelerate structural changes. I would like to give some examples here. One of them is US Inflation Reduction Act. As you know, this act provides for almost $370 billion in energy security and climate change resilience investments. These investments is including clean energy technologies from solar to wind and electric vehicles, carbon capture and hydrogen. The other important development is the European Commission Repower EU plan. This plan sets out how the European Union can reduce the resilience on Russian natural gas through energy efficiency, diversification of energy supplies, and accelerated rollout of renewable energy. The other development, India passed an amendment in August 2022, and in this amendment, they put an way to establishing a carbon market in India, make it easier for the government to improve energy-related standards for appliances and for the environmental performance of the buildings. My last example will be in Japan. Japan announced its Green Transformation Plan. This plan lays out a longer-term vision for energy efficiency, renewables, energy storage, and advanced nuclear to reach Japan's carbon neutrality target for 2050. As a result, in the short term, we may see increases in GHG emissions, but in the long term, I am optimistic with the new policies that I explained here. They are driving energy efficiency measures and increasing in renewable energy investments. Thank you.
Fatih Bey, thank you. Tamer Bey, in the latest Turkish greenhouse gas emission inventory published by TÜİK, a higher increase in the net greenhouse gas emission data is observed due to decrease in carbon sink capacity. Can you tell us about the content of these reports and what is the TÜSİAD view on the subject of forest and carbon sink areas? Tamer Bey, you are mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Fatih Bey. I will try to summarize it for you with a short presentation. Can I get a permission to presentation, please? Thank you. Dear participants, Fatih Bey, today, based on the outputs of the project carried out by the Forest and Sequestration Areas subgroup under Environment and Climate Change Working Group within TÜSİAD, I will submit my presentation about the study on carbon offsetting opportunities and challenges for private sector in Turkey, which has been carried out in cooperation with the Nature Conservation Center under the leadership of TÜSİAD. I will elaborate on 5 main titles: Objective, Challenges, Opportunities, Vision, and Roadmap. Our objective is the role of forests and sequestration area in combating the climate crisis has been defined is evaluating emission reduction opportunities for the carbon positive private sector. Forest ecosystems play a critical role in fight against the climate crisis as they both store carbon through photosynthesis and also due to their climate regulation effects. For this reason, protecting the existing forests, increasing their carbon storage capacity, and creating new sequestration areas in combating the climate crisis are the steps to be taken to reach the net zero emission target. However, Turkey's semi-arid climatic conditions and topographic structure cannot provide required level of opportunities that will contribute to the realization of offsetting activities by growing trees and planting forests. Our challenge is general desire for afforestation leads to misperceptions such as consideration of afforestation as the only mean of offsetting. Second challenge is limited afforestation due to physical and climate conditions. Third challenges is trade-off between afforestation and other land use practices. The fourth challenges is the arid landscape with a limited potential for carbon sequestration, not feasible in terms of investment cost and carbon sequestration capacity. Five challenges is existing legislation on land use and management does not enable active participation of the private sector. The sixth challenges is global biodiversity hotspot. Extensive afforestation studies will jeopardize biodiversity. We have some opportunities. The motivation of the private sector around global and EU mechanisms. Second opportunity is existence of the leading organization like SIA. Third opportunities is collaboration and close relationships with NGOs, academia, and government. Fourth opportunities is existence of good knowledge based on afforestation, offsetting, UNICEF, and biodiversity. We have a five-vision bullet. First vision bullet is being carbon positive while synchronously supporting society, environment, as well as economy. Crisis and biodiversity crisis together, considering other function of forest through ecosystem services for trade of analysis, moving from carbon-based afforestation to multi-benefit ecosystem restoration perspective, considering other carbon offsetting opportunities apart from the afforestation. For sure, the most important aspect is having a measurable, reliable, and verifiable process. Last but not least, public, NGO, and private sector cooperation is indispensable on this part. We think that the results of the study will be able to be shared in the first month of 2023. Thank you.
Tamer Bey, thank you. Now, in the second round, the Burcu Hanım, you know, the reducing the carbon footprint plays a critical role in combating the climate crisis and increasing the global competitiveness of the Turkish private sector. And recently, many policy and legislation changes have been undertaken in this field, including the climate law and NDC preparation. In this process, the implementation of an ETS compatible with the EU and science-based targets also come to the fore. Can you tell us about the work carried out by TÜSİAD in this field?
Thank you, Fatih Bey. As we all know, with the ratification of Paris Agreement, Turkey's ratification of Paris Agreement and the net zero targets announcement, the studies on the climate change and fighting against the climate change gains momentum. And yesterday was an important milestone as the nationally determined contribution of Turkey was announced. As you mentioned, there are some hot topics in the agenda, such as the NDC was announced, but the preparations of the NDC was a hot topic. Preparation of climate law, the emission trading system are hot topics of the public sector. And also for the private sector, net zero targets, science-based targets initiative, and several topics like this are in the agenda. And in this context, it's very important to prepare the business world, prepare the private sector for this developing mechanisms is important. To support business world, TÜSİAD carries out several studies for the business world to adapt the developing mechanisms much more quickly. TÜSİAD attaches great importance, as I mentioned in the previous round, for best practice sharing within its members. Here, I would like to point out that carbon pricing is an important internal carbon pricing is an important tool for private sector companies. There is this work of TÜSİAD, which includes the internal carbon pricing systems and best practice examples of TÜSİAD members. TÜSİAD prepares this position paper to accelerate the adoption of companies to the new mechanisms from today. Also implementation examples are given in this study. And on the other hand, as we discussed in the first round, CBAM, a most important step taken towards CBAM is the preparation efforts of a national emission trading system in Turkey. And here, TÜSİAD plays an important role. One of the most important duties is to integrate the expectations of the business world to the public efforts. In this context, TÜSİAD strive to act as a bridge in matters such as the communication of the demands and needs of the private sector with the government. Here, TÜSİAD participated to the Climate Change Coordination Council, am I right about the name, İDUK, İklim Değişikliği Koordinasyon Kurulu. TÜSİAD participated to the negotiations to represent the Turkish real sector. And also during the preparations of national NDC, TÜSİAD actively participated to the negotiations and to the development of scenarios and analysis processes. And also, during the climate law preparations, TÜSİAD shared the consolidated views of the and expectations of the business world to the governmental bodies. On the other hand, TÜSİAD actively participates to the ongoing projects. There was this PMR project, as we all know. Now, PMI project is ongoing, and TÜSİAD participates to the project. Also with the sub-working groups focused on carbon pricing, TÜSİAD communicates with the governments-related commissions during the preparation of national emission trading system. Shared the assessments of the possible impacts and expectations of its diverse members from a broad view. Here, TÜSİAD attaches great importance that the CBAM calendar should be taken into account. There are several critical points when designing the emission trading system, like free allowances, like the related regulations. Also, TÜSİAD has a position paper about emission trading system that was shared with the public side. And also, you mentioned about the science-based targets. For the business world, for the private companies, science-based targets are getting more important, and it's good to see that several companies are giving net zero commitments. But there is a need for capacity building. Here, TÜSİAD acts as a bridge between the companies that have given the science-based targets with the other companies. And also, TÜSİAD carries out awareness-raising studies to build capacity. These studies are great importance to strengthen the private sector companies and prepare them to the developing mechanisms like emission trading system and also to the climate law.
Burcu Hanım, thank you. Oğuzhan Bey, you know, the EU circular economy action plan is defined as a strong, consistent, and coherent policy framework for sustainable waste-free products, services, and business model. For this purpose, it's planned to carry out efforts at all levels, including the regulation, standardization, investment, innovation, and dialogue with the social partners and the International Business Association. In the light of all these developments, what are the efforts undertaken by TÜSİAD, and which regulations and policy tools do you think will help the transition to the circular economy?
Thank you, Fatih Bey. First, let me explain the TÜSİAD efforts and then the policy and the regulations. In line with the European Union, the Green Deal and the new Circular Economy Action Plan, TÜSİAD aims to support the development and competitiveness of the Turkish business world by operating in accordance with sustainable development goals. And in this direction, what will the European Green Deal, the new Circular Economy Action Plan, brings to the Turkish business world report was prepared last year in 2021 with a project carried out by TÜSİAD. And with this report, how the sectors in the value chains included in the Circular Economy Action Plan that are in commercial relations with Europe will be affected, and what kind of strategies and regulations will be developed in the near future was revealed. So any sector that is under the value chains could also be beneficial from this report. Simultaneously, a position paper was prepared, which includes recommendations on the areas that needed to be developed and regulated in terms of legislation in the transition to circular economy model. Particularly, what are the bottlenecks with the current regulations for circular economy transition, and improvement suggestions were also included in the position paper. With the Business World Plastic Initiative, the İPG, İş Dünyası Plastik Girişimi, which TÜSİAD is co-founder with Global Compact Turkey and BCSD Turkey, the signatory companies make commitments to reduce single-use and problematic plastics. And the Secretariat monitors the commitments and their progress, the progress of the companies, and also provide trainings for the signatory companies. Initiative aims to support the use of plastics, which is an extremely important raw material, and more efficiently and not cause environmental pollution. TÜSİAD also supports the green transformation of the business world in line with sustainable development goals with many webinars, panels, and events. There are several more studies have been carried out, but we have a limited time, so I can move on to the second part of the question. It's not possible for this transformation to happen only with the efforts of the private sector or the NGOs. So there's also a need for facilitating and supporting legislation studies by the public sector. So in this sense, Turkey needs to prepare its own circular economy strategy, its own strategic plan. A technical support project was initiated in the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change to prepare Turkey's circular economy action plan. With this 3-year project, it is aimed to plan the roadmap necessary for Turkey to achieve this transformation. And as I mentioned in the first round of the panel, the most important part of the circular economy is resource efficiency, and this can be done by industrial symbiosis applications, and it has to be widespread in Turkey. Investments targeting industrial symbiosis should be created, and there should be factors facilitating these steps on the legislative side. And also, extended producer responsibility is another topic for the circular economy, and it's stated under the EU Circular Economy Action Plan. So every single value chain products should be under the extended producer responsibility, and it has to be regulated fairly. In addition, the whole world now sees waste as a resource with the circular economy. For this reason, the waste, which is now considered as a secondary raw material, need to have a certain criteria and standards. The amount of qualified recycled materials should increase, and the recycling industry should progress by developing. Of course, for all these studies, support is needed for the businesses in terms of both legislation and also financially. In order for the companies to realize this transformation, financial instruments, incentives, and supports need to be expanded. I know that there are some private companies are giving these supports, but it has to be in each and every part of the regulations and documents that companies that are in the circular economy, that are transitioning in the circular economy model, can find a relative financial instruments and incentives easily. According to the Circularity Gap report, it is crucial that countries should have more ambitious NDCs, and also businesses should adopt circular economy models if you want to control the temperature increase within 2 degrees. So circular economy is not a fancy title right now. It's a must that we have to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Oğuzhan Bey. Fatih Bey, the energy efficiency is now a top priority for all, at most, all the sectors, especially the industrial sector, as a result of the recent developments worldwide. What is the position of TÜSİAD in this matter? Who is responsible for efficient policy implementation in the field of energy efficiency?
Thank you, Fatih Bey. As you know, energy efficiency is the first fuel or the first strategy of the global energy system, and it is the key solution in achieving the energy transition in short term. There are lots of reasons why we call energy efficiency as first fuel, but I will mention 2 of them. One of them is the energy efficiency offer some of the fastest and the most cost-effective actions to reduce CO2 emissions. As an evidence, we can look at the Turkey's National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. In this action plan, there are 55 actions divided in 6 categories, and it is projected to achieve $30 billion cumulative savings by 2033 with only $11 billion investment. The second one is energy efficiency has a vast potential that remains almost untapped. There is a significant energy saving potential, minimum 30% in building sector, minimum 20% in industrial sector, and minimum 15% in transportation sector. When we look at the subsector basis, these ratios can go up much higher. When we consider all these issues, as the president of TÜSİAD Energy Efficiency Task Force and as the manager of Arçelik, I really feel pressure on me. Because from the beginning of this event and the previous COP events, everybody talks about the importance of action. And energy efficiency is standing there as an area that has proven itself and extremely feasible and ready to take action. For your question, who is responsible? I always say that it is not a one-man job. Multi-stakeholder collaborations are essential to enable a step change, as also Oğuzhan Bey mentioned. I can divide these collaborations in 3. Collaborations between customers and producers. It is simply that producers should produce low emission, more energy efficient products, and customers should buy these products. The other collaboration is collaboration among industry and cross-industry peers. In this collaboration, knowledge sharing between industry peers is required. And of course, finally, collaboration across a wider ecosystem of stakeholders that includes governments, policymakers, financiers, researchers, and NGOs. In this collaboration, energy efficiency standards should be created, integrated research for low carbon technologies should be done, public-private partnership should be provided. As TÜSİAD Energy Efficiency Task Force, we are trying to be a bridge between industry, policymakers, financiers, and try to create a powerful drivers and enablers for energy efficiency. One of the most important example of this is our energy efficiency position paper. As you know, we presented this document to related ministries in several times. This document includes more than 30 action plans related to Turkey's energy efficiency and incentive mechanisms. I am happy to say that relevant ministries are very open to these suggestions, and many of our proposals are already included in the legislations till now. Also, we have held some webinars to increase energy efficiency awareness in industry. The other one is as TÜSİAD Energy Efficiency Task Force. We are attending many workshops, including National Energy Efficiency Action Plan and Turkey's new NDC studies. And in these workshops, we conveyed our views. We make a lot of meetings with insurance companies in Turkey to contribute to creation of energy efficiency specific insurance products. And finally, I would like to state that we are working on a new project to start an energy efficiency campaign in Turkey, including SMEs. I will not give the details of this project since it is still under development, but TÜSİAD aims to increase awareness of all industry, including SMEs, and let them to take action by giving targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatih Bey. Tamer Bey, we observe that the carbon offsetting efforts done by the private sector through the forest and other areas in many countries can be included in various certifications. By this way, the private sector does not only to protect existing the forest and the other the areas, but also to offset its emissions stem from its own activities. It's obvious that the existing forests, other areas, and the land management practices are of vital importance for the offsetting efforts for Turkey as well. In this context, how do you evaluate the current landscape of Turkey in carbon offsetting, and what are the factors that you find crucial for Turkey and Turkish business world in this process? Please.
Fatih Bey. Forest ecosystems have an important role in combating climate change. These ecosystems are also affected by the effect of climate change in different ways. Changes in temperatures due to climate change, especially drought, affect the life cycle of trees and cause structural changes in forests. Due to the increase in temperatures, the frequency of forest fires is also increasing, and there is also increased the diseases, insect and fungal damages. Another problem which comes along with climate change is the increase in environmental tissue for the spread of invasive species. The pressure caused by climate change that forests are exposed to cause habitat loss, disintegration, and deformation in forest ecosystems. It's possible to see a decrease in species diversity and genetic diversity in forest ecosystems. It's predicted that climate change will also bring along a decrease in the invaluable ecosystem function provided by forests. Forests are among the most important ecosystems supporting life on Earth with a wide variety of products and functions. They provide to human societies. The functions provided by forests can be mentioned under four main headings: supply functions, regulatory functions, supporting functions, and cultural functions. Supply functions include wood production, products, and medical and cosmetic production. Regulatory functions include climate regulation, reducing air pollution, cleaning water. Supporting functions include food cycle, soil formation, primary production. In cultural function, the use of forests as recreation areas can be given as an example. Forest ecosystem enables storing carbon in both tree trunks and soil. Forests make up 92% of terrestrial biomass and store approximately 400 gigatons of carbon. For this reason, forests are thought to play a major role in combating the climate crisis. In addition to carbon sequestration, forests also play an important role in regulation of the water regime. Healthy forest ecosystem also clean water by reducing erosion and retaining nutrient salts in the water with their strong root system. It's also important in terms for flood prevention as they slow down the surface flow and store the water. In order to reach the net zero emission target globally, the studies to be carried out in the LULUCF sector are also great importance. In this context, special evaluation considering the effects of not only the forests but also other nature areas on carbon sequestration is required. In the Sustainable Carbon Cycle report issued within the scope of the EU Green Deal, it's recommended to reduce fossil fuel dependence in order to offset the effect of carbon emission and in order to increase carbon sequestration. It's recommended to expand nature-friendly agricultural practices and to encourage industrial solutions. In this context, carbon farming initiatives to contribute 42 million tons of carbon dioxide storage to Europe's natural carbon sequestration areas by 2030 have been stated as a target. Biodiversity, which represents the diversity of life on Earth, also forms the basis of our economic, cultural, and social well-being. However, biodiversity has been decreasing rapidly in recent years due to human-induced threats. It's estimated that about 1 million out of the 8 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinction. The climate crisis and biodiversity crisis work in both ways. Climate change is one of the main cases of decrease in biodiversity. However, destruction of ecosystem, regulating nature's greenhouse gas emission and climate regulation function are decreasing. This situation increases the effects of climate change on biodiversity and its vulnerability. For this reason, considering climate change and biodiversity crisis together is very important. As the sequestration areas balance carbon emissions, they play an important role in handling the crisis. However, for the long-term sustainable effect of the efforts to create a sequestration areas, it's necessary to consider the ecological dimension of these practices, rather than merely observing carbon sequestration. For this reason, it should be essential to determine biodiversity criteria and sensitive areas that may be affected from sequestration area formation efforts and include these criteria and ecosystem restoration perspective in practices.
Tamer Bey, thank you very much. In the closing step, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for providing such an important opportunity for us to explain our transition journey and our approach to more green and sustainable future. Within the scope of our event, we did touch upon the importance of CBAM and carbon pricing in the green transition process and steps that should be taken by stakeholders in this area. We talked about the need to establish an ETS in Turkey in order to achieve a sustainable development model and avoid potential negative impacts from CBAM. As a part of green transition, we did assess the energy efficiency agenda. It is clear that the renewable energy and energy efficiency have been key tools in our hands to create lower emissions and for transition to clean energy. We did discuss the importance role of the circular economy and carbon sink areas in combating climate change. We had an opportunity to closely share the work of enthusiasts in these areas and listen to first outputs of the report titled "The Role of Forests in Combating the Climate Crisis in Turkey," which will be published in the coming months. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their valuable and sincere contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler herkese.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you all. Bye bye.
Ses. Seda Hanım merhaba, hoş geldiniz. Sesimi duyabiliyor musunuz?
Duyabiliyorum Fatih Bey, merhabalar.
Ben teknikten Şükrü, Fatih Bey şu an
Pardon,
bağlandı.
sesiniz
Siz bağlandınız, şimdi moderatörümüzün de bağlanmasını bekliyoruz.
Tamam.
Sesiniz gayet iyi geliyor buraya, hiçbir sorun yok. Bizim sesimiz de size
Tamam.
geliyor.
Bir tek ekranı paylaşmayı nereden yapacağız?
Şöyle, ben size izin verdim. Ekran paylaşımı ortada, sizde bir ikon olacak, ekran paylaşımı diye.
Tamamdır,
Veya
evet,
yukarı
gördüm.
doğru ok gösteren bir klasör olabilir. Deneyebilirsiniz
Tamam.
isterseniz, onu da test edebiliriz. Şu an hala bir...
Çünkü tarayıcıdan katılıyorum. Ben Zoom'un kendi şeyinden
evet, şu
değil,
an
onun için. Tamam.
sunumunuz
oldu.
açıldı. Evet, kapatın şimdi. Tamam. Harika. Buradan da gayet düzgün gözüküyor.
Tamam, teşekkürler, sağ olun.
Siz sağ olun. Şimdi sizden ricam mikrofonunuz kapalı.
Hı hı.
Yayını beklemeniz. Zaten burada program başlayınca siz de göreceksiniz. Fatih Bey merhaba. Yayınımıza hoş geldiniz.
Hello, merhaba.
Sesimiz yine size düzgün geliyor değil mi? Herhangi bir sorun yok.
Evet, sorun yok.
Tamam, teşekkür
ediyorum.
ederiz. Siz dediğim mikrofonunuz kapalı, hazır olarak bekleyin. Birazdan size başlayabilirsiniz. Talimatını vereceğiz her şey hazır olduğunda. Sonra siz başlayabilirsiniz zaten. Teşekkürler, sağ olun.
Ben teşekkür ederim. Herkese merhaba.
Merhabalar Fatih.
Onu da yaparız. Sunum sırasında bu mikrofon açık mı? Ona buyurun başlayabilirsiniz diyeceğim ve başlayacak. Arkanızda da görebileceksiniz. 30 saniyeye başlıyoruz. Ha pardon. Şu an nasıl diyor, ben bakmadım ona. İyi mi böyle? Çok güzel aslında şöyle Zoom'da da kendisi görüyor. Konuşacak birisi var mı? Olacak. O zaman böyle daha iyi. Böyle daha iyi. Evet, kalkacak. Üstüne oynayacak. Evet Fatih Hocam, buyurun. Yayınımıza başlayabiliriz. Hazırız.
Teşekkür ederim. Dear guests, welcome to our the second slot of our panel, which will present the best examples from the Turkish private sector on green transition. As you all know, the companies play a key role in building a sustainable economy and the society. As of today, we know that more than 3,000 multinational companies have declared their net zero targets and aiming to transform their whole value chain in the next 20, 30 years. The consumer are also translating their sustainability concerns into action, trying to buy products from sustainable companies. Besides the environmental concerns, human rights, equality, health and safety for all, the prevention of child labor, business ethics, and etc., which will be very, very important. Thus, in this panel, we will be discussing this transition along with the challenges encountered and the opportunities lying ahead, together with my colleagues from various sectors. The several best examples from our private sector will be touched upon by the distinguished and representative of the important sectors in Turkey. Before proceeding with our panel discussion, I'd like to present our distinguished speakers. Nevra Aydoğan, Head of the Sustainability of Korsa, Özcan Bülbül, Public Affairs, Sustainability and Communications Director at Abdi Ibrahim, Seda Çınlar, Group Sustainability Manager at the Coca-Cola CCI, and Çağatay Ölken, Strategy and Sustainable Director at Tüpraş. Seda Hanım, as you know, the transition to a sustainable and green economy brings both important risks and opportunities. Foremost among these is the large amount of the additional financing need arising from the investments necessary for the transition to a sustainable economy. My question is, what kind of the best practices has CCI implemented along its value chain, and can you mention about your near and long-term targets on environmental and social issues, please?
Thank you very much, Fatih Bey. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Like you mentioned in the first part of your question, financing is very important, because even though we know from most research that companies with higher ESG performance outperform the market, but to be able to realize the benefits, we need the financing is the prerequisite. That's why, and the amount of investments may vary across emerging geographies versus developed region. That's why I would like to share just my presentation to show you the operating geography of CCI. We are a multinational beverage company headquartered in Turkey, and we operate in Turkey, Pakistan, Middle East, and Central Asia in 11 countries with 30 production sites. And innovative financial mechanisms play a critical role for us. Having said that, I would like to talk about what the sustainability bond that we issued in the beginning of this year. It's the $500 million 7-year maturity bond, and it is the beverage industry's first sustainability bond in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. We linked the bond with our water efficiency target, but throughout the process, we received second-party opinion from Sustainalytics for both our energy efficiency and water efficiency targets, which were both rated as ambitious. And this way, we linked our funding strategy with the sustainability focus. The water efficiency target in this bond is actually sitting in a bigger framework for us, which is the 2030 sustainability commitments, the 2030 sustainability pledge. We took into account our stakeholders' expectations as well as the business growth rate and shaped our targets under 6 core focus areas. So our geography, operating geography that I mentioned, has its own challenges, but also has its own opportunities. The core environmental focus areas are packaging, water, and climate. Packaging, the first one is around the design phase. We will commit to continue to make 100% of our packaging material recyclable and use at least 50% rPET recycled plastic by 2030. Our strategy in the design phase is about reducing first. So since 2008, CCI has been conducting lightweighting efforts on primary and secondary packaging and already have eliminated 15,000 tons of virgin material. We are also a signatory to the Business Initiative for Plastic, İPG, İş Dünyası Plastik Girişimi. And for reuse, as the second step, we have reusable glass bottles in practice in Turkey and Pakistan, which circulates up to 8 trips. As for rPET, we start to increase the percentage. Currently in Turkey, we have 50% rPET in 1 liter sparkling beverages and fruit juice and iced tea products. Now, we want to take it up to 50% across the whole CCI geography. To be able to do that, we need to collect the packaging and recycle as well, because it's about closing the loop and enabling access to high quality and clean material. So we commit to collect our packaging in Turkey, Pakistan, and Kazakhstan. These are the 3 countries where we have some sort of formal or informal infrastructure or collection scheme in place. In the other countries where we don't have any recycling infrastructure at all, we aim to work together with other stakeholders, such as customers, partnering with customers, to have scalable projects, initiatives, and pave the way. An example is the plastic collection project we have in Azerbaijan in the Koreka channel. The second area is water. It's one of our key ingredients. And we aim to increase our water efficiency by 20% by 2030. This is aligned with our sustainability link bond. The second one is about communities' access to water. We commit to help secure water availability in water-stressed locations through community projects. So far, we have already helped replenish 12 billion liters through partnering with NGOs. And we also have a project called Pani in Pakistan. We have water filtration stations that enable access to clean and free water for over 1 million people in Pakistan. Now, our priority countries going ahead will be Turkey, Pakistan, and Jordan. And this time, though, we will be aiming for more basin-specific and local water stewardship projects. Coming to the climate, we have 2 targets. And before that, I'd like to mention again, our geography is one of the most climate vulnerable geographies, so it's very critical that we take action on this part as well. The first commitment is on direct emissions, scope 1 and 2. We commit to run our manufacturing sites on 100% renewable electricity and make them carbon neutral. The second commitment builds on to the first one, but it engages the whole value chain. It's about reducing our total absolute emissions by 13% by 2030, and the base year is 2050. I'd like to quickly go over the methodology. So we took our base year and the whole value chain in 5 pillars, and we analyzed the breakdown of our emissions. And then we looked at the business growth in our geography, and we foresaw that if we were to continue business as usual, our carbon emissions would be increasing by 74%. Then we developed a list of the mitigation actions to determine the investments required. Packaging, I've already gone over. For manufacturing, to make it carbon neutral, we will continue with the energy efficiency practices. But on the path to decarbonizing, 20% of that will come from direct investments in solar and wind energy in Turkey, Pakistan, Jordan, and Iraq. For the remaining 80%, we'll try to consider and cover it mostly through green energy purchase. Only when the first 2 options are not applicable, then we will consult offsetting via certification. In ingredients, we will focus on sustainable sourcing. We have already invited our suppliers, corresponding to 80% of our spend, to report to our EcoVadis platform for supplier scorecard. For distribution, we will focus on route optimization and complement it with electrifying the fleet. And lastly, where we have the biggest share in emissions, it's about coolers that we provide to our customers at the sales locations. We will spread our best practice of environmental friendly coolers. These coolers are equipped with energy-saving device. They are equipped with LED lights, and they are HFC free. And what that means is that these coolers' global warming potential is 1,000 times less than the other ones. We will also make some improvements to the assets, the coolers, such as adding doors and also trialing temperature increase. And this way, we aim to reduce absolute carbon emissions by 13% minimum along the value chain while growing the business in the meanwhile. Our social targets revolve around compliance with CCI human rights policy and increasing the ratio of the women workforce in our workforce. And community target feeds both the environmental and the social, because we're going to address 3 W's: women empowerment, water replenishment, and waste management. If I have time, I'd like just one additional note. In the Sustainability Link Fund, one of our primary investors was EBRD, and they are very keen on women empowerment. So we have been interacting with them for women empowerment as well, which is to say that although we link this Sustainability Link Fund to an environmental target, it also indirectly corresponds to our social targets as well. Now we have our metrics and KPIs defined to track progress, and we will be considering and keeping track of the TCFD, SBTI, and net zero discussions, and adapt as needed on the way forward. Thank you.
Eda Hanım, thank you. Now, the Çağatay Bey, as you know, the energy transition is a very important challenge that private sector is currently facing. The large-scale companies are investing in energy transition and taking effort for the implementation throughout the all value chain. It is obvious that the carbon neutrality target can only be achieved through new and clean energy resources with the support of some breakthrough technologies. For instance, the green hydrogen and sustainable aviation fuel will be critical in the decarbonization efforts. Can you please elaborate on your effort for the energy transition of Turkey and your project portfolio in this regard?
Thanks a lot, Fatih, for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here to explain where we are and what we're trying to achieve and how we're trying to contribute to Turkey's plans in this regard. As you stated, energy market is the main emission source for the world, and we all have been hearing how we can diversify from this market and how we can transition into low carbon and ideally zero carbon sources. And I'm here today trying to explain what Tüpraş is playing within this field and how we're trying to take the leadership in our country. First of all, this is before going into what we're gonna do in the market. I'll just want to highlight for those who don't know, who doesn't know Turkish, Tüpraş, and just explain a little bit who we are. Tüpraş is the largest corporation, private company in Turkey, and we are also one of the largest refining players in the region, especially in Europe. We are also a very complex and a profitable business. But this oil and gas business, you hear from everyone, is a very tough business to be in right now. And we also listened to IPM's forecast yesterday. We also discussed Turkey's new NDC and the role of transportation within all these. And we've been hearing that the transportation is actually one of the most costly areas to decarbonize. But I'm glad to say that Tüpraş, we are trying to be in the forefront of our of Turkey's decarbonization plans. You know, we announced it yesterday. We said from a baseline growth, we will be reducing our emissions by 40%. But as Tüpraş, we are committing to reduce our emissions by 27% in absolute terms. So this is above and beyond what our country's ambition is. So we are really trying to take the leadership here. And the reason being, if Tüpraş or companies like us, the large conglomerates, the CCIs, Abdi Ibrahim and other companies in Turkey doesn't take the leadership, it's really hard to make people believe in the transition itself. So we need to take that first step. So, and this is kind of our anniversary for our transition plan. We announced it last year, right after Turkey ratified the Paris Agreement in the Senate, and we were lucky to see that we were again leading the Turkish transition plans. But now, within the updated plan, we're still playing a material role, and we set our goal to be the leader of future energy in Turkey, and we want to transition our current leadership into future leadership as well. And how we're going to do this? We need to capitalize on our core competencies. So we are a large conglomerate. We know how to produce stuff, and we have a really good distribution network. We reach everywhere. So we need to be doing this really carefully. So we decided to invest in three major areas, and I don't know whether you heard these, but SAF is one of them. Turkey, having the home country for Turkish Airlines, Istanbul Airport, we are really big on the global scale in aviation. So if we're going to support our aviation market, we need to support it from an energy perspective as well. So as Tüpraş, we want to take the leadership in that and make sure the the airlines and the aviation industry gets this sustainable aviation fuel of the future, and we will be supplying that as the leader of the market. We are also going to play a big role in hydrogen. Hydrogen is, we are actually, probably a lot of you don't know, but we are already the largest hydrogen consumer as well as the producer in Turkey, because refineries consume a lot of hydrogen. So we want to translate this internal hydrogen knowledge, and we want to use it for third parties and other corporations. So we want to take the leadership in that. And in order to do that, green hydrogen requires a lot of electricity. So we said we need to be also the largest zero carbon electricity provider in Turkey, because we will use those electrons and convert it to hydrogen to create a valuable value chain. And the last piece in our plan is actually our core business, which is the refining, because we know as the incumbent player in Turkey, we have a responsibility to supply the energy needs of the country as long as they are in the market. So if the consumers need it, we need to be there to supply it. But we're saying we need to do this in a sustainable and a profitable way. That's why we're committing not to increase our capacity in the fossil business, which is a big commitment, by the way, considering Turkey is going to grow and going to peak its emissions in 2038, if I'm not mistaken. So there will be more energy needed. But we're saying we're going to supply this energy through zero carbon sources like hydrogen and other stuff. I'm just going to, conscious of time, I'm just going to touch a few points. In refining is going to be the source of our income and funds for the transition, because this transition is really big and it requires a lot of investments. We are planning to invest around $5 billion by 2035, and that $5 billion is going to be sourced from our existing business. But that existing business, if you look at the bottom left, we used to spend $400 million in that business over the last 15 years since we acquired the Tüpraş from a private station. We're saying we're going to reduce it more than half within the next 8 to 10 years by 2030. And even beyond that, we will reduce it to 1/3 of what it actually was over the last 20 years to make sure it is run sustainably, but nothing beyond that. And we will be focusing on energy efficiency. This is really big. We are making a lot of savings on this front, and we will also invest in more valuable streams like petrochemicals and other stuff. As I said in the aviation, I'm not going to repeat it, but our ambition is to supply like 10% of the market. This is much better now. 10% of the market by 2030, and this is actually what the country needs, and we're going to triple that capacity by 2035, and this is how we're going to be the leaders. And 400,000 tons is our production target for 2030, and it's actually 10% market share in Europe as well. So it's going to be a sizable business. If you look at the electricity, as I said, we are not in the electricity business to sell electricity. We're going to be in the electricity business to supply our hydrogen business. And if you look at the top left, you'll see by 2030 and 2035, we will be using more than 80% of the electricity we generate for hydrogen production, which is going to be our core business going forward. And in order to achieve these, we have taken a lot of steps. We are acquired Entec, so we have like 400 megawatts right now, and our target is 1 gigawatt by 2030. So we are almost there, but we will be investing more in the coming years to make sure we reach what we are aiming to. And the last but not the least, this is going to be our core business, the green hydrogen business. 400 megawatts of electrolyzer capacity is our 2030 target, and we're going to start it with refinery hydrogen, because as you might also heard throughout the conference, carrying or transporting hydrogen is really expensive and hard. So we're going to first start with what we're consuming, and this is a huge emission source, by the way. So we're going to switch from gray hydrogen to green hydrogen for our refineries, and by 2040 we will be converting all of our internal consumption into green hydrogen. And we are expecting to sell green hydrogen by 2030 to heavy transport, and in the further years, we think that hydrogen is going to play a big role in the aviation market as well. But it's a longer term play, so we're not saying anything at this moment on this business. But this is going to be the last slide. So we don't see decarbonization as a defensive play. We think it's a big opportunity. We see this as a profitable business going forward. So we are going to be doing green hydrogen because we think we will create a lot of value for our stakeholders. We will be in SAF because it's going to be profitable. We are going to be in electricity because it's going to be enabling the hydrogen production and the profits there. So this emission reduction is actually a result of our growth strategy and our transition strategy. So if you look at decarbonization as a defensive play, it's just cost. But we think it just the other way around. We're thinking it's a big opportunity, and we are big believers that by converting into a low carbon business, we can also be profitable as well. Thanks a lot for listening me, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Çağatay Bey. So now Oğuzcan Bey, in this challenging period where the resources are so scarce and environmental risks are so high, achieving a circular economy is getting much more critical. The further development and the cooperation on durability, recycled content, and recyclability is needed worldwide to contribute to a circular economy. I believe that there are challenges also in your sector. Can you please elaborate on what kind of practices do you carry on in the terms of developing new technologies and solutions that use natural resources responsibly during production and develop products that include more recycled and alternative raw materials with a high recyclability rate?
Fatih Bey, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow panelists. My name is Oğuzcan Bülbül. I am, as Fatih Bey mentioned, Sustainability Director of Abdi İbrahim. Abdi İbrahim is a market leader pharmaceutical company in Turkey since 2002. And it's now a third generation, ruled by third generation pharmacists. So we are also a heavy believer of sustainability and the competitive advantage that the green transformation brings, like Çağatay Bey mentioned. Today I'm going to briefly mention about our packaging strategy. It is called Green Harmonization, and it's an extensive and comprehensive packaging strategy of Abdi İbrahim. And the main aim of this strategy is to reduce, switch, and recollect. And this, so it consists of three sub-stages. And the first stage is the smart software. It is a university and industry collaboration. And we already complete the software, by the way. And the main aim of the software is to reduce our primary and secondary packagings inside the medicines. It is one of maybe one of the first software in world pharma industry. Of course, there are lots of optimization algorithms around the world, but this algorithm is specifically aimed to curb our carbon emissions. Therefore, we started coding this algorithm and enter every single aspect and specs of the production line. So, as you can imagine, the algorithm becomes larger and bigger every day. And then we decided to divide the algorithm into two. So one is the mathematical model and the other one is heuristic model. So those two models checks each other's results. And we run this program. As I said, we completed this program. We run this program for 36 products of Abdi İbrahim. and it's roughly 100 million packs. It's equal to 100 million packs. And the artificial intelligence not only provides 1 million euros of cost saving from the materials, but also 6 weeks of released capacity. If you can imagine how big the carbon emissions from 6 weeks of release capacity, that would be enormous for us. So, and then we would like to also do this for our whole portfolio, and we are in a stage of suggesting this program and the results to our other customers as well. So this is the first stage, so reduce stage, and the switch state is another industry university collaboration we are making with Sabancı University, and we are trying to develop a biodegradable polymer. Luckily we have just completed the production of first prototype. I have it with me. We are going to start, of course, in the consumer health products, because consumer health products, as you can imagine, the boxes we need to tick is fewer than the medicine itself. So we would like to switch the plastic and PVC in the tubes and the packs of the vitamins we produce. And then if everything goes well, we are, of course, would like to move to the blisters where the real carbon volume lies. And as the third step, to recollect, that is going to be the most hardest one, because because of the classification of the waste of pharmaceutical industry all around the world, by the way, not only in Turkey, it is hazardous waste. So we need to incinerate the waste. So there we need a regulation change actually. What we dream is we would like to initiate a nationwide campaign, recollection campaign, and then once we recollect the expired products or used and finished products, so the primary and the secondary packaging, we would like to bring them to a separation facility where we can separate the medicine and the valuable primary and secondary packagings, because there are aluminums, there are PVC, there are plastics, there are glass, so there are all valuable materials. Now we incinerate them, but hopefully in the future we separate them from the medicine. And for the medicine, I'm sorry, but the only way to destroy the medicine, quote unquote, eco-friendly way is to incinerate. For now, maybe in the future we will find another way of doing it, but for now we need to incinerate. But for the other parts, we can always separate them, and we can create raw or semi-raw material for other industries. So that's basically our packaging strategy, Fatih Bey.
Thank you very much. So now the Nevra Hanım, an effective and sustainable management of the supply chain, is also strategic for the transformation of the whole ecosystem. The new legislation, such as EU's corporate sustainability due diligence, German supply chain law, will push companies to examine their supply chain in more detail in terms of human rights and environment in the coming period. As Kordsa, what kind of practices are you conducting for supply chain evaluation and integrating your suppliers into the commitment and target defining processes? Please.
Thank you, Fatih Bey. And first of all, I would like to also thank you, all of you. This is a great platform to sharing information and experience that we have done. So thank you again. Just before replying to the question, in fact, just a quick summary of the Corsa. We are a company a part of Sabancı Holding, which is one of the biggest holding company in Turkey. And Corsa, we have 13 facilities in 5 countries: Turkey, Indonesia, Thailand, USA, and Brazil. And we have 3 main business lines: tire reinforcement, composite, and construction. And by its DNA, in fact, our products lightening the vehicles, the aerospace or the automotive industry. And at our tire businesses, we are producing tire cord fabrics, and globally We have today our tire reinforcement technologies. We reinforce 1 out of every 3 automotive tires and 2 out of every 3 aircraft tires worldwide. So coming to the question, we are managing sustainability efforts under 4 main pillars: social, sustainable product, responsible supply chain, and responsible production. So under social, we are managing our social effect on generally on society and business ethics, as well as our sustainable employment issues. For sustainable product, this is the main outcome of our performance. So we are managing a transformation of our product portfolio from conventional to bio-based, recycled, or renewable material-based. And we have 62 sustainable products in our all product portfolio. It is important because our industry is very traditional, and the conventional products are mainly the main preferences. So we depend on the regulations in the EU or the US regulations. So this kind of product range is very important for us. 12% of our revenue is derived from these sustainable products. And we use United Nations taxonomy methodology: mitigation, enabler, transition, and positive social impacts are the 4 dimensions that we use as a categorization of our product portfolio. And under responsible production, we are mainly managing decarbonization roadmap of all our facilities and of all our products, as well as waste and water reduction projects. And to going a little bit deeper on this sustainable, responsible supply chain, we have started this program in 2020. And at the beginning, we decided our supplier code of conduct, which clearly defines our expectations from our suppliers in a global wise. So after that, we made a supplier mapping based on Kralitsch matrix. This is something spend analysis depend on the Kortsa's global purchasing. And it was important because we got the data that 20% of our suppliers are the main and the most critical ones. They have the most emission impact on our final product. So we began the concentration, our program, to this 20% of our critical raw material suppliers. But sure that we asked of all our suppliers to sign this Kortsa's supplier code of conduct. Apart that, every year we are running sustainability audits to our critical raw material suppliers, and also we are using EcoVadis as an evaluation tool, ESG evaluation tool, and it gives us the opportunity to understand our customers' suppliers' performance in labor and human rights, environment, business ethics, and sustainable procurement as well. So also we are conducting a sustainability survey. This is a self-assessment, but also it gives us the opportunity to our suppliers to understand their achievement and their situation there. So with all of this in our pockets, we are making some review analysis quarterly with our suppliers working groups. It's important because we give also feedbacks to our suppliers, and we ask them to come up with some projects to define their improvements on that road. And finally, emission part is very crucial for us. Since 2020, we are calculating our Scope 3 emissions based on also our suppliers' effect on emissions, and we are getting audited by a third-party auditor, these GHG emissions. And now we made our commitment science-based target initiatives for Scope 1, 2, and 3 as well. And now we are asking also our suppliers to engage with these science-based target initiatives to provide low-carbon products to Kordsa, not also Kordsa, but to all of the ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nevra Hanım. Now, in the second round of our panel, I would like to start with the Nevra Hanım again. My question will be the same for all the panelists. My question is, Nevra Hanım, you know, the green transition requires all stakeholders work together in synergy. In order to be successful in the green transition process, which efforts should be carried out by stakeholders in the coming period? And which actors will be responsible for these efforts? Please.
Thank you, Fatih Bey, again. At Kordsa, we have set our science-based target initiatives. So for all of this decarbonization roadmap, not only decarbonization, but all of the aspects of the sustainability, firstly, we have to define this strategy, and we have to involve our stakeholders at this journey and ask their needs and the way that they can also join to that road, their needs and improvement plans. So at Kordsa, we have a target to be a net zero company at least by 2050. And we have interim targets as well. At 2030, we would like to obtain a decrease by 46.2. And for that, now we are making so many investments for this decarbonization, not only the production level, but also at the raw material level, as well as the trainings to all our stakeholders inside and outside. And renewable energy is very crucial for that. So we have done our investment to Indonesia plant. Now we are working for our Chattanooga, USA plant, as well as Thailand plant. And at our Turkey, we are using IREX certificates. But this is not sufficient to achieve these targets. We have to invite and join all the stakeholders, the customers, the employers, and as well as the suppliers. Because this is a journey to go all together. If we will stay alone, it won't be easy to make a big impact on this whole value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olcan Bey?
Fatih Bey, pharmaceutical industry is a little bit different from the other industries since our one of the main stakeholders is government, of course, like globally, all around the world. So I can give you 3 small examples that will show us, the support we need from the governmental side as well. So the first one is, as I mentioned in the first round, for the recycling, for the circularity of pharmaceutical industry. Now it's close to zero almost. And unfortunately, this is the case in Europe and in the US as well. We all incinerate the waste. So there is a huge regulatory touch we need there. Therefore, in the medium term, with the positive support of Paris Agreement and everything's going on right now, hopefully we might see a window of opportunity to physically separate the waste of medicine. So the other example is that another project we are working on is the leaflets. The leaflets in the boxes of the medicine. In this industry, we produce 2.5 billion packs of medicine every year in Turkey, only in Turkey. So that means more or less A4 size paper, 2.5 billion sheets of A4 size paper. That is, if you put them on top of each other, it will make a 6-kilometer high tower every year, only in Turkey. Now you can multiply this to see the world, what's going on around the world. Therefore, we are trying to take advantage of the digitalization efforts in Turkey. So we would like to put the information on the leaflet inside the QR code on the boxes. And then we approached the ministry, of course, and we are still in negotiation. But as far as I can say, they are not very positive about putting the leaflets into the QR code yet. But hopefully, maybe in the near future, we can also do it. Not only for the carbon, it will save around 4,000 tons of carbon equivalent, by the way. It's a huge amount. But also, it's the only carbon emissions from the production of this paper. And if you take into account the trees we save, that will multiply the effect, of course. And the last example I can give, and unfortunately our stakeholder is again the Ministry of Health, is we try to remove the spoons and the drinking cups inside the syrups. These are all unuser-friendly items, as you may all know. Once you use it, it becomes gluier and stickier. Every time it sticks to the box or something like that. So we try to remove the plastics from the syrups. And now we are also negotiating with the TİTCK. They are our main regulatory authority, along with the Ministry of Health, of course. So there are lots of similar examples I can give, but the main idea is to this end, we all need, as SDG 17, we need collaboration. We need to do. We can do it only together. So there are lots of regulatory touches we need in pharmaceuticals industry. Hopefully, in the medium term, we'd like to see some. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Çağatay Bey, please.
Thanks a lot, Fatih Bey. Like you said, our largest stakeholder is the public. So energy market is where, first of all, is a big income for the public funds. So there's a lot of taxation on it. So there's a big dilemma how we're going to replace that tax if we go from fuel sources, fossil fuels, to electricity, to hydrogen, etc. Because that electricity and hydrogen is already very expensive. So in order to make them more viable solutions, there needs to be certain advantages from the taxation perspective as well. So that is one of the major discussions we need to engage with the public authorities. And the second one is the infrastructure, because the energy requires, once you produce it, you need to transfer it to the consumers, and it can be bulk, it can be residential, it can be retail, but you need to get a lot of permissions from the government. For example, I can start with hydrogen. Hydrogen requires special pipelines. So those special pipelines, and as Turkey, we have a great renewable potential that we can convert it to hydrogen and export it to Europe, because Europe is going to be in deficit. But the best way to do this is through pipelines. And in Turkey, pipelines can only be done by the public authorities. So unless the government decides to lay down the pipes, you cannot export that hydrogen you produce here in Turkey, and you cannot bring in valuable dollars and euros to our economy. So that infrastructure part requires a lot of public partnership or public intervention. And coming back to other stakeholders, for example, we are a large manufacturer, but retail is the specialty of other companies. For example, in our group, we have companies like Opet, we have iGaz. They are specialized in the micro distribution of it, or retail part of it. So they are going to need to invest in new types of dispensers and filling stations and everything. We are also going to need other companies like Arçelik, Fatih Bey, coming up with new equipment working with hydrogen, new boilers working with hydrogen. So this energy transition that we are trying to be a major part is not something that we can do alone. We need everyone, starting with the public and ending with the consumers, because if the consumers insist on consuming the fossil fuels, we need to supply this, because We need to make sure it's the security. And the current crisis showed us, everyone, reminded again, this transition needs to be done in a more balanced way, because if you don't do it in a balanced fashion and carefully, it's going to be the consumers who's going to pay the price. It's going to be the pump price. It's going to be the electricity price. It's going to be the gas price that we're going to jump, and the consumers going to suffer. And if this, for example, in Europe or in other countries, even in our country, there are support schemes to subsidize these high energy prices at the moment. But this cannot go forever. I mean, the governments can only do this for a year, maybe two. But if the transition is not done in a proper fashion, we're all going to suffer. So this is what we're trying to avoid, and this is what we're trying to make sure this collaboration is done together with everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. It's really fruitful. Now, before my closing note, Seda Hanım, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fatih Bey. I will echo a bit of what the other panelists have already mentioned. So, but all the sustainability issues require multi-stakeholder efforts. And for like when we were preparing the 2030 pledge, we actually conducted multi-stakeholder dialogue workshops in multiple countries and listened to their feedback before determining the targets. And then from the regulatory perspective, it's important to involve the private sector and the business interest groups within the decision-making process. Again, for the beverage industry, one of the big issues is the waste management and addressing tackling the waste pollution. So, but it's an issue bigger than one company, and it involves a diverse group of stakeholders, including the beverage industry, the customers, consumers, recyclers, and the regulatory bodies. It's important to incentivize the private sector for sustainable practices as well. And when establishing systems, transparency is key to measuring the actual impact measurement. For instance, as CCI, we have been reporting our ESG data since 2009 on annual basis through annual reports. And also we are a public company, and we report to the reputable ESG platforms such as CDP. We are listed on the Istanbul Stock Exchange Sustainability Index, and MSCI and FTSE4Good and S&P Global. And those help with our credibility and improving our performance as well. And lastly, like for the companies, they have a big responsibility for transformation. Addressing Scope 3 emissions is very important. So transforming both the upstream and the downstream value chain is critical. Identifying opportunities for circularity is very important. And also making use of digitalization. For instance, in Turkey, in some of our plants, we have already started the digital twin application, which helps save electricity, water, save chemicals, and also includes cost savings as well. So it's both for the environment and the business. It's good in both ways. And finally, I think evaluating and investigating partnerships with startups for NGOs is another thing that companies should be evaluating. And lastly, I would be linking it to my beginning point in response to your first question. Sustainable financial instruments such as sustainability linked bond and green bond, they can be considered to accelerate the green transition. Thank you.
Seda Hanım, thank you very much. It was a really excellent panel. In the step of the conclusion, as the representative of the Turkey, the private sector, we have managed to take some exemplary steps through the green transition, regardless of some the challenge. However, we know that there are so many opportunities, and we all perceive this transition at the core of our businesses. This was all from our end. Hope you all had a fruitful panel, and we achieved to give some perspectives about our journey and our approach to sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler arkadaşlar.
Ses. Merhabalar, hoş geldiniz. Sesimi rahatlıkla duyabiliyor musunuz? Ben teknikten Şükrü.
Çok iyi geliyor. Teşekkürler.
Fezer Hanım. Sadiye Hanım, sizi de bir konuşturabilir miyiz? Bir iki kelime.
Merhaba, sesim geliyor mu?
Evet, sizin de sesiniz güzel geliyor. Gayet. Biz de rahat duyabiliyorsanız birazdan konuklarımızı oturtturacağım. Ve başlayacaksınız. Biz size zaten moderasyon sizde. Başlama komutunu bildireceğiz. Konuşmadığınız sürelerde mikrofonunuzu da kapalı tutmanızı rica edebilir miyim? Size zahmet olmazsa.
Ses gelmedi, bir daha rica edeceğim.
Konuşmadığınız zamanlarda mikrofonunuzun kapalı kalmasını rica ediyorum. Tamam. Çok sağ olun. Teşekkür ederim.
Ses geliyor değil mi? Tamam, buradan başladık. Hello to everyone. Welcome. I would like to welcome to. I would like to say welcome to our distinguished guests. We have here physically Ebru Hanım and Oğuzcan Bey, and also online we have Sadiye Hanım and also Fezel Hanım. Thank you for your time and listening to us. So we know that plastic waste causes serious challenges such as harming natural life, polluting food chains, also in the seas. The production of plastics increases greenhouse emissions through the conversion process of fossil fuels as well. The increasing plastic waste is also seriously affecting the biodiversity of the world. It is obvious that Turkey needs concrete goals in the fight against plastic pollution and to move decisively towards these goals. The Business Plastic Initiative is an important achievement in the struggle. Business Plastic Initiative was founded in 2019 by WBCSD Turkey, Global Compact Turkey, and TÜSİAD, with the aim of accelerating efforts to address the plastic problem and to spread awareness on wider scale. Business Plastic Initiative is the first and only multiple stakeholders plastics initiative in Turkey that brings together the actors in the plastic value chain, the private sector, local governments, public authorities, investors, NGOs, academia, and citizens. Business Plastic Initiative is a 3 years from 2020 to 2023 voluntary collaboration platform that invites companies to disclose their commitments to plastic waste reduction by 2023. So far, we have 51 companies. They have announced their commitments to reduce plastic pollution by participating in the initiative. We have already 42 signatory companies who has committed already to reduce their plastic, around 44,000 tons of plastic by 2023. And this year we had a progress report we have announced very recently, and it looks like 41% of that target has been already realized. And they have already reduced their plastic 17,700 tons already. So what does that number mean? I would say in Turkey per person, the consumption is around 112 kilograms. With the commitments, with the amount of commitments made by our initiative member companies, we eliminate an amount equivalent to the plastic consumption of approximately 40,000 families. And if the 100% is going to be realized, then that number is going to mean will be equivalent to 100,000 families. It is not enough, but we accept the business world to switch to a business model with a circular economy focus and participate in these initiatives. Now I would like to give the floor to our panelists to listen their good practices of their companies and public's roadmap on the issue. The format will be, we have, as I said, 2 panelists who are attending physically, and we have 2 speakers online. I will be giving the floor to our online speakers for 7 to 10 minutes, but we are going to have 2 tours for our physically attending speakers. That's why I'm going to start with Sadiye Hanım. Sadiye Hanım, thank you for attending and being with us today. I hope that next year we will be able to see you also physically. So, you know that since 1950, which was the production of plastic was around 1.5 million tons, in 2020 it has reached 367 million tons. And also recycling rates are very low. That shows we are having a huge global plastic pollution. Besides that, reducing plastic pollution is one of the most important pillars when reducing the negative impacts of climate crisis. We follow up the development of plastic policy and plastic pollution prevention, especially in EU and also global level. Can we hear from you about Turkey's vision on plastic policy and plastic pollution prevention with new plastics economy approach and the work done so far by our ministry. Floor is yours, Zadiye Hanım.
Thank you very much, Ebru Hanım. It's a pleasure for me to meet with you in virtually. As you mentioned, plastic is a very important sector, and thank you for your very comprehensive question. I would like to start the answer from the most general framework. According to the data received from sector organizations, approximately 10.3 million tons of plastic products are produced annually in our country, and approximately 660,000 tons of plastic products are imported to Turkey, and approximately 2.6 million tons of plastic products are exported from our country. In 2021, around 1.4 million tons of plastic waste is recycled in our country. Within the scope of zero waste practices, it's aimed to increase this recovery amounts to 2.5 and 3 million tons, and accordingly to reduce the plastic waste and raw material import rates. About the plastic waste import, I would like to express that it's forbidden to import hazardous waste into Turkey, and non-hazardous waste can be imported by industrial facilities with recycling permits given by the ministry. Plastic wastes are imported only for recycling purposes, not for disposal purposes. And as you may see from the figures, plastics is a very important sector in our country. It's almost the same in Europe because we see this from the Circular Economy Action Plan. It's a key sector in European Union as well. And in recent years, we made additional legislative revisions in this field. With the ministerial circular implemented as of 2020, 50% quota application has been allocated for the recycling facilities which will import plastic waste to Turkey. Besides that, the import of mixed types of plastics is prohibited. And in addition, we regulated the financial guarantee obligation and also some additional technical and administrative requirements for the facilities to get a permit. Also, we have a waste tracking system in Turkey. It's for hazardous waste, but we widen this to plastic wastes. And we are tracking the plastic waste from customs to the recycling facilities. And also we have limited the contamination in this kind of waste with 1%. It's limited. And on the other hand, physical conditions have been improved in the facilities. These are the recent developments in the recycling sector. Regarding to the single-use plastics, we have a concrete step on this field, and we have started the charging of plastic bags in 2019, and approximately 65% reduction in the usage of plastic bags was achieved. And also we have prevented 550,000 tons of plastic waste from plastic bags. We have prevented this amount of plastic waste, and we would like to improve these studies in other types of single-use plastics. Regarding to circular economy, which will play a crucial role in achieving the Green Deal's aim of making related countries climate neutral by 2050, and can help driving in industrial innovation for a cleaner planet. Under the Green Deal action plan, as you know, Ministry of Trade has published our National Green Deal Action Plan in 2021. A specific action and goal defined to identify priority sectors within the framework of the circular economy and carrying out detailed impact and needs analysis. For this action, our ministry is assigned as responsible institution and main output is preparation of needs and impact assessment reports for sectors. The priority sectors are textiles, plastics, construction, and manufacturing sectors. And we have started to prepare our national action plan on circular economy, and we are planning to finish these studies by 2023, next year. And also, a very crucial point about the recycled plastics is the technical criteria for the usage of recycled secondary raw materials will be also determined by next year within the scope of National Circular Economy Action Plan. About the legislation, we had an amendment in environmental law. That's a very giant step, let's say. In December 2020, the dissemination of zero waste and circular economy practices were included in the general principles regarding the protection, improvement, and prevention of pollution in Turkey. Also, mandatory usage of waste and recycled materials obtained from waste is regulated, and this regulation will greatly contribute to our country's circular economy vision in coming period. On the other hand, we have initiated our IPA-funded project, which is called Technical Assistance Project for the Evaluation of Turkey's Potential for Transition to a Circular Economy. It has been initiated in February, and it will last for 3 years. Within the scope of this project, we have some very important activities regarding plastic pollution, and I would like to give some information about these studies. Under the title of Evaluation of our country's compliance with EU plastic strategy, the current situation in our country will be reviewed and compared with EU plastic strategy requirements, and the requirements of the EU plastics strategy also require some regulatory changes, and also we need a regulatory impact assessment for single-use plastics. We will prepare this report, and also we will determine the roadmap for disposable plastics and marine litter. It will be prepared by also supported by a public survey on this issue. On the other hand, as you know, that at the latest meeting of UNEA, United Nations Environment Assembly, held in Nairobi in March 2022, a historic decision was taken to end plastic pollution. And the decision was taken to prepare an internationally binding agreement in 2 years. High-level representatives from countries have agreed for the first time ever to negotiate a legally binding global plastics agreement that covers all stages of plastics, from fossil fuel extraction to recycling and disposal. For this purpose, the INC, Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee, was established, and this committee will prepare a legally binding agreement to eliminate plastic waste, and this agreement will be prepared till 2024. And INC will hold its first meeting at the end of this month in Uruguay. And as Turkey We will follow closely and contribute to these negotiations. The documents will be negotiated during the meetings, INC meeting, are open to public, and the contributions from public sector, private sector, and academia, and also NGOs are welcomed. The agreement is thought to be the most crucial international multilateral environmental agreement since the Paris Climate Agreement. During these negotiations, every step of plastic life cycle will be discussed based in 3 strategic goals. And those goals are, first of all, limiting plastic consumption and production at sustainable levels, to create a circular economy for plastics, and ensuring the environmentally sound management and recycling of plastic waste. These strategic goals are quite in parallel with the 3 actions declared by Ellen MacArthur Foundation: eliminate, innovate, and circulate. I believe that the Business World Plastic Initiative created by Global Compact Network Türkiye, TÜSİAD, SKD Türkiye, will strongly support Turkey's position and contribute to the global efforts to take more concrete actions on prevent the plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sadi Hanım. It has been really very impressive. Actually, even we are we are so much focused on plastic, but even some of these initiatives I also did miss. So congratulations, and I hope that we will be able to realize all of them in the near future. So I will continue with Oğuzcan Bey. So because the gender equality, we try somehow to support also the men. So just the question, maybe Oğuzcan Bey, the Abdi Ibrahim has the goal of becoming a carbon neutral company by 2030. Within the scope of this goal, you have various ongoing projects within the company. We know that you are aiming to provide resource efficiency, reduce waste, and especially with your green harmonization projects, you are planning to do so many things. Can you tell us about the details of this project and your efforts regarding reducing plastic packaging waste? Thank you.
Hanım. Yes, Green Harmonization Project is the comprehensive packaging strategy of Abdi Ibrahim. And I'd like to make a brief presentation about this strategy. So actually we are having a sustainability strategy named HEAL 2030. And this strategy is based on ESG in line with the global view. And under the environmental part, the main and the roof target of Abdi Ibrahim is become carbon neutral by 2030. So we named our sustainability strategy as HEAL 2030. And under the environmental part, of course, there are lots of ongoing projects from large to small projects. And one of the most important one is the packaging strategy, Green Harmonization Project. The reason being why this is so important, because we are producing billions of packs. And the pharmaceutical industry, not only in Turkey, but globally uses lots of PVC, plastic, aluminum, and paper. Therefore, we created this comprehensive packaging strategy, and actually it consists of 3 sub-stages. As I mentioned earlier today, the first one, of course, is the smart software. Let me give you a little bit details about our software and open one example. So that's university and industry collaboration, and this is an algorithm. Actually, it's an optimization algorithm. I mean, there are lots of optimization algorithm, but this is unique in a way that this optimize this optimize and curb the carbon emissions of Abdi Ibrahim with the minimum investment requirements. So the main purpose function of the algorithm is curb the carbon emissions as much as you can while not require us to make lots of investment. So we started coding this algorithm, and it becomes larger and larger because there are millions of specs and specialties in pharmaceutical production. And then we divided the model into two, mathematical model and heuristic model. Both models check each other results and lay out an optimal solution for us. And then we completed the algorithm, by the way, and we run it. We run it for our own Abdi Ibrahim products, which is roughly 100 million packs per year. And then, well, the results were astonishing. We didn't even expect that much. Artificial intelligence actually not only merge some molds, we use molds to produce drugs, not only merge, eliminate some of them and require some investment, of course. It's not a zero investment project. But at the end of the day, it will give us 6 weeks of release capacity for only 100 million packs of products. So it's almost 25% of our products. Therefore, the gains are amazing from the capacity side, but also it will provide a 1 million per year material cost. Therefore, it will also decrease our carbon emissions. So let me share you with a couple of examples. So this is what the artificial intelligence suggests. I mean, you don't know of course, the original packs, but at least you can see from the blisters what it used to be, what is before and what is after. So this is all coming from artificial intelligence. We didn't intervene. So it will change the shapes of primary and secondary packages. As you can see, some of them becomes thinner but larger. Some of them becomes thicker but smaller. So at the end of the day, it will create lots of primary and secondary packaging saving, because especially the aluminum, which has the highest carbon emission potential for us. So at the end of the day, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we tried this for 36 products. As you can imagine, Abdi Ibrahim has more than 400 products. The results are very promising, and it's 1 million material cost and 6 weeks of release capacity. And also we are providing contracted manufacturing services for lots of global pharmaceutical company, from Pfizer to Roche, you name it. So we are in the stage of offering them a more sustainable product with this project, maybe next month or maybe the early next year, because we are also their supplier. So, and globally they are in a competitive market, and most of them are in the indexes and in the, for example, Dow Jones indexes and reputable indexes. We hope they also like the idea. And then this is the first stage, and the second stage was the switch part. So this was the reduced part, and the second one is the switch part. I have the first prototype. I am having the privilege to hold the first prototype of our biodegradable plastic, vitamin plastic. This is a project we are ongoing. This is an ongoing project actually with Sabancı University. So we start with the tubes and caps of the vitamins, and then we hope to move on with the blisters, where we have the real carbon emission volume due to high amount and due to the PVC we use. And the last stage is recollection. Recollection is the hardest stage, because we need a regulatory change. As Saadi Hanım mentioned, pharmaceutical waste is hazardous, and now we have to incinerate it. But we also lose lots of valuable material. So in the near future, with the positive impact of Paris Climate Agreement or the Green Deal, we hope to physically separate the pharma waste, at least not the medicine, because medicine needs to be incinerated. That's the most eco-friendly way of destroying the medicine. But at least we can save the PVC, aluminum, paper, and plastic. So that's all for now.
Thank you, thank you. It's amazing. So we are on track, and we'll see that you will be also going to manufacture for the other companies. That's also big potential to make a huge impact. So let me continue with Ebru Hanım. Ebru Hanım. So yesterday on the panel we had again two Ebrus. So I'm not going to attend any panel which doesn't have any Ebru. So thank you for being here. So Koç Group is the largest industrial and services group in terms of revenues, export, number of employees, and market capitalization. There are more than 110,000 employees in the group, and Koç Holding is one of the founding companies of the Business Plastics Initiatives and hosted the launch event in November 2019. And you had the seventh continent, which was also, you were the sponsor of the Istanbul Biennale. We know that's a holding company operating in multiple sectors, providing a consolidated plastic reduction target. And it's a really unique, and also it's a very difficult targets you have. So could you please share your experiences with us? Is it going to be easy? Is it going to be tough? How do you see the near future with Koç Group regarding reducing plastics?
Thank you, Ebru Hanım. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone in the Global Compact Turkey team, WBCSD Turkey team, and the TÜSİAD team for maintaining the momentum of what we started back in 2019, as you mentioned. And it is very encouraging that now there are more than 50 companies working on tangible targets. I'm sure there will be a lot of impact as a result of those targets, positive impact. As Koç Group, of course, our objective is to eliminate waste at source. But if we cannot do that, then reduce our waste by recycling or reusing. You have mentioned we are operational in different sectors with different dynamics in energy, automotives, consumer durables, food, retail, different sectors. When we set out to set a target on plastics, it was a challenge, as you mentioned, because of these different dynamics. And because we observe that our group companies have different approaches to setting commitments on plastic. Also, their footprint is different related to, their impact is different related to plastics. So after careful consideration, we decided to take a hybrid approach. Which means we encouraged our group companies to set their own targets related to their impact, the best way to reduce their impact. But as a group, as a consolidated target, we decided to give our target on eliminating single-use plastics by 2023, March 2023, in line with the IPG initiative. However, that was in 2019, and in 2020, COVID-19 hit. This was, of course, a big pushback for us because it had implications on people's health and safety, on business continuity. So there was some challenges related to especially single-use plastics because of the hygiene and EHS issues. But as we see now, the restrictions are not there anymore at that level. So we are hopeful that we are going to hit the target. We don't have much time left, but we are in a good position now. I also want to give examples or mention two of our group companies, because not only Koç Holding but two of our group companies also became signatories of IPG. One of them is Divan. Divan, as you know, is in the food and tourism sector. They already reached 80% of their target, so they are in a good condition to reach the target. The other company is Arçelik. Arçelik is in consumer durables sector. And actually, we are very proud. They succeeded to achieve the highest reduction in the initiative with, let me read it, 7,250 tons. So congratulations to Arçelik team. I want to stop here, but I want to invite everyone to check our sustainability report to see the best practices and where we are in terms of commitments also in our other companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebru Hanım. Really, Arçelik is very impressive. But of course, the lasting goods is the one. The sector is very impressive as well. But I read the report as well, and they have decreased the sizes of packaging. They done so much. So it's not. It did not happen only in one aspect. It did on many aspects. I think that was also very impressive, and I hope that it will be also a good example for other companies. Congratulations again to Arçelik. So Fezel Hanım, Yıldız Holding is one of the signatories which has also high recyclability rate, which is 95% in their packaging regarding their progress of the commitment in the Business Plastic Initiative. Besides, you aim for Ülker's product packaging to be 100% reusable, recyclable, or compostable by the end of 2025. In addition, at Yıldız Holding and its subsidiaries, you have made significant progress towards ending single-use plastic consumption in all of your offices and social areas. We would like to hear from you about your group's vision and the practices you have to reduce plastic pollution.
Ebru Hanım, thank you very much. It's honestly a pleasure to be a part of the panel. I wish I was there in person, but this time around my schedule didn't allow me. Hopefully next time I will be there. We will be together in person. The insights shared by Sadiye Hanım have been excellent and very inspiring insights from both Abdi Ibrahim and Koç Holding colleagues. So it's been wonderful to hear them. Let me go back to your question about Yıldız Holding. I'll try to summarize Yıldız Holding's global sustainability vision and our practices supporting plastic pollution reduction globally. Sustainability currently is, and it's been a top agenda item for Yıldız Holding for the past number of years. Actually, the group is structured around the zero waste or waste-free company vision since its initiation, since its foundational years in the 40s and 50s. And the sustainability leadership within Yıldız is not locally focused, but it spans our global operations. You know, we are the parent company of Godiva and United Biscuits and Ülker and so on and so forth. So having our core business in snacking, mainly confectionery and biscuits, and also other large-scale food and retail operations in Turkey, as well as some private equity operations, including the packaging film producer, the subject is of utmost importance for us. When we put Yıldız Holding in numbers, in that sense, globally we're serving 100 consumers in 130 countries in a geography of 4 billion and representing 350 brands, holding the number 2 position in biscuits and number 7 in chocolates. Thus, we do have manufacturing operations in 46 locations, half of which are outside of Turkey, and working with thousands of farmers and suppliers in Turkey and around the world, which in a sense requires us to structure our sustainability efforts in a manner to both eliminate the ESG risks for Yıldız Holding and its subsidiaries in all the geographies that we're operating in, but also with a holistic viewpoint, engaging all of the stakeholders to make a positive impact. So this year, we revised our sustainability targets and our strategy, and recently we actually have communicated them internally and externally, focusing on 3 areas. So we are working for the future of the planet on one arena. We also said that we're getting stronger across the value chain with our stakeholders, and also we're inspiring the future with purpose-driven products and innovative business models. And With these three focus areas, we updated the ESG strategy and our specific targets. And today's topic, which is the reduction of plastic pollution, 100% overlaps with our number one focus area, which is working for the future of the planet. And here our goal is to minimize the environmental impact of our operations globally, but also enabling the renewal of the natural resources across the entire value chain. Essentially, the idea is to go beyond reducing our impact, but we have to renew and improve the resources, which in a sense involves both regenerative agricultural practices, minimizing food and packaging waste, and reuse and the use of recyclable materials in the packaging processes. So within this context, we said that we aim to ensure that globally, all of the Yıldız Holding affiliates, our plastic packaging will be recyclable, reusable, or compostable by 2030 on a global basis. And within the context of this specific target, I mean, obviously the anti-plastic preference of the consumer community is an undeniable situation globally, with the concerns over marine plastic pollution, microplastic pollution, more widely speaking, which is obviously leading to a wide range of corporate commitments, including mainly FMCG companies like ourselves, food, personal care, and packaging companies, as well as NGO efforts such as the Business Plastics Initiative. On the other hand, though, there is a dichotomy in the food industry and also a similar situation with the pharmaceuticals and personal care and so on and so forth, that flexible plastic packaging plays an important role since it protects food throughout the supply chain by creating a customized barrier protection there. So the usage of flexible plastic packaging on one side extends the shelf life and reduces the risk of food waste, which is also critical from a stance of food supply security. But on the other hand, we have to take care of the means for eliminating the plastic pollution. Thus it brings us to, rather than moving away from plastic entirely, the aim is improving the eco-design of the flexible plastic packaging of our products, notably to make it 100% recyclable or using recycled and or bio-based content where it's possible. Based on such insights, Yıldız Holding and our group companies have made several commitments to the Business Plastics Initiative. One being increasing the collaboration and synergy among our group companies by launching a working group and monitoring the progress of our plastic commitments. And with 16 companies of Yıldız Holding, we have structured a working group, and within this working group, we have already met our 1,000 tons plastics usage reduction target, which was an aim for March 2023 timeframe, and we were able to meet it by the end of 2021, and we are continuing to build on top of it. As of September 2022, we reduced 1,165 tons of plastics from our operations within the target companies within Yıldız Group. Within Ülker, the recycled plastics usage percentage is around 42% now. And in terms of eliminating PVC from our operations, we are diligently focusing on it. The second commitment we have made, going back to your note at the beginning, was that Ülker product packaging is going to be 100% reusable, recyclable, and compostable by the end of 2025. So Ülker will be the leading entity within our group for the 100% recyclability effort. And on a global basis, our group will be 100% recyclable, compostable by end of 2030. During the past few years, Ülker reduced the use of plastic in packaging year over year. And we are transforming all our plastic packaging into recyclable or recycle ready whenever it's possible. in order to meet our targets. The other commitment we have made was eliminating the consumption of single-use plastics in all offices and social areas of Yıldız Holding by the end of 2022. Thus, we removed all disposable cups and eliminating single-use plastic consumption across the board. We have removed it from cafeterias and social areas, and awareness studies are being continued across the board in all of our office locations or factories and so on and so forth. And PVC will be completely eliminated from our snacking group by the end of 2023, which is extremely important for us. So all in all, as part of Yıldız's global sustainability strategy, we're concentrating our efforts to contribute to the reduction of plastics pollution. And obviously, we are very proud to be a part of the combined efforts to make the Business Plastics Initiative a major success.
Thank you, Fezel Hanım. It is interesting that you are operating in 130 countries, and the efforts that you have taken on plastic reduction are being also reflected all these countries. Congratulations on that. Let me continue with Ebru Hanım. And final words I will be giving to Ozcan Bey. Ebru Hanım, so we are here at COP27, eagerly expecting a robust approach to tackling climate change. It was a pleasure to see Koç Holding has committed to become carbon neutral by 2050. And we are aware that sustainability is a very interconnected issue. How do you think your overall ambition to reduce plastic within the value chain of your group companies feeds into your overall carbon neutrality target?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think having this conversation at COP27 is especially important and exciting. Because it makes it easier to observe the urgency and the need to take action. In 2021, as you mentioned, in order to, in line with this urgency and to prepare for the Green Deal, we announced our carbon neutrality target by 2050. And in March 2021, in our annual report, we also shared with our stakeholders our short and mid-term targets, reducing our Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 27% in 2030 and by 49% in 2040. In order to reach these objectives, we also initiated a central program called Carbon Transition Program, where we include all our group companies so that we can together reach the targets and initiate and start the initiatives. Of course, I mentioned Scope 1 and 2 targets, but as we know, Scope 3 is very important in achieving targets. We know that the real impact of companies of private sector is in Scope 3, ranging from 85% to 95%, sometimes even 99.9%, I've heard, for some sectors. So working on upstream and downstream value chain is indispensable if we are committing to reduce our environmental footprint. When thinking of emissions, of course, the first initiatives that come to mind is energy efficiency and renewable energy, which is true. But I want to make one addition to that. According to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, this is only half of the story. These initiatives in energy efficiency and renewable energy address 55% of the emissions. The remaining 45% is going to come from circular economy. So under circular economy, of course, eliminating plastic is a very important item. Also at Koç Holding, we recently launched our circular economy project under carbon transition program, which we hope is going to help us deliver results on eliminating plastics. Let me give one example from a group company, Ford Otosan, our company in automotive sector. They are committed to using 20% recycled or recyclable materials in their production by 2025. And in order to achieve that goal, they initiated a project called Recube, which is reuse, reduce, and recycle. They aim to use 6,000 tons of recycled material in their vehicles. Another example from Ford Otosan. Again, we know electrification is very important in the automotive sector. It's the future. It has gained great momentum. But what happens with the batteries is another challenge we need to solve. Ford Otosan is now taking part in a Horizon 2020 project to create a circular economy model for EV batteries. So these are really exciting initiatives that we can believe that there will be something else than business as usual. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ebru Hanım. It's been really inspiring. Thank you so much. Ozcan Bey, last question. So there is very tight competition in the pharmaceutical sector globally. On the other hand, the sector is subject to very strict legal and regulations and legislation. What are the supports you expect from policymakers, especially for plastic issues in the environmental field, to increase the competitiveness and create some opportunities of the Turkish pharmaceutical industry on the global scale? Just in 3 minutes, no, 3.
Everyone, I'm going to summarize the. Actually, in the pharmaceutical industry, we certainly believe that sustainability will bring us a competitive edge against our competitors globally, because in the markets we penetrate, or in the existing markets, we all have our global competitors, and they all say what needs to be said conventionally. So we need to differentiate our company, and one of the leverage we can use is sustainability, of course. Therefore, in our industry, we have actually 3 stakeholders, important public stakeholders. The first one is Ministry of Health, and the second one is Ministry of Environment, of course, and the third one is Turkish Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Authority. I have many examples, but the first one is, of course, the recollection site, because the circularity in pharmaceutical industry is very low. Because of the classification of the waste of our industry, it's incinerated. Therefore, we need to improve that part of our industry. So we need to separate the valuable waste from medicine and recycle it and use it in the other industries, not in the pharma, of course, because the main reason behind this regulation is the toxicity concerns. So the primary package is touching upon the medicine inside, so they don't want us to melt and reuse again in the pharma, but of course we can use it in the other industries. And there are lots of other examples, but removing leaflets from the boxes globally, and using and taking advantage of the digitalization. We need, of course, support from the government side, and of course remove the plastic parts such as spoon and drinking cups from our medicines. We also need regulatory change. All in all, to this end, since pharma's major stakeholder is government, we definitely need the support of government in terms of catching our carbon neutrality and carbon emission targets.
Thank you, Ozcan Bey. So I thank you all being here, and also our panelists being here and also online. You know, Business Plastic Initiative is very important, and the size, yes, we have 52 signatories, but it is very important that we need to expand that initiative within the other companies. So whoever is here other than our signatories, please try to understand our initiatives and try please to be the part of that, because with all our commitments, also our efforts, I think we will be able to help Turkey to achieve even more in plastics, because we are in a world where the competition is among the countries. And as a Turkish business world, we do have a lot of things to do. So please try to be part of it. Thank you all.
Şöyle kenara koyayım. Alın sandalye. içine ileride lazım olur. Telefonu şuraya takayım. Nereye takayım? Telefonu şöyle olsun. Geçmeye çalışıyor. Hiçbir şey yapmanıza gerek yok. Onu alacağım. Şu bardağı da buraya bıraktım. Ses. Amerika'daki turuncu kutular abi. Başka bir şey yok. Aslında ona geçebilirsin. Ne recycling ile uğraşacaksın, ne alüminyum, ne plastiği, ne blisteri, ne kutusu. Yani hani aynen. Çünkü o şeyi öldürüyor tabii ki yani. Görüşmek üzere. Çok memnun oldum. Ya Türkçe mi yapsam acaba? Türkçe mi yapsam acaba? İngilizce mi? Sizi mi kıracağız ya? Ayıp ediyorsunuz. Sesim geliyor değil mi? Geliyor, evet. Harika. Yok, ayaktayım. Alın. Yo, alın. Hayır, alabiliriz. Yok. Alabiliriz. Başlayayım mı? Herkese iyi akşamlar. Önce bir Türkçe giriş yapayım. Oğuzcan Bülbül, ben Abdi İbrahim, Kurumsal İletişim, Sürdürülebilirlik ve Kamu İlişkileri Direktörü. Şimdi İngilizce devam edeceğim sunuma. Bugün benim 3. sunumum arka arkaya. Burada olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyorum. Bu sefer ama sadece Abdi İbrahim'i anlatacağım. I'm going to make a presentation about the sustainability journey of Abdi İbrahim. Abdi İbrahim is the market leader pharmaceutical company in Turkey. We have been a consecutive market leader since 2002. It's a 110 years old company and ruled by third generation pharmacist Mr. Nezih Barut. We have exports to more than 60 countries, and we have 3 separate factories around the world. Of course, the biggest one is in Istanbul, and the other one is in Kazakhstan, and the other one is in Algeria. And we also have the largest biotechnology investment in Turkey. This is the footage of our production facilities in Esenyurt. The vision of Abdi Ibrahim's, actually sustainability vision of Abdi Ibrahim is to create more value for its stakeholders, but to reduce its carbon emissions. Therefore, we have our sustainability strategy HEAL 2030 in place since 2020. So I'd like to share with you our sustainability journey's important milestones. Abdi Ibrahim is the only pharmaceutical company in Turkey who is using renewable electricity since 2020. We are a member of Global Compact since 2010 and GRI since 2013. And we are about to receive our third grade from CDP. And we are the only pharmaceutical company who set the targets with Science-Based Targets Initiative. And also we have the Green Office certificate from the WWF. So that's interesting. We are using the similar logo with Tüpraş. It's interesting coincidence. So our sustainability strategy 2030, HEAL 2030, is based on 3 pillars: environmental, social, and governance, in line with the global approach, actually. I will give you more detail. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. For the environmental part, the major targets of Abdi Ibrahim is to become carbon neutral by 2030. So since this target is in place, one of the major steps we took is to use renewable electricity in our all premises in Istanbul. And of course, the session before that and the other session before that, we are talking about our packaging strategy, which is a green harmonization project. This strategy is aimed to curb the carbon emissions stemming from our packagings, primary and secondary packagings. So since the pharmaceutical industry using lots of PVC, aluminum, plastics, and paper, a comprehensive packaging strategy is of course necessary. So we have the smart software and as the stage. So it consists of 3 stages, this green harmonization strategy. So the first one is the smart software. That's one of its kind and the unique smart software in global pharmaceutical industry because its main objective is to curb the carbon emissions from stemming from carbon emissions. And as a second stage, we switch our plastics to biodegradable plastics. So we start the project with the tubes. I have it somewhere, but we start with the vitamin tubes and caps. Since the regulation is less stringent in consumer health products rather than medicines, therefore we start with the plastic tubes and caps. We already produced the prototype, and hopefully we are going to move on with the blisters, where we have the real volume in terms of carbon, of course, because we produce billions of blisters per year. I have some examples for the smart software. This is actually AI-based algorithm. So it will, we only run it for our 36 products. And if you take into account that we have more than 400, the potential is really huge. So artificial intelligence lay out a plan for us. And the major function, the aim function of the algorithm is do it with minimum investment requirement, but maximum carbon curve. Therefore, let me share with you with a couple of examples that we already approved the investment. By the way, it's almost $2 million of mold investment, but the return of investment is almost 1.5 years, which is really promising. So what we achieve from this project? 1 million euros per year material cost and 6 weeks of release capacity. And if you take into account the 6 weeks of release capacity's carbon emission potential, that is really, really huge if we totally cover our whole portfolio, which is 400 products. And the second stage, as I mentioned, we switched to biodegradables. We are having an R&D project with a reputable university, Sabancı University in Turkey. We are able to produce the first prototype of biodegradable tubes and caps. The only concern with the biodegradable polymers is normally we use plastics and PVC in pharmaceuticals, and plastics especially is really good at preventing oxygen and humidity penetrate into the medicine. Therefore, we are going to put this packaging into stability analysis and hope to have good results. Other initiatives we have in the environmental part, of course, the energy efficiency projects and digital leaflet I mentioned earlier today. Digital leaflet is very important because our industry, only in Turkey, uses 2.5, we produce 2.5 billions of packs of medicine every year, only in Turkey. So actually it changes from boxes to boxes, but roughly we use A4 size papers. So that means 2.5 billion sheets of A4 paper our industry is using only in Turkey. So if you take into account the global production amount, that is huge. So if you put all the sheets on top of each other, only in Turkey, that number, 2.5 billion pages, makes 6 kilometer high tower. Therefore, it's roughly 4,000, maybe 4,000 tons of carbon emissions equivalent we can eliminate if we switch to digital leaflets that we are planning to put on the QR code on the medicine. So that's another project. And the other one that I already mentioned is removing the plastic spoons and the drinking cups that we have in Europe. Actually, not only we have, but also the global pharma companies. But since this industry is heavily regulated, we always have the permission. We need to have the permission from the Ministry of Health and the other regulatory authorities. So that is the environmental part. So if we move to social parts of our HEAL 2030 sustainability strategy, actually we have 4 main pillars. The first one is well-being and sports. The other one is science awareness. The other one is social innovation in health. And the fourth one is corporate volunteer programs. So the first one, and this handsome guy is Emre Sakçı. Our company, well-being is a popular trend, especially during the COVID time. You all remember, right? We use medicine, we use vitamins, lots of vitamins actually, on a daily basis. So well-being means for pharmaceutical companies that first you shouldn't become ill. If you become ill, we can cure you, of course, but it's a preemptive stage, well-being. So you take care of yourself, sleep well, eat less sugar, have an active life, etc. So under the well-being part, we decided to sponsor Olympic branches, which is not possessed by popular, which is not as possessed as popular sport branches like football, basketball, and partially volleyball. Therefore, we chose swimming. And this handsome guy, Emre Sakçı, is our first athlete we sponsor. He is the world record holder. He is the only guy who swim 50 meters breaststroke under 25 seconds. So we have just signed another sponsorship with a woman swimmer, but we have not announced it yet publicly. So the second sponsorship we did this year is the cycling school. So this is a program of Metropolitan Municipality in Istanbul, and it starts at the beginning of summer and ends at the end of September. We taught almost 4,000 people how to ride a bicycle, and surprisingly, 60% of this 4,000 people were women. So the woman in Turkey knows. The number of women who can ride is almost half of men in Turkey. Therefore, that was another surprising positive effect of our cycling school sponsorship for us. Hopefully, we will do it next year again. So for the social innovation side in health sector, that was not possessed by anyone. So as the leader of pharmaceutical industry, as Abdi Ibrahim, we thought we need to be active in this area as well. So I always differentiate innovation from social innovation in a way that in both of them we have innovation. In normal innovation side, we innovate something and we sell it, and the aim is to maximize the profit. But in the social innovation side, we have the innovation, we sell it, but the main aim is not to maximize, but the optimize the profit. So we first did this program last year. Even though it was our first year, we have more than 80 social innovation program application from different startups around Turkey. And this year we have just closed the application, and this year the number is exceeded 100. And we gave them some donations, of course, but we also have the first right of investment into these startups. And the other one, social program, the other pillar of our social program is science awareness. We have a number of ongoing programs under this. So we have just initiated a YDA collaboration to teach STEM and sustainability for 5th and 6th grade students around Turkey. And the other one with Bilim Science Virus. This is an NGO as well. This is a biotechnology. Actually, it's a pre-college enrichment program, but mainly focused on biotechnology. Biotechnology is a very promising area in Turkey, and Abdi Ibrahim is the largest biotechnology facility. Therefore, we would like to encourage high school students to follow a career in biotechnology area. Therefore, we just initiated this program. And the other one is the fourth pillar of our social program is volunteer projects, corporate volunteer projects. The first one is Stars of the Planet. This is our volunteers go to schools around Turkey and tell the sustainability, the importance of sustainability, physical separation, recycling, etc. To middle school, to 5th, 6th, and 7th grade students. And this one, as you may understand from the logo, it's about stray animals, adopting stray dogs and cats from the shelters. Therefore, our volunteers, especially first in Abdi Ibrahim, but also around their social affecting area, to encourage adopting animals instead of buying from the pet shops. So we also have foundation, Abdi Ibrahim Foundation. We are supporting biotechnology students in not only in high school but also in university, in masters, and in doctorate level, PhD level. So we have 52 students receiving scholarship from Abdi Ibrahim Foundation, specifically studying biotechnology. So we have a whole circular program starting from high school to PhD level. We are supporting biotechnology. And we also would like to have our own vocational high school focusing on biotechnological production. We are negotiating with the Ministry of Education. Hopefully, we will realize this project. And we have also a House of Kindness project, which is very similar to the McDonald's Foundation in the United States. This is a housing system, provides housing and food for the families of children who are receiving cancer treatment in Istanbul, because the most advanced hospitals in pediatric oncology is in Istanbul, of course. So they come all over the Anatolia to Istanbul to have a cancer treatment. And especially economically disadvantaged families, they don't have anywhere to stay in Istanbul. And plus the hotels are crazy, hotel rates are crazy. So we are going to provide them a room and food during their child's treatment, cancer treatment. So that's the social part of our program. Let me briefly mention about our NFTs. So, you know, NFTs are very popular now. Actually, not very popular since the crypto market is kind of collapsed. But anyway, we have 8 NFTs, and Abdi Ibrahim is the only pharmaceutical company in the world who are using NFTs for social purposes. So we put those NFTs on sale on OpenSea platform. You can buy it. These are all 0.25 Ethereum. And all the proceedings coming from the sales. By the way, we already sold 2 of them. And all the proceedings coming from the sales of those NFTs are donating to a program for the girls' education in the rural parts of Anatolia. So it's aiming at gender equality and especially the girls' education in the rural Anatolia. So for the governance side, of course, we pay attention to the sustainable profitability and the behaviors, the attitude we depict while having this sustainable profitability. So we made a comprehensive study with Deloitte last year about the social and economic impact of Abdi Ibrahim in Turkish pharmaceutical industry. And the results are really astonishing because we as company, as a single company, create $443 million of gross value addition plus 20,000 jobs. And 4,500 is directly from Abdi Ibrahim and the other ones are indirect. So our sustainability targets, of course, we already did it, by the way. So we are the only Turkish pharmaceutical company in the who set the targets with Science-Based Targets Initiative. Hopefully this year from CDP we would like to receive A, and in the medium term we would like to be the first Turkish pharmaceutical company who have B Corp certification, and in the long term, of course, by 2030 we would like to be carbon neutral pharmaceutical company. So that's all my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer it, or otherwise, thank you very much. Çanta vermeyin artık, çünkü oldu. Teşekkür ederim.
Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı denizlerde bütünleşik kirlilik izleme programıyla Karadeniz, Akdeniz, Ege Denizi, Marmara Denizi ve boğazlarda meydana gelen kirlilik ve kalite durumunu izleyerek ulusal deniz ve kıyı yönetimi politikalarının ve stratejilerinin geliştirilmesini amaçlar. İzleme programı, bölgesel deniz sözleşmeleri, ulusal mevzuat ve Avrupa Birliği direktiflerine uygun olarak yapılır. Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı'nca yürütülen izleme programı, 2014 yılından beri TÜBİTAK Marmara Araştırma Merkezi koordinasyonunda üniversiteler ve kamu kurumu işbirlikleri ile sürdürülmektedir. 2017-2019 izleme programı 15 Mart 2017 tarihinde başlamıştır. İkinci 3 yıllık izleme programıyla deniz izlemelerinin coğrafi kapsamı geliştirilmiş ve izleme ağı genişletilmiştir. İğneada'dan Hopa'ya kadar uzanan Karadeniz kıyılarında 7 hatla kıyıdan 30 deniz mili açığa kadar, Akdeniz'de ise 4 hatla kıyıdan 12 deniz mili açığa kadar izlenmeye başlanmıştır. Deniz izlemeleri Marmara Denizi'nde kış, ilkbahar ve yaz olmak üzere 3 dönem, diğer denizlerimizde kış ve yaz olmak üzere 2 dönem olarak yapılmaktadır. Deniz izleme programıyla Türkiye denizleri ve kıyı sularının fiziko-kimyasal özellikleri, ekolojik durumunu yansıtacak bileşen ve göstergeleri, ötrofikasyon ve kirlilik durumuyla radyoaktivite seviyeleri belirlenmektedir. Araştırma gemilerindeki çoklu su örnekleyicisi ve CTD cihazıyla su kolonu boyunca sıcaklık, tuzluluk, yoğunluk, pH, çözünmüş oksijen, floresans ve ışık geçirgenliği gibi temel oşinografik parametreler yüksek çözünürlükte ve gerçek zamanlı ölçülür. Besin tuzu, çözünmüş oksijen, klorofil A, fito ve zooplankton örneği alınacak kritik derinlikler su kolonunun o anki fiziksel, optik ve floresans özelliklerine göre belirlenir. Alınan deniz suyu örneklerinin klorofil A ve çözünmüş oksijen ölçümleri zaman kaybedilmeden araştırma gemilerinin laboratuvarlarında analiz edilmektedir. Yine araştırma gemilerinde bulunan otoanalizör cihazıyla deniz suyundaki besin elementlerinin seviyeleri belirlenmektedir. Fitoplankton, zooplankton, makrozoobentos, makrofitobentos gibi biyolojik çalışmalarının yanı sıra 3 yılda bir trolle deniz tabanı biyoçeşitliliği ve ticari türlere yönelik çalışmalarla 2 pilot alanda deniz çayırları çalışması yapılmaktadır. Sediman ve biyota matrikslerindeki kirlilik seviyelerinin tespiti ve zamansal değişimleri incelenmektedir. Toplam organik karbon, poliaromatik hidrokarbonlar, poliklorlu bifeniller, organoklorlu pestisitler ve metaller ölçülmektedir. Sonuçlar çevre kalite standartlarıyla gıda kodekslerine göre değerlendirilmektedir. TÜBİTAK MAM Deniz İzleme Laboratuvarı'nda ve üniversitelerin ilgili laboratuvarlarında fitoplankton sayım ve tür teşhisi yapılmaktadır. Ayrıca farklı üniversitelerdeki uzmanlar tarafından makrozoobentos, makroflora, plankton ve balık çalışmaları yürütülmektedir. Denizlerimizde mikroplastikler pilot ölçekli olarak deniz suyu ve sedimanda çalışılmaktadır. Mikroplastikler cins ve renklerine göre ayrılır, sayım ve ölçümleri yapılır. Sahilde makro çöp izleme çalışması pilot alanlarda yapılmaktadır. 100 metrelik sahil şeridinde 2,5 santim üzerindeki çöpler toplanarak 8 ayrı kategoride değerlendirilmektedir. Deniz makro çöpleri ayrıca trolle yapılan deniz tabanı biyoloji çalışmasına paralel olarak da çalışılmaktadır. Program kapsamında pilot ölçekli olarak İzmit Körfezi'nde şamandıralı otomatik oşinografik gözlem sistemi kurularak su kalitesi, oşinografik ve hidrografik değişimler izlenmektedir. İzleme çalışmaları kapsamında CBS tabanlı denizler ortam veri modeli tasarlanmıştır. Deniz İzleme Programı kapsamında izleme çalışmalarının sonuçlarını içeren çevresel durum raporları Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı Deniz İzleme Ekibi tarafından değerlendirilir. Taraf olduğumuz bölgesel sözleşmeler yükümlülüklerine göre raporlamalar yapılır. Hazırlanan raporlar deniz ve kıyı alanlarında görev ve sorumlulukları olan kurumlarla paylaşılır. Bir sonraki izleme dönemi için program ve stratejiler geliştirilir. Deniz izleme verileri bakanlığın sürekli izleme merkezinde yönetilmektedir. Bu veriler veri tabanına aktarılmakta, geliştirilen raporlama ve haritalama modülleriyle sonuçlar kurum içi kullanıcılar, diğer kurumlar ve kamuoyuyla paylaşılmaktadır. İzleme programı sonunda ortaya çıkan sonuçlar her bir denizin faydalanıcısı ve paydaşı olan kurum ve kuruluşların katılımlarıyla gerçekleştirilen bölgesel çalıştaylarla paylaşılacaktır. Her 3 yılda bir düzenlenen Denizlerde İzleme ve Değerlendirme Sempozyumuyla izleme programı sonuçlarının ve baskıların tüm yönleriyle tartışılması ve hazırlanan bildiri kitabıyla yaygınlaştırılması hedeflenir.
Ses prova, sound, ses prova, sound check. Ses 1-2 prova.
I'm ready. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to welcome you to our side event. On this session, there will be two panelists, and they will present the monitoring program in the maritime environment, in the marine environment. First, I would like to mention maritime monitoring is very important process because in the scope of decision making, science-based decision making is very important. And marine environment, wellness of marine environment is very important in order to preserve biodiversity, and it also have very great relation with climate change, since marine environment is one of the major carbon sink, and there is a closed loop of cause and effect between, because it's I mean the marine environment is also affected by the good environmental status of the seas. So monitoring is very important at this point, also in order to determine these cause-effect relationship between marine and climate. Monitoring is also very important in terms of legislation making, and in order to determine the success of our legislations and make related developments. Now I would like to give floor to Sevil Öksüz from the General Directorate of EIA Auditing and Monitoring. She will present the National Monitoring Program of Turkey. Please, Sevil, take the floor.
Thank you. Today, I will tell you our marine monitoring program, and I feel great pleasure to tell our studies. First, I would like to say welcome to every participants, my general director and my colleagues first. I am working as a marine monitoring expert in Ministry of Environment and Urbanization in DG Environmental Impact Assessment, Permits and Inspection General Directorate. You know, marine monitoring activities carried out. Can I use this? Marine monitoring activities carried out since the 1990s in the Mediterranean and agencies within the framework of the MEDVOL program and in line the IMAP. And in Black Sea, according to the Black Sea Pollution Monitoring Program, BC-IMAP, and combination of many independent pilot scale monitoring components. As you know, Turkey is a party to the Barcelona Convention in Mediterranean and the Aegean Sea, and Bucharest Convention in Black Sea. Our ministry has developed a common monitoring strategy for all seas by adopting an integrated ecosystem-based monitoring approach. Has implemented the integrated marine pollution monitoring program, that is, since 2013.
Then its program has been transformed into a 3-year monitoring program since 2014. So, thus ensuring regular monitoring data and consistent data production to cover all seasons. And in this program, chemical and ecological status of seas is determined, the effectiveness of the measures taken to prevent pollution. Also, national and international legislation are evaluated. This program is coordinated many institutes, coordinated by the TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center with the wide cooperation in many marine institutes of our country, universities and many marine experts, public authorities, many research ships. Then it covers all the seas of Turkey, Marmara Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Aegean Sea and Black Sea. And a large monitoring network consists of 423 stations. I would like to say this program is executed fully national budget and national expertise. Let's see the program with the numbers. Our working area 4 seas, 15 marine assessment units, 85 coastal water bodies, and 423 stations. Our monitoring period, 3 years monitoring program, Black Sea, Mediterranean and Aegean Sea 2 times per year, winter and summer, and Marmara Sea 3 times per year, spring, summer and winter. You know Marmara is our internal sea and it has many differences to other seas, so we monitor Marmara 3 times. We use big capacity for this program, 7 research ships. We use more than 150 marine researchers and experts working under this program. We use fully national budget and national expertise. And we disseminate our results for final reports per year for Turkstat statistics bulletins and symposium abstract book in each period. In means of biodiversity and alien species, monitoring components involve phytoplankton, zooplankton, macrozoobenthos, seagrass, fish, sea mammals, and macroalgae monitoring. For the pollution monitoring, physicochemical parameters in water column and heavy metal and organic pollution parameters in sediment and biota are analyzed. Also, eutrophication status. Eutrophication status is determined every year for all our seas. I want to say we use various evaluation tools for evaluate our data. For example, eutrophication, tricks, beast heat, and Turkish Fault Codex, also for biota comparison, and chemical status classification, MB, MMB indexes, 2B indexes, especially marine litter, type, color, abundance, weight analysis made behind clean cost indexes is evaluated. Validated and related data is reported to national authorities, Metpol and Black Sea Commission Secretariat regularly. This table, you can see our monitoring matrices. Marine water, sediment, biota matrices we study, and many components studies under these matrices, biological parameters and marine litter parameters, monitoring made, and some of them twice a year, some of them once a year, but all of them monitoring irregularly. The milestones about our marine litter studies, you can see this table. Microplastics and marine and coastal litter are monitored since 2013. Floating macroplastics, macroplastics in seawater and sediment, macrolitter on the seabed, digested litter monitored pilot scales. I want to underline data quality. I think data quality is important for evaluate and being good legislation, good decision, and good reporting. It's important. I think you may have quality data for make right decisions. Data quality is achieved in then is by intercalibration tests, Medpol proficiency tests, and Black Sea proficiency tests, quasi-MAMA intercalibration activities we attend, and accreditation of pollution parameters is important. So we ensure the accreditation with using certified reference material and solutions. Also, sampling and measuring equipments and methods specified in line the monitoring guidelines and international standard methods. We use standard sampling, transportation, and storage methods for ensure the data quality, and equipments are calibrated regularly. So we can say in a big broad, then is ensure a validated and high quality data. In this slide, you see our marine monitoring guidelines. It's important study for standardize the monitoring activities in Turkey. The guidelines is the first guidelines published officially in line with the Marine Strategic Framework Directive in Turkey in the year of 2016. One-year project we made. Its name is Standardization of Marine Monitoring. And 12 monitoring guidelines were prepared under this project, and they are published in our ministry's website in both English and Turkish. So it's I think it's good effort for standardized monitoring activities. Then is continues to develop the monitoring program based on research and development studies. For example, first microplastic study in Turkish seas made under the then is 2013. 2014 regular monitoring began, and first winter data we catch. Radioactivity study in the marine for Turkey first time in 2014. Pressure and impact analyses have made since 2017. Online monitoring also is a new issue for us. We made in a pilot bay 2018. And algal blooms is important with using Deniz data and satellite data in 2022. Also, in recent time, we made the impact of climate change on our seas at the end of this year. Let's see international importance of Deniz. You know, Barcelona Convention made for reporting have been made with Deniz data in Turkey, and our program was explained to participants at the 22nd meeting. Our country hosted this COP meeting in Antalya last year. We explained our program to participants, and we are hosting the activity, and we under Deniz program, a lot of experts working several technical groups. One UNEP-MAP Corman technical groups, and we participate the Corman and ECAP meetings and give contribution to the technical documents. Also, IMA pilot infosystem reportments of Turkey have made with Deniz data regularly. In Black Sea, Bucharest Convention reporting made with Deniz data, control of land-based pollutants, LBS reportments made with Deniz data. Also, my department's other monitoring activities, European PRTR, air quality monitoring, continuous wastewater monitoring systems, we call SAIS, River Basin Monitoring Studies ekip, we give contribution to these reportments. And biodiversity data has sent to national focal point and so reported the biodiversity advisory group. And in recent time, we attend the meeting, United Nations Open-Ended Informal Consultative Process, Oceans and the Law of the Sea meeting, which made themed ocean observing in this year in June in New York. And we give contribution this meeting, and we made side event there, and Turkey's submission published with the website, UN website, and they say it's a good working to us. Let's look at the behalf of climate change. You know, contribution of marine observations is important to understand and adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change. And marine data is fundamental in planning durable and sustainable adaptation and making solutions. Increased marine knowledge and access to continuous valid data are critical to understanding and finding ways to address climate challenges. So, Daniel's program has made huge progress for last 10 years. At the end of this year, we will publish a report, examination of the impact of climate change in Turkish seas for the first time. And then our new monitoring period preparatory work have began, then is 2023 to 25. So in every monitoring period, we add new components and new strategies, the program in line with our country's needs and the budget possibilities. We plan to monitor new components to see climate change impacts to our Turkish seas. So we will add the investigation of the effects of climate change on the temperature increase in seas. And we will planning to monitor effects of climate change on coral reefs. Coral reefs is a vulnerable species and they are vulnerable for climate change species. Coralligenous habitats and marine sponges we will monitor. And decreases in seagrass is important also, and the impact of climate change in coastal areas important. We will monitor them. What we do for disseminate and share our results in order to evaluate the marine monitoring results and include the measures to be taken, policies, legal regulations, strategies, and action plans, then these results shared with the public by symposiums. Every 3 years we made a symposiums and invite whole related institutions in Turkey and national authorities and NGOs. We invite them and share our results with them. First National Seas Monitoring and Evaluation Symposium was held for the first time in 2016 and second in 2019, and in December soon we will make third symposium. And our reports, you see this slide. Every year we made 4 reports, and abstract books we published after symposiums, and a marine quality bulletin, statistic bulletin we published, and it's important, I think. I am proud to say this. We give contribution Mediterranean Quality Status Report, MEDQSR, in 2017. I would like to invite you to our symposium in December. Thank you very much. And I Yes, going with the video of Deniz, maybe Nazan Hanım will say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we will watch a video about the integrated marine pollution monitoring program.
Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı, denizlerde bütünleşik kirlilik izleme programıyla Karadeniz, Akdeniz, Ege Denizi, Marmara Denizi ve boğazlarda meydana gelen kirlilik ve kalite durumunu izleyerek ulusal deniz ve kıyı yönetimi politikalarının ve stratejilerinin geliştirilmesini amaçlar. İzleme programı, bölgesel deniz sözleşmeleri, ulusal mevzuat ve Avrupa Birliği direktiflerine uygun olarak yapılır. Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı'nca yürütülen izleme programı, 2014 yılından beri TÜBİTAK Marmara Araştırma Merkezi koordinasyonunda üniversiteler ve kamu kurumu işbirlikleri ile sürdürülmektedir. 2017-2019 izleme programı 15 Mart 2017 tarihinde başlamıştır. İkinci 3 yıllık izleme programıyla deniz izlemelerinin coğrafi kapsamı geliştirilmiş ve izleme ağı genişletilmiştir. İğneada'dan Hopa'ya kadar uzanan Karadeniz kıyılarında 7 hatla kıyıdan 30 deniz mili açığa kadar, Akdeniz'de ise 4 hatla kıyıdan 12 deniz mili açığa kadar izlenmeye başlanmıştır. Deniz izlemeleri Marmara Denizi'nde kış, ilkbahar ve yaz olmak üzere 3 dönem, diğer denizlerimizde kış ve yaz olmak üzere 2 dönem olarak yapılmaktadır. Deniz izleme programıyla Türkiye denizleri ve kıyı sularının fiziko-kimyasal özellikleri, ekolojik durumunu yansıtacak bileşen ve göstergeleri, ötrofikasyon ve kirlilik durumuyla radyoaktivite seviyeleri belirlenmektedir. Araştırma gemilerindeki çoklu su örnekleyicisi ve CTD cihazıyla su kolonu boyunca sıcaklık, tuzluluk, yoğunluk, pH, çözünmüş oksijen, floresans ve ışık geçirgenliği gibi temel oşinografik parametreler yüksek çözünürlükte ve gerçek zamanlı ölçülür. Besin tuzu, çözünmüş oksijen, klorofil A, fito ve zooplankton örneği alınacak kritik derinlikler su kolonunun o anki fiziksel, optik ve floresans özelliklerine göre belirlenir. Alınan deniz suyu örneklerinin klorofil A ve çözünmüş oksijen ölçümleri zaman kaybedilmeden araştırma gemilerinin laboratuvarlarında analiz edilmektedir. Yine araştırma gemilerinde bulunan otoanalizör cihazıyla deniz suyundaki besin elementlerinin seviyeleri belirlenmektedir. Fitoplankton, zooplankton, makrozoobentos, makrofitobentos gibi biyolojik çalışmalarının yanı sıra 3 yılda bir trolle deniz tabanı biyoçeşitliliği ve ticari türlere yönelik çalışmalarla 2 pilot alanda deniz çayırları çalışması yapılmaktadır. Sediman ve biyota matrikslerindeki kirlilik seviyelerinin tespiti ve zamansal değişimleri incelenmektedir. Toplam organik karbon, poliaromatik hidrokarbonlar, poliklorlu bifeniller, organoklorlu pestisitler ve metaller ölçülmektedir. Sonuçlar çevre kalite standartlarıyla gıda kodekslerine göre değerlendirilmektedir. TÜBİTAK MAM Deniz İzleme Laboratuvarı'nda ve üniversitelerin ilgili laboratuvarlarında fitoplankton sayım ve tür teşhisi yapılmaktadır. Ayrıca farklı üniversitelerdeki uzmanlar tarafından makrozoobentos, makroflora, plankton ve balık çalışmaları yürütülmektedir. Denizlerimizde mikroplastikler pilot ölçekli olarak deniz suyu ve sedimanda çalışılmaktadır. Mikroplastikler cins ve renklerine göre ayrılır, sayım ve ölçümleri yapılır. Sahilde makro çöp izleme çalışması pilot alanlarda yapılmaktadır. 100 metrelik sahil şeridinde 2,5 santim üzerindeki çöpler toplanarak 8 ayrı kategoride değerlendirilmektedir. Deniz makro çöpleri ayrıca trolle yapılan deniz tabanı biyoloji çalışmasına paralel olarak da çalışılmaktadır. Program kapsamında pilot ölçekli olarak İzmit Körfezi'nde şamandıralı otomatik oşinografik gözlem sistemi kurularak su kalitesi, oşinografik ve hidrografik değişimler izlenmektedir. İzleme çalışmaları kapsamında CBS tabanlı denizler ortam veri modeli tasarlanmıştır. Deniz İzleme Programı kapsamında izleme çalışmalarının sonuçlarını içeren çevresel durum raporları Çevre ve Şehircilik Bakanlığı Deniz İzleme Ekibi tarafından değerlendirilir. Taraf olduğumuz bölgesel sözleşmeler yükümlülüklerine göre raporlamalar yapılır. Hazırlanan raporlar deniz ve kıyı alanlarında görev ve sorumlulukları olan kurumlarla paylaşılır. Bir sonraki izleme dönemi için program ve stratejiler geliştirilir. Deniz izleme verileri bakanlığın sürekli izleme merkezinde yönetilmektedir. Bu veriler veri tabanına aktarılmakta, geliştirilen raporlama ve haritalama modülleriyle sonuçlar kurum içi kullanıcılar, diğer kurumlar ve kamuoyuyla paylaşılmaktadır. İzleme programı sonunda ortaya çıkan sonuçlar her bir denizin faydalanıcısı ve paydaşı olan kurum ve kuruluşların katılımlarıyla gerçekleştirilen bölgesel çalıştaylarla paylaşılacaktır. Her 3 yılda bir düzenlenen Denizlerde İzleme ve Değerlendirme Sempozyumuyla izleme programı sonuçlarının ve baskıların tüm yönleriyle tartışılması ve hazırlanan bildiri kitabıyla yaygınlaştırılması hedeflenir.
Thank you very much. The success of monitoring is about the continuation of the studies performed. It also depends on the experience gained, because when you gain experience, you will be experienced in the methodology, and you will be able to have a high quality data. And the other issue of marine monitoring is about the number of parameters and mediums that you monitor. Turkey has very long monitoring for many years. They have a great experience in this issue, and they perform a very large-scale monitoring. So I would like to thank you at first to General Directorate of EIA Permitting and Auditing. And also I would like to thank you, all of the universities and institutes and personnel that contribute to this process. And maritime issue is an international issue. So all of the studies you performed in marine environments have to be in line with the international regulation. International regulation considers law that regulates the shipping, also the environmental issues, and also the monitoring studies. At this point, I would like to give floor to Berishah Kocabi from Ankara University National Research Center of Marine and Sea Law. She will make a presentation in order to explain the position of Turkey in terms of international maritime law, and dependingly, she will explain the importance of monitoring programs. Please, Berishah, take the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, I would like to express my gratitude to Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for giving this opportunity to me. And as a citizen, I feel proud of our monitoring program. I think it's a great example to other nations, and it's very important for the preservation and protection for marine environment, especially in Marmara Sea, Mediterranean, and Black Sea, of course. And today, while we examine the national jurisdiction and process related to monitoring activities, I'm talking about the international regime relating to monitoring. And I will start with defining the legal framework of the protection of marine environment. Then I will talk about the position of Turkey to the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, and monitoring under the UNCLOS, and the monitoring activities under the regional environmental agreements. And I will conclude my presentation. So when we look at the marine protection law, it's very highly fragmented through the different legislation, starting from the international agreements to multilateral environmental agreements. One of the most important international agreements is the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, especially Part 11. Then when we look at the Turkey's perspective, we can say that Barcelona Convention and Bucharest Convention. And also, protection of marine environment and its law also related to climate change law, law of the conservation of biodiversity, law on the protection of species and habitats, and also international trade and investment law. And we talk about the multilateral law. When we talk about the UNCLOS, Turkey is not part of the UNCLOS, but I would like to express Turkey's position to the UNCLOS. First of all, Turkey is a persistent objector to the UNCLOS with the reasons that I will explain. UNCLOS is the convention considered as a constitution of oceans, and it's aimed to bring uniformity for the oceans rather than individual seas, requiring special attention due to their own natures and characteristics. Turkey persistent objector to the 3 articles of the UNCLOS, starting from the Article 3, breadth of territorial waters up to 12 nautical mile, Article 33, which is the establishment of contiguous zone as a new maritime zone, and also Article 121, which is related to definition of island and legal regime of islands. And due to UNCLOS is banned to make any reservation to the convention, Turkey didn't become a part of the UNCLOS and is an persistent objector that I mentioned. Okay. So the reason we are persistent objector to these 3 articles because of the agency. Agency has its specific nature, and with all Greek islands in the region, it might affect Turkey's national position, national interests. But other than these 3 articles, Turkey could bear 317 articles of the UNCLOS. It would be livable for Turkey, especially for regulations related to protection of marine environment. Turkey right now, as a persistent objector, applies some of the rules of UNCLOS as a customary international law, or reflects those rules in its jurisdiction, or applies them in its national legislation. When we look at the regulations of the UNCLOS relating to monitoring. And we need to define what is the monitoring activities first. When we talk about the monitoring, we need to understand it's monitoring defines observing, measuring, and evaluating, analyzing activities by recognized scientific methods. So we can say that ocean observation and ocean monitoring are different from each other. And other articles of the UNCLOS regulates to the how to publish these reports and monitoring results, and assessment of the potential effects of activities on the areas beyond national jurisdiction and also in national jurisdiction. When we move on to Barcelona Convention, Sevil Öksüz mentioned about the process relating to Barcelona Convention. I would like to mention briefly. Barcelona Convention is composed of 7 protocols, which started for prevention of emergency protocol, and its Article 5 regulates monitoring activities. Offshore protocol, which is Turkey is not part of this protocol, regulates the monitoring activities again. And also protocol of integrated coastal zone management in the Mediterranean, dumping protocol, land-based sources protocol, and specially protected areas and biological diversity protocol, and hazardous waste protocol. Within those protocols and its regional activity centers, Barcelona Convention is aimed to enhance monitoring activities in the Mediterranean Sea, and Turkey is one of the biggest important contributors to these monitoring activities. When we look at the article related to monitoring, we need to say that Barcelona Convention clearly states that contracting parties must cooperate and collaborate monitoring activities areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is the most important thing when we conduct monitoring activities in those areas. And as Sevil Öksüz mentioned, there is a Mediterranean Quality Status Report which Turkey contributed during the time, and that this is very important because IMAP system defines the common indicators and which methods, scientific methods, will be used for the monitoring activities with the adoption of management system. And it's very important outcomes of this report. And next report will be delivered 2023. So we need to, when we talk about the protection of marine environment and marine environment, we need to understand that marine ecosystem does not recognize any boundary, any delimitation or any zones of the national jurisdiction. We need to understand the whole horizontal perspective. And we need to accept the marine environment as a common heritage of mankind, and need to conduct enhanced monitoring activities for effective protection of marine environment is emerging day by day as to be satisfied in line with the international law, including the adaptive management systems, by taking into account environmental and human life concerns into account, and in cooperation and collaboration with all relevant contracting parties or states, with the belief of the marine environment as a part of common heritage of mankind. Then I'm concluding my presentation here. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kocabıyık. So, maritime law, as all laws have, very important position when you make regulation, when you implement regulation, when you make a decision making. In the literature now, we have a new concept saying that we all, under the scope of the law procedures, we always consider the rights of humans. But now in the literature, we have the rights of nature. That is one of the major issues of today. I mean, the COP. We are now considering the rights of the nature. So I would like to thank you to all of my panelists for their valuable presentation and their valuable studies that contribute also to climate change. Thank you very much.